ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ प्रथमोऽध्यायः। धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवः मामकाः पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत Sanjay. In this verse, King Dhritarashtra, who is blind, asks his advisor Sanjaya about the happenings on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. He wants to know what his sons the Kauravas and the sons of Pandu the Pandavas are doing as they prepare for battle. He is curious and concerned about the outcome of this great war between his family members. Sanjaya uvacha दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यमुपसङ्गम्य राजा वचनमब्रवीत्. In this verse, Sanjay begins to describe the scene on the battlefield to King Dhritarashtra. Duryodhan, the leader of the Kauravas, sees the Pandava army getting ready for battle and goes to his teacher Dronacharya to talk about the situation. He is worried and wants to make sure they are fully prepared for the fight. Pashyetam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudhan Drupadaputrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata. In this verse, Duryodhan is speaking to his teacher Dronacharya. He points out the Pandava army and tells Dronacharya to notice how well it is organized. He mentions Dronacharya's talented student Drishtadumna, who is leading the Pandavas army. Duryodhan is trying to make Dronacharya aware of the strength and preparedness of their enemies. Atra shura maheshvasa bhimarjuna samayuthi yuyudhano viratascha drupadascha maharataha. In this verse, Duryodhan continues speaking to Dronacharya about the powerful warriors in the Pandava army. He lists some of the great fighters on the Pandavas side to show how strong their army is. He mentions Bhim and Arjun, who are the main warriors, and then refers to several other mighty fighters who are all very skilled and brave. दृष्टकेतुश्चेकितान् काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः. In this verse, Duryodhan continues to name the great warriors in the Pandava army. He mentions several more powerful and experienced fighters who are ready to battle. By listing these names, Duryodhan wants to show how strong and capable the Pandava army is, making it clear that they face a tough challenge in the upcoming battle. Yudhamanyascha vikranta uttamaujascha viryavan saubhadro draupadeyascha sarva eva maharathaah. In this verse, Duryodhan continues to mention the strong warriors in the Pandava army. He lists more names of brave and famous fighters who are prepared to battle. By doing this, he emphasizes how formidable the Pandava army is and expresses his concern about the strength of their opponents. Asmakam tu vishishtaye tani bodha dvijottama Nayaka mama sainyasya sangyarthantam bravimite. In this verse, Duryodhan shifts his focus to his own army, the Kauravas. He reassures his teacher Dronacharya that they also have many powerful warriors on their side who are ready to fight. He lists several names of the key fighters, indicating that they are equally prepared for the battle ahead. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjayaha Ashvathama Vikarnascha Saumadatta भक्तिस्तथैव च.
In this verse, Duryodhana continues to speak about the powerful warriors in his own army. He names some of the key leaders and heroes who are skilled in battle. By doing this, he aims to show that the Kauravas also have a strong and capable army, just like the Pandavas.
अन्ये च बहवः शूरा मदर्थे त्यक्तजीविताः नानाशस्त्रप्रहरणाः सर्वे युद्धविशारदाः.
In this verse, Duryodhana continues to describe the strong and brave warriors in his own army, the Kauravas. He talks about other important fighters who are ready for the battle. He wants to make sure that his teacher, Dronacharya, understands that their side has many capable and fearless warriors.
अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितम्.
In this verse, Duryodhana continues to talk about the strength of his own army compared to the Pandavas. He mentions how his side is protected by Bhishma, a very powerful and experienced warrior. However, he also acknowledges that the Pandava army, though smaller, is well organized and effectively led by Bhim, a strong and fearless fighter.
अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमवस्थिताः भीष्ममेवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि.
In this verse, Duryodhana speaks to his own warriors, encouraging them to support and protect their leader Bhishma during the battle. He emphasizes the importance of unity and working together to ensure their side's success.
तस्य सञ्जनयन् हर्षं कुरुवृन्दः पितामहः सिंहनादं विनद्योच्चैः शङ्खं दद्मौ प्रतापवान्.
In this verse, Bhishma, the eldest and most respected warrior in the Kaurava army, blows his conch shell loudly. This action is meant to inspire confidence and courage among the Kaurava soldiers. The sound of the conch is a signal to prepare for battle, showing that Bhishma is ready to lead and fight with full strength.
ततः शङ्खाश्च भैर्यश्च प्रणवानकगोमुखाः सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्त सशब्दस्तु मुलोऽभवत्.
In this verse, after Bhishma blows his conch shell, the other warriors in the Kaurava army also start blowing their conch shells, trumpets, and other instruments. This creates a loud and energetic sound that fills the battlefield. It's a way to show their readiness and enthusiasm for the battle.
ततः श्वेतैर्ययैर्युक्ते महति स्यन्दने स्थितौ माधवः पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यौ शङ्खौ प्रदद्मथुः.
In this verse, we see the Pandava side preparing for battle. Lord Krishna and Arjuna, the key warriors of the Pandavas, blow their conch shells to signal their readiness. The sound of their conch shells is described as divine and powerful, which boosts the morale of the Pandava army.
पाञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पौण्ड्रं दद्मौ महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna and Arjuna blow their powerful conch shells. Each conch shell has a special name and carries a unique significance. Their sound echoes around the battlefield, showing their strength and readiness for the battle. This act boosts the confidence of the Pandava soldiers.
अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषः मणिपुष्पकौ.
In this verse, more key warriors from the Pandava side blow their conch shells to signal their readiness for the battle. Each conch shell has a unique name, and these sounds add to the powerful atmosphere on the battlefield. This helps in boosting the morale of the Pandava army and shows their united front.
काश्यश्च परमेश्वास शिखण्डी च महारथः दृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्चापराजितः.
In this verse, more important warriors from the Pandava side blew their conch shells. This creates a loud and inspiring sound across the battlefield, showing their readiness and determination to fight. The names of these warriors and their conch shells symbolize their strength and unity.
द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वशः पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहुश्च शङ्खान् दद्मो पृथक् पृथक्.
This verse describes how various warriors, including Drupad, Draupadi's sons, and the strong son of Subhadra, that is Abhimanyu, blew their conch shells. They did this to signal their readiness for battle, each with a distinct sound, showing their individual strength and courage. This was a significant moment, adding to the anticipation and intensity before the battle began.
सघोषोधार्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलो व्यनुनादयन्.
This verse describes the loud and intense sound made by the Pandavas and their allies blowing their conch shells. This sound was so powerful that it seemed to fill the entire sky and earth. It struck fear into the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra, the Kauravas, showing the strength and determination of the Pandavas' side in the upcoming battle.
अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धार्तराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजः प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवः.
This verse describes a critical moment before the battle of Kurukshetra begins. Arjuna, a mighty warrior whose chariot flag has the emblem of Hanuman, sees the Kauravas, sons of Dhritarashtra, lined up and ready to fight. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he lifts his bow, getting ready for this intense battle ahead. This sets the stage for the dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita.
ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युत.
This verse describes a crucial moment before the battle of Kurukshetra begins. Arjuna, the great warrior, addresses Krishna as Rishikesha, meaning Lord of the senses, and asks him to place their chariot in the middle of the battlefield. Arjuna wants to see both armies clearly before the fighting starts. This request marks the beginning of the dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna, which forms the core of the Bhagavad Gita.
यावदेतान् निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे.
In this verse, Arjuna asks Krishna to place their chariot in the middle of the battlefield so he can see the warriors on both sides. He wants to observe who has come to fight and who he will have to battle against. Arjuna's intention is to understand the opponents and prepare himself mentally for the upcoming war. This request is part of the larger dialogue that addresses Arjuna's concerns and Krishna's guidance.
योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहं ययेतेऽत्र समागताः धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धेर्युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः.
In this verse, Arjuna expresses his desire to see the warriors who have assembled to fight on the side of the Kauravas, led by the evil-minded Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra. Arjuna wants to understand who is supporting Duryodhana in this battle. This request reflects Arjuna's need to assess his opponents and the motivations behind their participation in the war. This moment is part of Arjuna's larger dialogue with Krishna, where he seeks guidance and clarity about the impending battle.
Sanjaya uvacha evamuktā प्राप्तो ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम्.
In this verse, Sanjay, who is narrating the events to King Dhritarashtra, describes what happened next. After Arjuna, referred to as Gudakesha, meaning one who has conquered sleep, asked Krishna to position their chariot between the two armies, Krishna, referred to as Rishikesha, meaning Lord of the Senses, did so. Krishna placed their excellent chariot right in the middle of the battlefield. This action sets the stage for the deep conversation that follows between Arjuna and Krishna.
भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्यैतान् समवेतान् कुरुनिति.
In this verse, Krishna positions the chariot in front of the respected warriors Bhishma and Drona, as well as other kings present on the battlefield. He then speaks to Arjuna, who was referred to as Parth, son of Pritha, telling him to look at the assembled Kuru warriors. This moment is significant as Krishna directs Arjuna's attention to his opponents, highlighting the gravity of the situation and the formidable enemies he faces in the battle.
तत्रापश्य स्थितान् पार्थः पितॄनथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखींस्तथा.
In this verse, Arjuna looks around the battlefield and sees many familiar faces among the opposing army. He sees his own relatives and close companions, fathers, grandfathers, teachers, uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, and friends. This sight deeply affects Arjuna as he realizes that the battle will involve fighting against his own loved ones, making the situation even more painful and complicated for him.
श्वशुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेयः सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान्.
In this verse, Arjuna, also known as Kaunteya, son of Kunti, looks around and notices that his father-in-law, friends, and other relatives are present on both sides of the battlefield. This sight deeply affects him, as he realizes he will have to fight against his own family and loved ones, which fills him with sorrow and hesitation. This moment is critical as it leads to Arjuna's emotional and moral dilemma about the battle.
कृपया परयाविष्टो विषीदन्निदमब्रवीत्. अर्जुन उवाच दृष्टेमं स्वजनौ कृष्ण युयुत्सं समुपस्थितम्.
In this verse, Arjuna is filled with deep compassion and sadness as he looks at the battlefield. He sees his own relatives ready to fight each other. Arjuna addresses Krishna, expressing his distress at the thought of battling his own family and friends. This emotional moment is crucial as it leads to Arjuna's inner conflict and sets the stage for the teachings that follow in the Bhagavad Gita.
सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते.
In this verse, Arjuna describes the physical symptoms of his intense emotional distress. He tells Krishna that his body is becoming weak, his mouth is drying out, he is trembling all over, and his hair is standing on end. These symptoms show how deeply affected Arjuna is by the thought of fighting his own family and friends in the battle. This moment highlights Arjuna's inner turmoil and sets the stage for the guidance he will seek from Krishna.
गाण्डीवं स्रंसते हस्तात् त्वच्चैव परिदह्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थान्तुं भ्रमतीव च मे मनः.
Arjuna continues to describe the physical and mental distress he is experiencing. He says that his famous bow, Gandiva, is slipping from his hand, his skin feels like it's burning, he can't stand steadily, and his mind is in turmoil, spinning with confusion and anguish. These symptoms underline the depth of Arjuna's emotional struggle as he faces the prospect of fighting in the battle against his own relatives. This verse portrays his inner conflict and prepares for Krishna's teaching on duty and righteousness.
निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयोनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे.
In this verse, Arjuna expresses his concerns to Krishna, referred to as Keshava, about the signs he perceives as negative. He says he cannot see any good outcome from killing his own relatives in this battle. Arjuna is troubled by the moral implications and the consequences of engaging in a war against his loved ones. This verse sets the stage for Arjuna's moral dilemma, where he questions the righteousness of the battle and seeks guidance from Krishna on how to proceed.
न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किन्नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा.
In this verse, Arjuna expresses his disinterest in gaining victory, ruling a kingdom, or enjoying worldly pleasures. He questions the purpose and value of kingship, material pleasures, and even life itself in the context of the impending battle. Arjuna's contemplation reflects his deep inner conflict and existential questioning about the significance of worldly achievements when faced with the moral dilemma of fighting against his own kin. This verse sets the stage for Krishna to impart spiritual wisdom and guide Arjuna towards understanding his duty and purpose.
येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितन्नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च त इमेव स्थिता युद्धे प्राणास्त्यक्त्वा धनानि च.
In this verse, Arjuna reflects on those for whom he desires kingdom, pleasures, and happiness. He acknowledges that they are present in the battlefield, ready to fight, willing to sacrifice their lives and wealth for their cause. Arjuna contemplates the gravity of the situation, realizing that the battle involves sacrificing lives and possessions, highlighting the stakes involved in the war. This verse deepens Arjuna's emotional turmoil as he wrestles with the implications of the impending conflict against his own relatives and friends.
आचार्यः पितरः पुत्रा तथैव च पितामहाः मातुलाश्वशुराः पौत्राश्च शालाः सम्बन्धिनस्तथा.
In this verse, Arjuna lists various relatives and elders who are present on the battlefield. He identifies teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives who have gathered for the impending war. This realization adds to Arjuna's emotional turmoil as he sees the human cost of the conflict. He will have to fight against his own cherished family members and respected elders. This verse underscores the personal and familial stakes involved in the battlefield, intensifying Arjuna's inner conflict and moral dilemma.
एतान्न हन्तुमिच्छामि घ्नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किन्नु मही कृते.
In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna, addressed as Madhusudana, that he does not wish to kill even those who are willing to harm him. He questions the purpose of gaining rulership over the three worlds at the cost of killing his own relatives, the sons of Dhritarashtra. Arjuna expresses his moral dilemma and reluctance to engage in battle, considering the spiritual and ethical consequences of such action. This verse marks a pivotal moment as Arjuna grapples with the conflict between his duty as a warrior and his familial bonds, seeking guidance from Krishna.
निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्रान् का प्रीतिः स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेदस्मान् हत्वैतानाततायिनः.
In this verse, Arjuna continues to express his reluctance to fight, addressing Krishna as Janardana. He questions what joy or satisfaction they would gain from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra. Arjuna believes that killing these aggressors would only result in sin and moral corruption. This verse highlights Arjuna's inner conflict and his concern about the righteousness of the battle, emphasizing the ethical and spiritual consequences of engaging in such violence.
तस्मान्नार्हा वयं हन्तुं धार्तराष्ट्रान् स्वबान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः स्याम माधव.
In this verse, Arjuna argues that it is not right to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and their allies. He questions how they could ever be happy after killing their own family members. Addressing Krishna as Madhava, Arjuna emphasizes the moral dilemma and emotional pain of fighting against loved ones, highlighting his belief that such an action would only lead to sorrow and guilt, not happiness. This verse underscores Arjuna's deep conflict between his duty as a warrior and his love for his family.
यद्यप्येतेन पश्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं मित्रदोहे च पातकम्.
In this verse, Arjuna points out that the sons of Dhritarashtra, blinded by greed, fail to see the wrong in destroying their own family and betraying their friends. He questions why they should follow the same path when they know it is wrong. Arjuna emphasizes the importance of recognizing the moral and ethical consequences of their actions, suggesting that they should act with wisdom and integrity even if their opponents do not.
कथन्न ज्ञेयमस्माभिः पापादस्मान्निवर्तितुं कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन.
In this verse, Arjuna continues his argument by asking why they should not avoid committing the sin of family destruction when they clearly understand its consequences. He addresses Krishna as Janardana, expressing that they should recognize the moral wrong and avoid the sinful act of destroying their family. Arjuna emphasizes the importance of making ethical choices and acting with awareness of consequences, reinforcing his inner conflict about participating in the battle.
कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातनाः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नं अधर्मो विभवत्युत.
In this verse, Arjuna explains that when a family is destroyed, its ancient traditions and duties are also lost. Without these traditions, the entire family falls into chaos and unrighteousness prevails. Arjuna is concerned that the war will lead to the breakdown of social and moral order within families, leading to widespread sin and disorder. This reflects his worry about the long-term consequences of the battle on family and society.
अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णसंकरः.
In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna that when unrighteousness or adharma takes over, the women in the family can become corrupt. This corruption can lead to the mixing of different social classes or the castes, Varna Shankara, which was seen as harmful in the traditional context of their society. Arjuna is worried about the negative social consequences of the war, including the breakdown of social order and family integrity. This adds to his hesitation about fighting in the battle.
संकरो नरकायैव कुलज्ञानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो रेषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रियाः.
In this verse, Arjuna explains that the mixing of social classes leads both the family and those responsible for its destruction to hell. He also mentions that the ancestors of these families who depend on ritual offerings will suffer because these rituals will be neglected. This highlights Arjuna's fear of long-term spiritual and moral consequences resulting from the breakdown of family traditions and duties.
दोषैरेतैः कुलज्ञानां वर्णसङ्करकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्माः कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वताः.
In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna that the actions of those who destroy families lead to the mixing of different social classes. This mixing results in the destruction of long established family and social duties. Arjuna is concerned that the war will not only harm individuals but also undermine the social and moral fabric that has been maintained for generations. This highlights his deep worry about the broader impact of the conflict.
उत्सन्न कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्यनुशुश्रुमा.
In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna that he has heard that people who destroy long-standing family traditions are condemned to suffer in hell forever. Arjuna is expressing his fear of the spiritual consequences of participating in the war, emphasizing the importance of preserving family duties and traditions to avoid such a fate. This verse highlights his deep concern for the moral and spiritual repercussions of the battle.
अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यताः.
In this verse, Arjuna laments the grave sin they are about to commit. He is shocked and saddened that, motivated by the desire for power and pleasure, they are ready to kill their own family members. This verse captures Arjuna's deep moral conflict and sorrow over the impending battle and its devastating personal consequences.
यदि मामप्रतीकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः धार्तराष्ट्ररणे हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत्.
In this verse, Arjuna expresses a preference for being killed by the sons of Dhritarashtra while he is unarmed and not fighting back. He believes that it would be better for him to die in such a manner than to engage in a battle that involves killing his own relatives. This verse highlights Arjuna's deep moral struggle and his desire to avoid the sin and guilt of killing family members, even if it means sacrificing his own life.
Sanjaya uvacha evamuktarjunah sankhye rathopastha upavishat visrujya shasharam chapam shokasamvigna manasaha.
In this verse, Sanjaya, the narrator, describes how Arjuna, after expressing his deep moral dilemma and sorrow, sits down in his chariot. He puts down his bow and arrows, showing that he is too distressed to fight. Arjuna's mind is overcome with grief and confusion, highlighting his intense inner conflict about participating in the battle against his own family members. This moment marks Arjuna's refusal to fight, setting the stage for Krishna's guidance and teachings.
Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Arjuna Vishada Yogo Nam Prathamodhyayaha. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha द्वितीयोऽध्यायः. Sanjaya Uvacha Tam Tatha Kripayavishtam Ashruपूर्णाकुलेक्षणम् Vishidantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudanaha.
This chapter begins with Sanjay, the narrator, describing Arjuna's feelings of deep sorrow and confusion. Arjuna, a great warrior, is standing in the middle of the battlefield, overwhelmed by the thought of fighting his own relatives and teachers. He is filled with sadness and doubt about whether this battle is the right thing to do. This verse sets the stage for Lord Krishna's teachings that follow, where Krishna will guide Arjuna to understand his duties and the nature of life. This verse highlights the human emotions of fear, confusion, and the struggle to do what is right.
श्रीभगवानुवाच कुतस्त्वाकश्मलमिदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुष्टमस्वर्ग्यम् अकीर्तिकरमर्जुन.
In this verse, Lord Krishna speaks to Arjuna for the first time. He gently scolds Arjuna for his weakness and confusion. Krishna asks why Arjuna is feeling so troubled and afraid when he should be brave. He tells Arjuna that this kind of fear and sorrow is not suitable for a warrior like him. Krishna's message is that it's important to face challenges with courage and strength. By doing so, one can overcome fear and make the right decisions, even in tough situations.
क्लैब्यमास्मगमः पार्थ नैतत्त्वयुपपद्यते क्षुद्रं हृदय दौर्बल्यं त्यक्त्वोत्तिष्ठ परन्तप.
In this verse, Lord Krishna continues to encourage Arjuna. He tells Arjuna that his fear and hesitation are not worthy of a great warrior. Krishna says that by giving in to these feelings, Arjuna is acting like a coward, which will not bring him honor. Krishna urges Arjuna to shake off this weakness and stand up with determination. The message here is about overcoming self-doubt and fear and rising to face challenges with courage and confidence.
अर्जुन उवाच कथं भीष्ममहं संख्ये द्रोणै च मधुसूदन इक्षुभिः प्रतियोत्स्यामि पूजार्हावरिसूदन.
In this verse, Arjuna speaks to Lord Krishna, explaining why he is hesitant to fight. He asks Krishna how he can attack people he respects deeply, like his teachers and elders. Arjuna feels it would be wrong to harm those who have taught him and helped him grow. This verse shows Arjuna's inner conflict between his duty as a warrior and his love and respect for his elders. It highlights the difficulty of making tough decisions, especially when they involve people we care about.
गुरून् हत्वा हि महानुभावान् श्रेयो भोक्तुं भैक्षमपीह लोके हत्वार्थकामांस्तु गुरूनिहैव भुञ्जीय भोगानुरुधिरप्रदिग्धान्.
In this verse, Arjuna continues to express his sorrow to Krishna. He says that it would be better to live as a beggar than to kill his respected teachers and elders for the sake of power and wealth. Arjuna feels that no success or happiness can come from causing harm to those he holds dear. This verse reveals Arjuna's deep respect for his elders and his moral struggle. It shows how he values relationships and principles more than the worldly gains, even though he is expected to fulfill his duty as a warrior.
न चैतद्विद्मः कतरन्नो गरीयो यद्वा जयेम यदि वा नो जयेयुः यानेव हत्वा न जिजीविषामस्तेव स्थिताः प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्राः.
In this verse, Arjuna admits that he is completely confused. He doesn't know whether it would be better to win the battle or be defeated. He is torn between fighting for victory and avoiding the battle to spare his loved ones. Arjuna feels lost because either choice seems painful and wrong to him. This verse shows Arjuna's deep uncertainty and highlights how difficult it can be to make decisions when the outcome is unclear or when both options seem equally bad. It reflects the human experience of facing tough choices and not knowing which path to take.
कार्पण्यदोषोपहतः स्वभावः पृच्छामि त्वान् धर्मसम्मूढचेताः यच्छ्रेयस्यान्निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधि मां त्वां प्रपन्नम्.
In this verse, Arjuna finally surrenders to Lord Krishna. He admits that he is overwhelmed with sorrow and confusion and doesn't know what the right thing to do is. Arjuna asks Krishna to guide him, saying that he is now Krishna's student and will follow his advice. This verse marks a turning point where Arjuna seeks wisdom beyond his own understanding. It shows the importance of asking for help when we are confused or lost and being open to learning from others who have more knowledge and clarity.
Nahi prapashyami mamapunudyad yachchokamuchchoshanamindriyanam avapya bhumavasapannamriddham rajyam suranamapi chadhipatyam.
In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna that no amount of worldly success, even ruling the entire earth or heaven, could make him feel better. He is so deeply sad that he believes nothing can lift his spirits or ease his pain. This verse shows how Arjuna's sorrow goes beyond material desires. It teaches that true happiness cannot be found in external things like wealth or power, but must come from within, often requiring wisdom and understanding to overcome internal turmoil.
Sanjaya uvacha evamuktva rishikesham gudakesha parantapa nayotsya iti govindam uktva tushnim babhuvaha.
In this verse, Sanjaya, the narrator, describes Arjuna's state. After expressing all his doubts and fears, Arjuna declares that he will not fight and then becomes quiet. This shows Arjuna's deep inner conflict and his decision to avoid the battle even though he knows it's his duty. This moment highlights Arjuna's struggle between his emotions and his responsibilities. It teaches us that sometimes when we are overwhelmed, we might feel like giving up, but it's also a moment where we need guidance to find the right path forward.
Tamuvacha rishikeshav प्रहसन्निव भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषीदन्तमिदं वचः.
In this verse, Krishna, with a compassionate smile, begins to speak to Arjuna, who is deeply troubled and sitting between the two armies. Krishna's gentle smile indicates his understanding of Arjuna's confusion and his readiness to guide him. This verse sets the stage for Krishna's teachings that will follow, showing that when we are in doubt or distress, a wise guide can help us see the situation more clearly and find the strength to move forward. It emphasizes the importance of compassion and wisdom in offering guidance to those in need.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Ashocyananvashocastvam Pragyavadanscha bhashase Gatasuna Nanushocanti Panditaha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna begins his teachings by gently correcting Arjuna. Krishna tells him that while Arjuna's words may sound wise, he is actually mourning unnecessarily. Krishna explains that a truly wise person understands that life and death are part of a larger cycle and doesn't grieve for either. This verse teaches us that wisdom involves seeing beyond our immediate emotions and understanding the deeper truths of life. It encourages us to stay calm and clear-minded, even in difficult situations, by recognizing the bigger picture.
Na tvevahai jatunansam na tvam neme janadhipaha na chaiva na bhavishyamas sarve vayamatah param.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that neither he nor the other people on the battlefield have ever been non-existent, and they will always continue to exist in some form. Krishna is emphasizing that our true selves are eternal and never truly die. This verse helps us understand that while our physical forms may change, our essence remains constant. It reassures us that life and existence go beyond just our physical bodies, providing a sense of continuity and peace.
Dehinosmin yatha dehe kaumaram yauvanam jara tatha dehantara praptir dhirastatra namuhyati.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that just like our body changes from being a child to an old person, the soul moves from one body to another after death. A wise person understands this and is not troubled by these changes. This verse helps us understand the changes in our physical body are normal and that our true self, the soul, continues to live on. It encourages us to accept life's changes with wisdom and not be afraid of the natural process of life and death.
मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णसुखदुःखदाः आगमापायिनो नित्यास्तांस्थितिक्षस्व भारत.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to endure the changing sensations of life, like heat and cold or happiness and sadness. These experiences are temporary and will pass, so it's important to remain calm and patient. This verse teaches us to handle life's ups and downs with patience, knowing that they are only temporary. By enduring these changes with a steady mind, we can maintain inner peace and stability.
यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभ समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोमृतत्वाय कल्पते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person who stays calm and balanced whether they are experiencing happiness or sadness is truly wise. Such a person is not affected by temporary feelings and is ready for eternal peace. This verse teaches us that staying steady and not letting our emotions control us helps us find deeper lasting peace. By being even-tempered in all situations, we align ourselves with a more enduring, peaceful state of being.
नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तस्त्वनयोस्त्यत्वदर्शिभिः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that things that are temporary and changing do not truly exist forever, while the eternal, unchanging truth always remains. The wise people understand this difference. This verse teaches us to recognize that while our physical experiences and objects may change, there is a deeper eternal truth that remains constant. Understanding this helps us see beyond temporary changes and find lasting peace.
अविनाशि तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशमव्ययस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that the eternal, unchanging essence, which is present everywhere, cannot be destroyed. This essence is beyond the physical changes and cannot be harmed by anyone. This verse helps us understand that while our physical bodies and experiences may change, the true, unchanging essence within us is eternal and indestructible. Knowing this brings comfort and stability, as it reminds us of our everlasting inner truth.
अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यस्योक्ता शरीरिणः अनाशिनो अप्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युध्यस्व भारत.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that our physical bodies are temporary and will eventually be destroyed, but the soul inside us is eternal and cannot be harmed. He encourages Arjuna to fight with courage because the true self or soul remains unaffected by physical changes. This verse teaches us to focus on the eternal aspect of ourselves rather than being afraid of temporary changes or losses. It helps us approach challenges with confidence, knowing that our true essence is always safe and enduring.
यैनं वेत्ति हन्तारै यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that anyone who believes the soul can be killed or that it kills others is mistaken. The soul is not involved in killing or being killed. It is eternal and unchanged. This verse teaches us that the true self or soul is beyond physical actions and remains unaffected by life and death. Understanding this helps us see beyond temporary events and stay focused on our eternal nature.
न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the soul is eternal and never experiences birth or death. It always exists and remains unchanged even when the body dies. This verse helps us understand that our true self, the soul, is permanent and unaffected by physical changes. Knowing this can give us peace, as it assures us that our essence remains safe and continuous, no matter what happens to our bodies.
Veda vinashinam nityai yainamajamavyayam katham sapurushav partha kanghatayati hantikam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna asks Arjuna how anyone who understands that the soul is eternal and unchanging could think they are killing or causing death. The soul is not affected by physical actions like killing. This verse teaches that the soul is beyond physical harm, so it's impossible to kill it. This helps us understand that our true essence remains unaffected by worldly actions and changes.
Vasansi jirnani yatha vihaya navani gृह्णाति naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jirna nyanyani sayyati navani dehi.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that just as we change old clothes for new ones, the soul changes from one body to another when the old body becomes unfit. The soul itself remains the same even as it takes on a new form. This verse helps us understand that life is a continuous journey where the soul moves from one body to another. It reassures us that death is not the end but a transition, much like changing clothes.
Nainan chindanti shastrani nainan dahati pavakaha na chainam kledayantyapo na shoshayati marutaha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes the indestructible nature of the soul. He explains that the soul is beyond physical harm. It cannot be cut by weapons, burned by fire, soaked by water, or dried by the wind. This verse teaches us that the soul is eternal and untouchable by any physical form. It helps us realize that our true self is protected from all worldly dangers and remains unaffected by physical threats.
Achedyoyam adahyoyam akledyoshyoshya cha nityas sarvagatasthānur achaloyam sanatanaha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna further describes the soul's indestructible nature. He explains that the soul cannot be broken, burned, soaked, or dried. It is eternal, present everywhere, unchanging, and everlasting. This verse teaches us that the soul is beyond physical harm and remains constant through all changes. It helps us understand that our true essence is stable and eternal, giving us a sense of peace and security in the face of life's challenges.
Avyaktoyam achintyoyam avikaryoyam uchyate tasmadevam viditvainan nanushochitumarhasi.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the soul is beyond our senses. It cannot be seen, fully understood, or changed. Since the soul is eternal and unaltered by physical events, there is no need to grieve over the body's temporary changes. This verse teaches us to accept that the soul is beyond physical perception and remains constant despite any changes. By understanding this, we can find peace and avoid unnecessary sorrow when facing the inevitable changes of life.
Atha chainam nityajatan nityam vavanyase mritam tathapi tvam mahabaho naivam shochitumarhasi.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that even if he believes the soul is repeatedly born and dies, there is still no reason to grieve. The cycle of life and death is natural and inevitable. This verse teaches us that whether we view the soul as eternal or as constantly undergoing birth and death, mourning is unnecessary. Understanding the natural process of life and death helps us accept it with peace and avoid sorrow.
Jātasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvai janma mritasya cha तस्मादपरिहार्येऽर्थे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that birth and death are natural and unavoidable parts of life. Everyone who is born will eventually die, and after death, the soul will be reborn. Since this cycle is inevitable, there is no reason to mourn. This verse teaches us to accept the natural cycle of life and death with understanding. By realizing that these events are part of the universal order, we can approach them with peace and avoid unnecessary sorrow.
अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तनिधनान्यैव तत्र का परिदेवना.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that all living beings start in an unmanifested invisible state, become visible when they are born, and return to the unmanifested state after death. Since this is the natural cycle, there is no need to mourn. This verse teaches us that life is a temporary, visible phase in a much larger, invisible cycle. Understanding this helps us accept the temporary nature of life and avoid unnecessary grief over things that are part of this natural process.
आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वापि न वेद न चैव कश्चित्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the soul is a profound and mysterious concept that amazes those who perceive or hear about it. Despite its wonder, not everyone can fully understand or grasp the true nature of the soul. This verse teaches us that the soul is a deep and extraordinary reality that may be difficult to comprehend. It encourages us to approach the concept of the soul with wonder and humility, recognizing that its true nature may be beyond our full understanding.
देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयन् देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that the soul inside every living being is eternal and cannot be destroyed, even though the body may perish. Since the soul is everlasting, there is no need to grieve over the loss of physical bodies. This verse teaches us that our true essence, the soul, is indestructible. Understanding this helps us accept the natural process of life and death without unnecessary sorrow, knowing that the soul lives on.
स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्म्याद्धियुद्धात् श्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reminds Arjuna of his duty as a Kshatriya warrior. He tells Arjuna that it is his duty to fight in a just and righteous war, and nothing is more honorable for a warrior than fulfilling this duty. This verse teaches us the importance of following our duty, especially when it aligns with righteousness. It encourages us to stay strong and fulfill our responsibilities even when faced with difficult situations, knowing that doing so is the right path.
यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियाः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that for a warrior, a battle that is righteous and noble can be a rare opportunity to gain great rewards, such as reaching heaven. Such a battle is seen as a blessing. This verse teaches that facing challenges, especially those aligned with duty and righteousness, can lead to great spiritual rewards. It encourages embracing one's responsibilities with the understanding that they can lead to positive outcomes.
अथ चेत्तमिमं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं च करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna warns Arjuna that if he does not fight in this righteous battle, he will abandon his duty and lose his honor. Moreover, he will incur sin for not fulfilling his responsibilities. This verse teaches the importance of fulfilling one's duties and responsibilities, especially when they are righteous and noble. It emphasizes that avoiding one's duty can lead to loss of honor and moral failure.
अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययाम् सम्भावितस्य चाकीर्तिर्मरणादतिरिच्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that if he avoids his duty and refuses to fight, people will remember his cowardice forever. For someone who values honor, losing respect and facing disgrace is more painful than dying. This verse teaches us the significance of honor and reputation. It encourages us to fulfill our duties courageously, as avoiding them can lead to lasting dishonor, which can be more damaging than physical harm or death.
भयाद्रणादुपरतं मन्स्यन्ते त्वां महारथाः येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna warns Arjuna that if he avoids the battle, other warriors who respect him will assume he acted out of fear. This will cause him to lose their respect and honor. This verse teaches us the importance of courage in fulfilling our duties. It reminds us that our actions are observed by others, and avoiding responsibility can lead to a loss of respect and reputation amongst those who value us.
अवाच्य वादांश्च बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिताः निन्दन्तः स्वसामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखतरन्नु किम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that if he avoids the battle, his enemies will insult him and question his strength and courage. The criticism and mockery from his enemies would cause him great pain. This verse teaches the value of standing strong in the face of challenges. It highlights that the pain of enduring insults and losing respect can be worse than facing the challenge itself, encouraging us to act with courage and determination.
हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीम् तस्मादुत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna encourages Arjuna by explaining that whether he wins or loses in battle, he will gain something valuable. If he dies, he will go to heaven, and if he wins, he will rule the earth. Either outcome is favorable. This verse teaches us that taking action with determination and facing challenges head on leads to positive outcomes, regardless of the result. It encourages us to embrace our duties with courage and confidence.
सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जयाजयौ ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to approach the battle with a balanced mindset, treating both good and bad outcomes equally. He should not be swayed by emotions or desires, but should focus on doing his duty. This verse teaches us the importance of maintaining equanimity in all situations. By staying calm and focused without getting attached to success or failure, we can fulfill our responsibilities without being burdened by guilt or negative consequences.
एषा ते भिहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he has explained the philosophical knowledge or Sankhya to him. Now he will explain the practical wisdom of yoga, which when followed will help Arjuna break free from the cycle of karma or the bondage of actions. This verse highlights the importance of understanding both knowledge, that is Sankhya, and practice, that is yoga. It teaches that by combining wisdom with action, one can live a life free from the attachment and consequences of actions, leading to true freedom.
नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reassures Arjuna that on the path of spiritual practice or yoga, no effort is ever wasted and there are no negative consequences. Even a small amount of sincere effort in following this path can save one from great dangers and fears. This verse teaches us the value of spiritual practice and right action. It emphasizes that any effort made in the direction of righteousness and self improvement is valuable and can lead to significant protection and progress in life.
व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः एकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखायनन्ताश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनाम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that those who are focused and determined have a single minded approach. Their thoughts are clear and directed towards one goal. However, those who lack determination have scattered thoughts and are easily distracted by many different ideas. This verse teaches the importance of focus and determination in achieving success. It encourages cultivating a strong, unwavering mindset to stay committed to one's goals and avoid being sidetracked by unnecessary distractions.
यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्यविपश्चितः वेदवादरताः पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that some people, lacking true wisdom, become overly attached to the flowery language and ritual of the Vedas. They believe that these rituals are the ultimate goal without realizing there is a deeper spiritual truth. This verse teaches us to look beyond the surface level of religious practices and seek the true essence of spiritual wisdom. It warns against getting caught up in ritualistic practices without understanding their deeper meaning and encourages us to focus on the higher purpose of spiritual growth.
कामात्मनः स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगेश्वर्यगतिं प्रति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes people who are driven by desires and are obsessed with achieving heavenly pleasures and material wealth. These individuals focus on performing rituals that promise rewards like enjoyment and power rather than seeking true spiritual enlightenment. This verse teaches that focusing solely on material gains and pleasures, even though religious practices, can distract us from the higher purpose of spiritual growth. It encourages us to look beyond temporary pleasures and aim for deeper, more meaningful spiritual fulfillment.
भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया पर्यतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधौ न विधीयते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that people who are overly attached to material pleasures and wealth find it difficult to maintain a focused and steady mind. Their desires and attachments distract them, making it hard to practice true meditation or achieve inner peace. This verse teaches us that excessive attachment to worldly pleasures can disturb our mental focus and hinder our spiritual progress. It encourages us to seek balance so we can cultivate a calm and focused mind, essential for spiritual growth and true happiness.
त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to go beyond the teachings of the Vedas that are focused on the three modes of material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. He encourages Arjuna to be steady in the mode of goodness, to rise above dualities like pleasure and pain, and to be unconcerned with material gains and losses. Instead, Arjuna should focus on self-realization. This verse teaches us the importance of transcending material concerns and focusing on spiritual growth. It encourages us to stay balanced and focused on our higher self rather than getting caught up in the temporary ups and downs of life.
यावानर्थ उदपाने सर्वतः सम्प्लुतोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna compares the knowledge of the Vedas to a small pond which serves specific purposes, while the understanding of the ultimate truth is like a vast reservoir that fulfills all needs. A person who realizes the highest spiritual knowledge sees beyond the rituals and practices of the Vedas and understands their true essence. This verse teaches us that while religious texts and rituals have their value, realizing the ultimate spiritual truth is far more comprehensive and fulfilling. It encourages us to seek deeper understanding and wisdom beyond the surface level of rituals and practices.
कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to focus on doing his duty without worrying about the results. He explains that while we can control our actions, we should not be attached to the outcomes, whether good or bad. We should also avoid the temptation of not doing our duty. This verse teaches us to act with dedication and sincerity while letting go of attachment to the results. It encourages us to perform our responsibilities with a balanced mind, free from worries about success or failure.
योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यः सिद्ध्यौ समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to perform his duties while remaining anchored in yoga, which means staying balanced and focused. He emphasizes the importance of doing one's work without attachment to success or failure and treating both outcomes with equanimity. This verse teaches that true yoga is not just about physical practice but also about maintaining a balanced mind in all situations. It encourages us to stay calm and composed regardless of the results of our actions and to
दूरेण यौवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगा धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणमन्विच्छ कृपणाः फलहेतवः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that actions motivated by selfish desires are inferior to those performed with wisdom and detachment. He urges Arjuna to seek the guidance of wisdom in his actions rather than being driven by the desire for specific outcomes. This verse teaches that acting with wisdom and without attachment to the results leads to greater peace and fulfillment. It encourages us to perform our duties with a clear mind, free from selfish desires, and to trust in the process rather than obsessing over the outcomes.
बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद्योगाय युज्यस्व योगः कर्मसु कौशलम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person who acts with wisdom and detachment, guided by the principles of yoga, rises above both good and bad actions. Such a person is not bound by the results of their deeds. Krishna encourages Arjuna to practice yoga, which he describes as the skillful way of performing actions. This verse teaches that by applying the wisdom of yoga, we can transcend the dualities of success and failure and perform our duties skillfully and without attachment. It emphasizes the importance of maintaining balance and wisdom in all our actions.
कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ताः पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that wise individuals who are guided by wisdom give up attachment to the results of their actions. By doing so, they free themselves from the cycle of birth and rebirth and reach a state of eternal peace and freedom from suffering. This verse teaches that true wisdom lies in detaching from the outcomes of our actions. By doing our duties without attachment to the fruits, we can break free from the cycle of karma and attain lasting peace and liberation. It highlights the importance of performing actions with a balanced mind and a sense of inner detachment.
यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that when his mind rises above confusion and delusion, he will no longer be swayed by various teachings or desires. Instead, he will find inner clarity and peace. This verse teaches that wisdom clears away the fog of confusion. When we move beyond our doubts and misunderstandings, we become less affected by external influences, gaining a calm and focused mind. It emphasizes the importance of inner clarity and the ability to see beyond illusions.
Shruti vipratipanna te yada sthāsyati nischala samadhavachala buddhis tada yogamavapsyasi.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that when his intellect is no longer disturbed by contradictory teachings and is instead steady and focused on meditation, he will attain true yoga or union with the divine. This verse teaches that inner peace and clarity come when we are not distracted by different opinions or external influences. When the mind is calm and focused, we can achieve a deep state of meditation, which leads to the realization of yoga or spiritual union. It emphasizes the importance of a stable and concentrated mind in spiritual practice.
Arjuna uvacha sthitaprajnasya ka bhasha samadhisthasya keshava sthitadhih kim prabhasheta kimasita vrajeta kim.
In this verse, Arjuna asks Lord Krishna to describe the behavior and characteristics of a person who has achieved a steady mind or sthita prajna. Arjuna wants to know how such a wise and stable person behaves in daily life, how they speak, how they remain composed, and how they act. This verse introduces the concept of a person who is spiritually grounded and unmoved by worldly distractions. It shows Arjuna's curiosity about the qualities of someone who has reached spiritual stability and is fully absorbed in meditation. This verse sets the stage for Krishna to explain the trait of a spiritually enlightened person.
Shri Bhagavan uvacha prajahati yada kaman sarvan parthamanogatan atmanyevatmana tushtas sthita pragyastadochyate.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the first characteristic of a sthita prajna. Such a person has let go of all desires that originate in the mind. They are content and fulfilled within themselves, not relying on external things for happiness. This verse teaches that true wisdom and peace come when we are not driven by desires or external pleasures. Instead, we find joy and satisfaction within our own self. It highlights the importance of inner contentment and detachment from worldly desires in achieving spiritual stability.
Dukkeshvamanudvikvamanas Sukheshu vigataspruhah Vitaraghabhayakrodhas Sthitadhir muniruchyate.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the qualities of a sthita prajna. Such a person remains calm and composed even in difficult times and does not become overly attached to happy moments. They are free from strong emotions like attachment, fear, and anger. This verse teaches that true wisdom involves staying balanced regardless of life's ups and downs. It emphasizes the importance of emotional stability and detachment from both sorrow and pleasure. A wise person is not controlled by the emotions and remains peaceful in all situations.
Yas sarvatranabhisnehas tat prapya shubhashubham nabhinandati nadveshti tasya pragya pratishtita.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person with steady mind is someone who remains detached and unaffected by life's circumstances. Whether something good or bad happens, this person neither celebrates nor despairs. Their mind is steady and balanced. This verse teaches that true wisdom means not being overly influenced by success or failure. It emphasizes the importance of maintaining inner peace and not getting caught up in the highs and lows of life. A wise person accepts everything with calmness and remains centered.
Yada samharate chayang kurmongnaniva sarvashah indriyani indriyarthebhyas tasya pragya pratishtita.
In this verse, Lord Krishna compares a wise person to a tortoise that pulls its limbs into its shell. Just as the tortoise protects itself by withdrawing, a wise person can control their senses, pulling them away from distractions and temptations. This teaches that self-control is an important part of wisdom. To be wise, one must not be overly driven by the desires of the senses, like for food, entertainment, or material things. When a person can manage their senses, their mind becomes stable and they can focus on what truly matters.
Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinah rasavarjam rasopyasya parandrishtva nivartate.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person can give up the physical pleasures of life, but the desire or attraction towards them might still remain. However, when someone experiences a higher spiritual truth or understanding, even that desire fades away. The message here is that real freedom from desires comes not just from avoiding material things, but from realizing something much greater, spiritual wisdom. When we connect with a higher purpose, worldly attractions lose their charm naturally.
Yatato hyapi kaunteya purushascha vipaschitah indriyani pramathini haranti prasabham manah.
In this verse, Lord Krishna warns that even a knowledgeable person who understands right from wrong can still struggle with controlling their senses. The senses, like sight, sound, and touch, are powerful and can disturb the mind, leading it astray from one's goals. This teaches us that self-control is a lifelong practice. Even the wise must stay alert and focused to manage their thoughts and actions, because distractions are strong and can
Tani sarvani samyamya yukta asita matparah vashehi yasyendriyani tasya pragya pratishtita.
In this verse, Lord Krishna advises Arjuna to control his senses and focus his mind on the divine. When a person masters their senses, such as not being easily distracted by the desires or temptations, they become wise and remain steady in their understanding. This verse teaches that the true wisdom comes when we have control over our desires and thoughts, staying focused on a higher purpose or goal. By practicing self-discipline, we can keep our mind calm and make better decisions.
Dhyayate vishayan punsas sangasteषूपजायते sangat sanjayate kamak kamat krodobhijayate.
This verse explains how desires and negative emotions grow within us. When we focus too much on worldly things like objects, wealth, or pleasures, we become attached to them. This attachment leads to desires, and if those desires are not fulfilled, we become frustrated and angry. It teaches that we should be mindful of our thoughts and not let desires control us, as they can lead to negative emotions like anger and stress. Staying focused and not overly attached to material things helps maintain peace of mind.
Krodhat bhavati sammohas sammohat smriti vibhramah smriti bhranshada buddhinasho buddhinashat pranashyati.
This verse teaches the harmful effects of anger. When we get angry, our mind becomes confused. This confusion causes us to forget what is right and wrong. As a result, our ability to think clearly is destroyed. Without clear thinking, we make bad choices, which can lead to failure or downfall in life. The message is to control anger before it leads to bigger problems, helping us stay calm and make better decisions.
Ragadvesha viyuktaistu vishayaniddriyaishwaran atmavasyairvidheyatma prasadhamadhigacchati.
This verse explains that a person who can control their desires and dislikes, like attachment and aversion, will find inner peace. By mastering their senses and staying balanced, they won't be pulled toward things that make them overly happy or sad. When we remain calm and in control, even in challenging situations, we achieve mental peace and clarity, which leads to a harmonious life.
Prasade sarva dukkhanam hanirasyopajayate prasanna chetaso hyashu buddhih paryavatishthate.
This verse says that when a person achieves inner peace, all their troubles and worries disappear. When the mind is calm and balanced, it helps them think clearly and make wise decisions. A peaceful mind is not easily disturbed by difficulties, and this calmness brings true happiness and understanding. So, by staying serene, we can overcome any suffering.
नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयतः शान्तिर् अशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम्.
This verse explains that a person who is not focused or connected to their inner self cannot have clear thinking. Without focus, there is no peace in the mind, and without peace, true happiness is impossible. Inner calm and focus are essential to experience joy and contentment in life.
इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावमिवाम्भसि.
This verse highlights how our senses like sight, sound, and touch are constantly seeking different things in the world. If the mind chases after these distractions, it loses control, just like a boat being tossed around by the wind. Without control over the senses, a person's wisdom and understanding get swayed away. This teaches us that focusing and controlling our senses is essential to stay calm and wise.
तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that true wisdom comes when a person gains full control over their senses. If someone can stop their senses from running after worldly pleasures and distractions, their mind becomes stable and they can make clear decisions. Just like a strong tree that stays firm despite the wind, a person with controlled senses can maintain wisdom and peace. It teaches us the importance of self-control for mental clarity and inner strength.
या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनेः.
This verse compares the spiritual awareness of a wise person to the person with ordinary understanding of the world. For most people, the focus is on worldly pleasures and desires. This is like being awake to them. However, a person who has control over their mind and senses finds those distractions meaningless, as if they are in darkness or night. On the other hand, the deep truths of life which ordinary people ignore are what the wise person is truly awake to. This teaches us the value of self-awareness and the ability to see beyond temporary pleasures.
आपूर्यमाणमचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत्तकामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी.
In this verse, Lord Krishna compares a peaceful mind to an ocean. The ocean is vast and remains steady, even though countless rivers flow into it. Similarly, a wise person remains calm and undisturbed, even when desires or temptations arise. They don't chase after desires, but let them come and go without getting attached. This is the key to true peace. In contrast, a person who constantly runs after desires will never find lasting peace or contentment.
विहाय कामान्यः सर्वान् पुमाश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिमधिगच्छति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that true peace comes to those who have given up all selfish desires. A person who doesn't crave for material things and lives free from possessiveness and ego, the sense of I and mine, is at peace. When someone detaches from worldly desires, they are not troubled by emotional ups and downs like greed or pride. Without the need for constant satisfaction, they can remain calm and content. The key message is that peace doesn't come from fulfilling desires, but from letting go of them and living without attachment to possessions or the ego. This leads to a life of balance and inner tranquility.
एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विभुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति.
This verse explains the ultimate state of spiritual realization known as Brahmisthiti or divine consciousness. Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that when a person reaches the state of inner stability and wisdom, they are no longer confused or troubled by life's difficulties. They are firmly rooted in peace and clarity. Even at the time of death, if a person remains in this peaceful state, they achieve Brahmana Nirvana, which means freedom from the cycle of birth and death. This state is not affected by external circumstances as the person has transcended all desires and attachments, leading to ultimate peace and liberation. The main point is that true peace and enlightenment are achieved through detachment, wisdom, and inner peace.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे साङ्ख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः। श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु। ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः। श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ तृतीयोऽध्यायः। ध्यायसि चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन तत्किं कर्मणि घोरे मान् नियोजयसि केशव।
In this verse, Arjuna expresses his confusion to Krishna. Earlier, Krishna spoke about the importance of wisdom and self-realization. Now, he is urging Arjuna to fight in the war. Arjuna, feeling conflicted, wants to know why Krishna, who values knowledge, is asking him to engage in such a dreadful action. This question reflects Arjuna's struggle to understand the relationship between wisdom and duty, and it sets the stage for Krishna to explain the deeper connection between knowledge, action, and righteousness in the upcoming verses.
व्यामिश्रेणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहयसीव मे तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम्।
In this verse, Arjuna continues expressing his confusion to Krishna. He feels that Krishna's teachings seem contradictory. On one hand, Krishna talks about the value of wisdom and self-realization. On the other hand, he urges Arjuna to fight in the war. This has left Arjuna unsure of what to do. Arjuna is asking Krishna to give him a clear, straightforward answer. What path should he follow to achieve the best outcome for his soul? This verse highlights Arjuna's internal struggle to choose between spiritual knowledge and action, and he looks to Krishna for guidance on the best way forward.
श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविधा निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानां कर्मयोगेन योगिनाम्।
Here, Krishna begins answering Arjuna's confusion by explaining that there are two valid paths for spiritual growth. The first is Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge and contemplation, which is suitable for those who seek wisdom and self-realization through deep thinking and meditation. The second is Karma Yoga, the path of selfless action, for those who are more active and engaged with the world by performing their duties without attachment. Krishna emphasizes that both paths lead to the same goal of spiritual liberation, but they are suited for different types of people. This verse helps Arjuna understand that he as a warrior is more suited to the path of action, that is Karma Yoga.
न कर्मणामनारम्भान् नैष्कर्म्यं पुरुषोऽश्नुते न च सन्न्यस्सनादेव सिद्धिं समधिगच्छति।
In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna that simply avoiding action and not doing anything doesn't lead to spiritual success or freedom from life's struggles. Similarly, merely renouncing worldly life without proper understanding or practice does not lead to perfection or enlightenment. Krishna is telling Arjuna that action is essential. One cannot just sit idle and expect to achieve liberation or success. Instead, it's important to perform duties with the right mindset, without attachment to the results. This teaching is meant to encourage Arjuna to act in accordance with his duty as a warrior, rather than avoid it.
न हि कश्चित् क्षणमपि जातु तिष्ठत्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते ह्यवशः कर्म सर्वः प्रकृतिजैर्गुणैः
In this verse, Krishna explains that it is impossible for anyone to stay inactive. Even if we try to avoid action, the forces of nature, that is the three gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, push us into action. These natural qualities of life influence every individual, making it impossible to remain still, whether physically or mentally. Krishna is making it clear to Arjuna that action is not something we can escape from, even if we try. Instead of avoiding action, it's important to learn how to perform it with detachment. This verse continues Krishna's teaching that action is a necessary part of life and must be done with the right attitude rather than being avoided. Karmendriyani sanyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyarthan vimudhatma mithyacharascha uchyate. In this verse, Krishna warns against the false practice of external control without internal discipline. He explains that if someone controls their physical actions but keeps thinking about sense pleasures in their mind, that person is deluding themselves. Such behavior is labeled as hypocrisy because outwardly they seem disciplined, but inwardly their mind is still attached to desires. Krishna is telling Arjuna that true self-control means allaying both actions and thoughts. Merely avoiding physical action while thinking about worldly pleasures does not lead to spiritual progress. This verse emphasizes the importance of mental discipline along with physical restraint. Yastvindriyani manasa niyamya rabhaterjuna karmendriyai karma yogam asaktas savishishyate. In this verse, Krishna explains the ideal way to act. He says that a person who controls their senses with their mind and performs their duties without attachment to the results is truly superior. Such a person practices Karma Yoga, which means selfless action. Unlike someone who merely avoids action but keeps thinking of desires, this person engages fully in their responsibilities while staying mentally detached from the outcome. Krishna is teaching Arjuna that it's better to act with a clear and disciplined mind without being affected by desires or rewards. This balanced approach leads to true spiritual growth. Niyatam kuru karmatvam karma jyayo hya karmanaha shariraya pichate na prasiddhida karmanaha. In this verse, Krishna encourages Arjuna to do his prescribed duties. He explains that action is always better than inaction, because even basic survival, like maintaining the body, requires work. Without action, a person cannot fulfill their responsibilities or even sustain their life. Krishna emphasizes the necessity of performing one's duties and warns that simply avoiding work will lead to problems. The teaching here is that action, when done properly, helps in spiritual progress and worldly survival. Krishna advises Arjuna to engage in his responsibilities without worrying about the results, as action is a vital part of life. Yagyarthat karmano yantra lokayam karma bandhanaha tadartham karma kaunteya mukta sanghas samachara. In this verse, Krishna explains that actions done with selfish motives lead to bondage, meaning they trap us in worldly desires and consequences. However, if actions are performed as a yajna or for a higher selfless purpose, they do not bind the person to worldly outcomes. Krishna advises Arjuna to act without attachment and with a focus on a greater purpose, rather than seeking personal gain. This teaching emphasizes the importance of selfless service and shows that when we act for the benefit of others or for a noble cause, we free ourselves from the negative effects of karma. Sahayagyah praja srishtva purovacha prajapatihi anena prasavishyadvam eshavostvishta kamadhuk. In this verse, Krishna describes how the Creator Prajapati instructed the first humans about the importance of performing sacrifices. He explained that these sacrifices are essential for sustaining life and fulfilling desires. This verse emphasizes that by practicing in selfless actions and rituals, humans not only ensure their well-being but also achieve their goals. This teaching highlights the importance of contributing to the greater good and performing duties with a sense of purpose and responsibility. Devan bhavayatanena te deva bhavayantu vaha parasparam bhavayantah shreyah paramavapsyatha. In this verse, Krishna explains a reciprocal relationship between humans and the divine. When people perform sacrifices, they support and honor the gods. In turn, the gods will support and bless them. Krishna emphasizes the mutual benefit of this relationship. By working together and supporting one another, both humans and gods will attain the highest form of good. This verse highlights the idea of harmony and cooperation between people and the divine, showing how mutual support leads to overall well-being and spiritual success. Ishtan bhogan hivo deva dasyante yajna bhavitah taidattan pradavyebhyo yo bhungte stena eva saha. In this verse, Krishna explains the importance of giving back to the gods. When people perform sacrifices, the gods provide them with desired pleasures and blessings. However, if someone enjoys these benefits without making their own offerings or contributions, they are considered a thief. Krishna is teaching that sharing and reciprocating with gratitude is essential. The verse underscores the importance of not just receiving blessings but also contributing to the greater good through acts of service and sacrifice. This creates a cycle of support and harmony between humans and the divine. Yagyashishtashinas santo muchyante sarvakilvishahi bhunjante tvagam papa ye pachantyatmakaranat. In this verse, Krishna explains that people who eat the leftover food from sacrifices are free from sins. This is because they participate in a cycle of giving and receiving which purifies them. On the other hand, those who cook only for themselves without offering any part to others or to the divine are considered sinful. They are seen as selfish and their actions do not contribute to the greater good. This verse highlights the importance of selfless actions and sharing, showing that participating in acts of service and sacrifice purifies and benefits both the giver and the receiver. Annad bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhavah yagyad bhavati parjanyo yagya karma samudbhavah. In this verse, Krishna explains the interconnected cycle of sustenance. He says that food, which sustains all living beings, is produced by rain. Rain in turn comes from sacrifices, and these sacrifices come from performing one's duties. This verse highlights how everything is linked. Our sustenance depends on a cycle of giving and action. By understanding this, Krishna encourages Arjuna to perform his duties and sacrifices selflessly, which in turn supports the greater cycle of life and sustenance. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat sarvagatam brahma nityo yajne pratishtitam. In this verse, Krishna explains that all actions are rooted in the divine essence, known as Brahman. This divine principle is eternal and never perishes. Therefore, every sacrifice or selfless act is connected to this divine essence. Krishna is highlighting that by performing sacrifices and duties, we align ourselves with the eternal divine principle. This reinforces the idea that our actions, when done selflessly and with the right intention, are part of a greater divine order and contribute to our spiritual growth. Evam pravartitai chakran nanuvartayati hayah aghayurindriya ramo mogham partha sajivati. In this verse, Krishna explains that those who do not follow the divine order and instead focus only on their own pleasures and desires live a life that is considered sinful and wasted. The wheel here refers to the natural and divine order of selfless actions and duties. Krishna is warning Arjuna that ignoring this divine order and living selfishly will lead to an unfulfilling and ultimately wasted life. By following the divine order and performing one's duties selflessly, one aligns with a greater purpose and leads a meaningful life. Yastvatmaratireva syad
आत्मतृप्तस्य मानवः आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्टस्त्स्य कार्यं न विद्यते.
In this verse, Krishna describes a person who is fully content and happy within themselves, finding joy in their own being. Such a person is self-sufficient and does not feel the need for external actions or duties to achieve happiness. Krishna is highlighting that true fulfillment comes from within. When someone is satisfied and content with themselves, they are free from the pressures of performing duties for personal gain or approval. This person lives a life of inner peace and joy, as they have found their ultimate satisfaction in their own self.
नैव तस्य कृतेनार्थो नाकृतेनेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रयः.
In this verse, Krishna explains that a person who is truly content and self-sufficient does not rely on their actions for personal gain or fear any loss from inaction. They are independent of external factors and do not depend on others or external results for their happiness or needs. Krishna is highlighting that such a person is free from attachment and dependence. They are unaffected by success or failure, as they have achieved inner fulfillment and self-sufficiency. This state of being reflects true freedom and peace.
तस्मादसक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो याचरन् कर्म परमाप्नोति पुरुषः.
In this verse, Krishna advises Arjuna to perform his duties without being attached to the outcomes. He emphasizes that one should act selflessly, focusing on their responsibilities without worrying about success or failure. Krishna explains that by practicing this selfless approach, a person can achieve the highest state of fulfillment and spiritual growth. This means that performing one's duties with dedication and without attachment leads to ultimate success and inner peace.
कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्प्रश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि.
In this verse, Krishna points out that great figures like King Janaka reached their highest state through their selfless actions. He advises Arjuna to perform his duties not just for personal gain but with the aim of benefiting the whole world. Krishna emphasizes the importance of acting with a sense of responsibility towards society. By focusing on the greater good and contributing to the welfare of others, one can achieve true success and spiritual fulfillment.
यद्यदाचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तदेवेतरो जनः स यत्प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते.
In this verse, Krishna explains that people tend to imitate the actions of those who are considered great or influential. If a respected person acts in a certain way, others are likely to follow their example. Krishna is teaching Arjuna that leaders and influential figures have a significant impact on society. By setting a good example through their actions, they can guide others to act in positive ways. Therefore, it's important for those in positions of influence to act responsibly and ethically.
न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चिन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि.
In this verse, Krishna reveals that even though he is a supreme being and has no personal duties or needs, he still performs actions. This is because he is setting an example for the world. Krishna's actions are not driven by personal gain, but are meant to guide and support humanity. By acting selflessly, even when he doesn't need anything, he shows that performing one's duties is important for setting a good example and maintaining the cosmic order.
यदि हयन्न वर्तेयै जातु कर्मण्यतन्द्रितः मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः.
In this verse, Krishna explains that if he, as the Supreme Being, were to stop performing his duties, everyone would follow his example and neglect their own responsibilities. This would lead to disorder and chaos in the world. Krishna emphasizes the importance of setting a good example through one's actions. Even as a divine figure, he performs his duties to guide and support humanity. By doing so, he helps maintain order and encourages others to act responsibly.
उत्सीदेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं संकरस्य च कर्ता स्याम् उपहन्यामि माः प्रजाः.
In this verse, Krishna explains that if he were to stop performing his duties, the world would suffer. He would be responsible for creating chaos and confusion among people. Krishna stresses that fulfilling one's responsibilities is crucial for maintaining order and harmony in the world. By performing his own duties, he prevents disorder and supports the well-being of humanity. This verse highlights the importance of fulfilling one's role to ensure the smooth functioning of society.
सक्ताः कर्मण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्यान् विद्वांस्तथा सक्तश्चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम्.
In this verse, Krishna contrasts the actions of the ignorant with those of the wise. He says that while unwise people act with attachment to the results, wise individuals should perform their duties with detachment, focusing on the welfare of society. Krishna encourages Arjuna to act selflessly without being attached to personal gains. By doing so, he can contribute positively to society and fulfill his role effectively. This approach helps maintain balance and order in the world.
न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानां कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तः समाचरन्.
In this verse, Krishna advises that wise individuals should avoid confusing or misleading those who are not knowledgeable and are overly attached to their actions. Instead, the wise should lead by example, performing their duties correctly and with dedication. Krishna highlights the importance of setting a good example. By acting in a disciplined and responsible manner, wise people can positively influence others, helping them understand and follow the right path. This approach ensures that society benefits from the wisdom of those who lead by example.
प्रकृतिः क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारविमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते.
In this verse, Krishna explains that all actions in the world are influenced by the three modes of nature, sattva, rajas and tamas. However, a person who is blinded by ego believes that they are the sole doer of their actions. Krishna is pointing out that the feeling of being the sole actor or achiever is an illusion created by the ego. In reality, actions are influenced by the natural qualities around us. Understanding this helps in reducing ego and acting with greater awareness and humility.
तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयोः गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते.
In this verse, Krishna explains that a wise person understands that the three modes of nature influence all actions. They realize that these modes interact with each other and thus remain unattached to the outcomes. Krishna is teaching that by recognizing this deeper understanding, one can remain detached and not be swayed by the results of their actions. This knowledge helps in maintaining inner peace and balance while performing duties.
प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढास् सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्सन्विदो मन्दान् कृत्सन्विन्न विचालयेत्.
In this verse, Krishna explains that people who are confused by the three modes of nature become attached to their actions and results. He advises that those who understand the true nature of these modes should not try to change or disrupt such individuals. Krishna is emphasizing that it is important to respect others' processes and actions, even if they are influenced by ignorance or attachment. Instead of trying to correct or interfere with them, one should focus on their own understanding and actions.
मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वरः.
In this verse, Krishna advises Arjuna to surrender all his actions to him, focusing on spiritual wisdom and detaching from desires and ego. By doing so, he should engage in his duty as a warrior without being troubled by inner conflicts or anxiety. Krishna is teaching Arjuna to act with a sense of devotion and detachment. This means performing duties without selfish desires and maintaining calmness and clarity. Such an approach leads to inner peace and effective action.
Yetme matamidam nityam anutishtanti manavaah Shraddhavanto nasuyanto mucyanti tepi karmabhi.
In this verse, Krishna says that people who consistently follow his guidance with faith and without criticism will be liberated from the effects of their actions. Krishna is encouraging Arjuna to adopt his teachings with sincere devotion. By doing so, one can be freed from the negative consequences of their actions and achieve spiritual liberation. This verse emphasizes the power of faith and a positive attitude in overcoming the burdens of life.
Ye tvedabhyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvagyana vimudhanstat vidhi nashtana chetasaha.
In this verse, Krishna points out that people who criticize and ignore his teachings are misled by ignorance. Their understanding is confused and they are spiritually lost. Krishna is warning that disregarding his guidance and holding on to negativity leads to a state of confusion and loss. It's important to approach spiritual teachings with respect and openness to avoid such detrimental outcomes.
Sadrisham cheshtate swasyav prakritirjnanavanapi prakriti yanti bhutani nigrahak kinkarishyati.
In this verse, Krishna explains that even a knowledgeable person behaves according to their inherent nature. Since all beings act based on their natural tendencies, trying to suppress or control this nature is not effective. Krishna is emphasizing that our actions are influenced by our inherent qualities. Instead of forcefully trying to control them, it's more important to understand and align with one's nature in a harmonious way. This approach leads to a more natural and effective way of living.
Indriyasyendriyasyarthe ragadveshau vyavasthitau tayornavashamagachet tauhyasya paripanthinau.
In this verse, Krishna teaches that desires and aversion are the two main influences of our senses. He advises that one should not be controlled by these feelings because they create barriers to spiritual growth. Krishna is emphasizing the importance of managing our desires and dislikes. By not letting these emotions dominate our actions, we can make better decisions and progress spiritually. This approach helps in maintaining balance and focus in life.
Shreyan swadharmo vigunav paradharmat swanushtitat swadharme nidhanam shreyav paradharmo bhayavaha.
In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that it is better to do your own duty even if you do it imperfectly, rather than doing someone else's duty perfectly. Performing your own duty, even if it leads to difficulties, is safer than living someone else's role, which can be harmful. Krishna is highlighting the value of sticking to your own responsibilities. It's important to focus on your own path and duties rather than trying to adopt others' roles, as this can lead to risks and complications.
Arjuna uvacha athakena prayuktoyam papaincharati purushaha anichannapi tvashneya baladivaniyojitaha.
In this verse, Arjuna questions why people commit sinful actions even when they don't want to. He wonders if there is some force or influence making them act against their will. Krishna is asked to explain why individuals might engage in actions that are harmful or wrong despite their intentions. This question addresses the deeper understanding of human behavior and the forces that drive people to act in ways they might not consciously choose.
Shri Bhagavan uvacha Kamaesha Krodhaesha Rajo Guna Samudbhavaha Mahashano Mahapapma Vidyena Miha Vairinam.
Krishna reveals that desire and anger arising from the mode of passion, that is rajas, are the main causes of sinful actions. These emotions are powerful and difficult to control, leading people to act wrongly. They are described as insatiable, meaning they can never be fully satisfied and act as the greatest enemies to spiritual growth. Krishna emphasizes that overcoming desire and anger is essential for a peaceful and righteous life. These emotions can mislead individuals, causing harm and obstructing their path to self realization.
धूमेनाव्रियते वर्णिर्यथा दर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम्.
In this verse, Krishna compares how desire covers knowledge to how smoke covers fire, dust covers a mirror, and a womb covers a fetus. Just like these coverings hide what lies beneath, desire hides true understanding and wisdom. Krishna is explaining how desire acts as a barrier to clear thinking and spiritual growth. By removing the covering of desire, a person can reveal their true wisdom and live a more enlightened life. This verse highlights the importance of overcoming desires to see things clearly and act rightly.
आवृतै ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पूरेणानलेन च.
Krishna explains that wisdom is clouded by desire, which acts as an eternal enemy. Desire is never fully satisfied, just like a fire that continually consumes fuel. It keeps people from seeing the truth and realizing their higher purpose. Desire, which takes many forms, disturbs even wise individuals, making it hard to maintain clarity and focus. Krishna emphasizes that controlling and overcoming desires is key to accessing true wisdom and leading a life of balance and spiritual progress.
इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर् अस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयत्येष ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनम्.
Krishna explains that desire operates through the senses, mind, and intellect, using them as basis to mislead and cloud a person's judgment. These three senses, mind, and intellect are like gateways through which desire enters and distorts true understanding. Desire hides knowledge and creates confusion, making it difficult for individuals to act wisely. To overcome this, one must control the senses and mind, allowing wisdom to shine through. This verse stresses the importance of self-discipline in resisting desires that lead to ignorance.
तस्मात् त्वमिन्द्रियाण्याद्यौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजहिह्येनै ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम्.
Krishna advises Arjuna to start by controlling his senses to overcome desire. Desire is described as a sinful destroyer of both knowledge and wisdom, making it a significant obstacle on the path of spiritual growth. By mastering the senses, one can weaken the power of desire, which clouds judgment and leads to wrong decisions. Krishna emphasizes that discipline and self-control are necessary to protect knowledge and wisdom from being destroyed by desires. This is an essential step for anyone seeking inner peace and self-realization.
इन्द्रियाणि पराण्याहुर् इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनसस्तु परा बुद्धिर् यो बुद्धेः परतस्तु सः.
In this verse, Krishna explains a hierarchy of control. First, the senses are powerful, but the mind is stronger because it controls the senses. The intellect is even higher as it governs the mind, helping us making decisions. Above all of these is the soul, which is the highest and most profound part of a person. This structure shows that self-mastery comes by progressively controlling each layer, starting with the senses, then mastering the mind, strengthening the intellect, and finally realizing the soul's supreme nature. Understanding this helps in overcoming desires and reaching true wisdom.
एवं बुद्धेः परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यात्मानमात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम्.
Krishna concludes by instructing Arjuna to recognize that the soul is superior even to the intellect. Using this understanding, Arjuna is urged to control his mind through knowledge and self-discipline. The real enemy, desire, is powerful and hard to overcome. but it can be defeated with self-awareness and control over the senses and mind. This verse emphasizes that mastering the intellect and understanding the soul's higher nature are key to overcoming desires that block spiritual progress. Om Tatsaditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Karma Yogo Nam Tritiyoodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Chaturthodhyayah. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Imau Vivasvate Yogam Proktavanahamavyayam Vivasvanmanave Praha Manurikshvakave Bravit. In this verse, Krishna explains the timeless nature of the spiritual wisdom he is teaching. He reveals that this knowledge, called yoga, was passed down from divine beings to humans over many generations. It highlights the importance of a continuous tradition and the preservation of knowledge through teachers and disciples. This shloka shows that spiritual wisdom is eternal and not confined to any one time or place. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashtaf parantapa. Krishna tells Arjuna that this sacred wisdom was preserved through a lineage of wise kings who governed with spiritual insight. However, as time passed, this knowledge was forgotten and lost due to the changing world. Krishna's message here highlights the fragility of spiritual traditions and the need to revive and protect timeless wisdom. It also sets the stage for Arjuna to understand why Krishna is now re-establishing this knowledge. Saivayam maya tedya yogah proktah puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetaduttamam. Krishna tells Arjuna that he is teaching him the same ancient knowledge that was passed down through generations. Arjuna is special because he is both a close friend and a devoted follower of Krishna. That is why Krishna is sharing this secret with him. This verse shows how special the bond between a teacher and a student is. Krishna calls this knowledge a supreme secret because it is very precious and not shared with everyone. Only those who are devoted like Arjuna can truly understand it. This shloka emphasizes the importance of trust and devotion in learning spiritual wisdom. Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavato janma parai janma vivasvataha kathametad vijaniyan tvamadau proktavaniti. Arjuna is confused here. He knows that Krishna, his friend, was born in this world not long ago, but Krishna says he taught this ancient knowledge to the sun god who lived long before. Arjuna wonders, how is that possible? He is trying to understand how Krishna, who seems like a regular person, could have existed so long ago to teach the sun god. This verse shows Arjuna's curiosity and willingness to learn. It also highlights how Krishna's divine nature is mysterious, something beyond regular human understanding. Arjuna's question opens the door for Krishna to explain his divine form and eternal presence. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Bahuni me tvatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani na tvai veda parantapa. Krishna tells Arjuna that both of them have had many lives in the past. The difference is that Krishna remembers all of his past lives while Arjuna does not. Krishna explains that he has the power to know everything that has happened, but ordinary people like Arjuna forget their previous lives. This shloka reveals Krishna's divine nature. Unlike humans who are bound by forgetfulness, Krishna is eternal and all-knowing. It also helps Arjuna understand that Krishna is not just his friend, he is the supreme being who exists beyond time. This verse is important because it shows the difference between humans and God. Ajopi sanna vyayatma bhutanamishvaropi san prakritim swamadhisthaya sambhavamyatma mayaya. Krishna explains that even though he is never born and never ages like humans, he still chooses to appear in the world. As the Lord of all living beings, he has control over everything, but he uses his divine power to take a form when necessary. This means that Krishna's birth is not like a normal human birth. He comes into the world out of his own will, not because he has to. This shloka teaches us that God, though eternal and beyond time, can come to earth whenever there is a need to guide people. It shows Krishna's love and care for the world as he comes down to help when things go wrong. His divine nature allows him to do things that are beyond human understanding. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata abhyutthana dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. Krishna tells Arjuna that whenever good behavior starts to fade and bad behavior increases in the world, he comes to earth. This means that whenever people forget what is right and wrong, and when society is in trouble, Krishna takes a form to help restore balance. This verse shows how God always cares for the world and steps in whenever things are going wrong. Krishna's appearance is not random, but happens when it's most needed. It teaches us that the divine is always watching over us and will come to protect righteousness and guide people back to the right path. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Krishna explains that he comes to earth for three main reasons: to protect good people, to destroy evildoers, and to restore dharma. He does this not just once, but in every age whenever it is needed. This verse shows Krishna's promise to the world. He assures us that whenever good people are in trouble and bad people are causing harm, he will come to set things right. It teaches us that God will always protect those who follow the right path and ensure that justice is restored. This shloka gives hope that even in difficult times, divine help will come. Janma karma cha me divyam evayyo veti tatvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti saurjuna. Krishna tells Arjuna that his birth and actions are divine and not like those of regular humans. If someone understands the truth about Krishna's divine nature, they will be freed from the cycle of birth and death. After leaving their body, they will not be reborn but will come to Krishna and reach him. This shloka teaches us that understanding Krishna's divine nature can lead to liberation. By realizing that Krishna's actions are beyond human limitations, one can escape the endless cycle of life and death. This verse gives hope that true knowledge of God can bring eternal peace and freedom from all suffering. Vitaraga bhaya krodha manmaya mamupashritaah bahavo gyana tapasa puta madbhavamagataah. Krishna tells Arjuna that many people, by letting go of attachment, fear and anger and focusing completely on him, have reached a divine state. These people purified themselves through the practice of wisdom and discipline, and by doing so, they have become closer to Krishna. This verse shows that anyone can attain a higher divine state by giving up negative emotions and practicing knowledge with devotion. It teaches us that by following the path of wisdom and surrendering to Krishna, we can overcome the struggles of life and become pure, eventually reaching God. It gives hope that liberation is possible for all who are dedicated. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tastathaiva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushyav partha sarvashah. Krishna explains that he responds to people based on how they approach him. If someone comes to him with love and devotion, Krishna returns that love. If they come with questions, he provides answers. No matter how someone seeks him, Krishna is always ready to guide and support them. This verse teaches that God is available to everyone, no matter how they choose to connect. It shows that people can reach Krishna in different ways, through devotion, knowledge, or service, and he will always be there for them. It reassures that Krishna respects all sincere efforts to come closer to him and will guide us on the right path based on our desires. Kankshanta karmanam siddhi yajanta iha devataah kshipram himanushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja. Krishna explains that people who want quick results and success in their work often worship various demigods. These gods grant rewards for specific actions, and people find success faster in this way because the results of actions in the human world come quickly. This shloka shows that while many people seek short-term benefits by worshipping different deities, these results are temporary and tied to worldly actions. Krishna hints that there is a higher, more lasting goal than just immediate success. It reminds us that we should not only focus on short-term achievements but also aim for deeper spiritual progress that leads to long-lasting fulfillment. Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam gunakarma vibhagashah tasya kartaram apivam viddha kartaram avyayam. Krishna explains that he created the 4 social groups Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras based on people's abilities and the work they do. These groups are not about birth but about a person's nature or qualities and the work they perform. Krishna also says that even though he made this system, he himself is beyond it. He is eternal and not affected by actions or divisions. This shloka teaches that society works best when people do jobs that match their natural qualities. It also reminds us that God is beyond human systems and always remains unchanged and eternal. Namam karmani limpanti name karma phale spruha iti mam yobhijanati karma bhirna sabadhyate. Krishna says that he is not touched by any actions he performs and does not seek rewards or results from them. If someone understands that Krishna is beyond the effects of actions and does not desire anything in return, then that person will also not be bound by their own actions. This verse teaches that if we act without attachments to the results, as Krishna does, we can achieve freedom from the cycle of birth and death. It shows that true wisdom comes from understanding that actions and their outcomes do not affect the divine. By practicing this understanding, we can live our lives with a sense of detachment and peace. Evai gyatva kritam karma purvairapi mumukshubhihi kuru karmaiva tasmatvam purvaih purvatarang kritam. Krishna tells Arjuna that wise people who understand this truth about actions and their results follow the example of the wise sages from the past. They do their duties without being attached to the outcomes. Krishna advises Arjuna to do the same and perform his duty as these wise people did, since their approach was effective for achieving liberation. This verse encourages us to follow the example of wise individuals who acted selflessly and without attachment to the results. It teaches that by doing our duties with the right understanding, just like the sages of old, we can move towards spiritual freedom and fulfillment. Kim karma kima karmeti kavayopyatra mohitaah tatte karma pravakshyami yajgyatva mokshase shubhat. Krishna acknowledges that even wise people can get confused about what constitutes action and what does not. He promises to explain the true nature of action to Arjuna. By understanding this, Arjuna will be able to overcome confusion and free himself from negativity and impurities. This verse shows that understanding the true nature of action is key to overcoming doubts and achieving spiritual purity. Krishna is ready to guide Arjuna through this understanding, which will help him make the right choices and reach a higher state of being. Karmano yapi bodhavyam bodhavyam chakvi karmanaha akarmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi. Krishna says that it is important to understand what true action is, what is not action, and what actions are forbidden. The way actions work and their effects can be very complicated. This verse teaches us that knowing how to act correctly is not always simple. It requires careful understanding of what actions are right, wrong, or neutral. Krishna emphasizes that the nature of action is complex and requires deep knowledge to navigate properly.
कर्मण्यः कर्म यः पश्येत् अकर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृत्स्नकर्मकृत्.
Krishna explains that someone who understands that even when they seem to be doing nothing, they are actually still acting, and vice versa is very wise. This person sees beyond the surface of actions and inactions. Such wisdom means they handle all their duties correctly and are well disciplined. This verse teaches us that true wisdom comes from understanding the deeper meaning behind actions and non-actions. A person who grasps this complex idea can perform their duties perfectly without being attached to the results. It shows that wisdom involves seeing beyond appearances and understanding the essence of one's actions.
यस्य सर्वे समारम्भाः कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणं तमाहु पंडितं बुधाः.
Krishna says that wise people are those who do their work without any selfish desires and who have used their knowledge to understand that actions are not just about personal gain. Such people are seen as truly wise because they act without attachments to results, and their understanding has purified their actions. This verse highlights that true wisdom involves acting selflessly and using knowledge to guide one's actions. It teaches that by removing personal desires and focusing on understanding, a person can perform their duties in a pure and enlightened way.
त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः.
Krishna explains that a person who does their work without being attached to the results and who is always content and self-reliant is truly wise. Even if this person is busy with their duties, they are not affected by their actions because they do not seek rewards. This verse teaches that true freedom comes from acting selflessly and without attachment to the results. Such a person performs their duties but remains unaffected by success or failure. It shows that peace and contentment comes from within, not from external achievements.
निराशीर्यत चित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्वपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्.
Krishna says that a person who gives up desires, controls their mind, and does not cling to possessions while only focusing on their physical duties remains free from sin. Such a person acts purely and is not tainted by the results of their actions. This verse teaches that by giving up personal desires and focusing on doing one's duties without attachment, a person can act in a pure and sinless way. It emphasizes that true purity comes from the inner state of mind and the renunciation of material attachments while fulfilling one's responsibilities.
अदृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समसिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते.
Krishna describes a person who is happy with whatever they get by chance and is not disturbed by life's ups and downs. This person is free from jealousy and treats success and failure equally. Such a person is not bound by the results of their actions. This verse teaches that true peace comes from being content with whatever comes our way and remaining unaffected by the dualities of life, like success and failure. It shows that a balanced mind and freedom from envy can lead to liberation from the effects of actions.
गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते.
Krishna explains that a person who has given up attachment, is free from bondage, and focuses their mind on wisdom will find that all their actions performed as offerings become absorbed and do not bind them. This verse teaches that actions done with the intention of selflessness and offering rather than for personal gain will not lead to bondage. Instead, such actions are purified and integrated into a higher purpose. It shows that true freedom comes from performing duties with a selfless attitude and focusing on spiritual wisdom.
ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविर् ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना.
Krishna explains that in a sacred offering or ritual, everything is connected to Brahman, the ultimate reality. The person offering, the offering itself, and the process of offering are all aspects of Brahman. Ultimately, the goal of such actions is to reach or unite with the Brahman. This verse teaches that when we perform actions with a deep understanding of the divine, everything involved in the action becomes sacred. It shows that spiritual practices are not just about the actions themselves, but about the realization of the divine presence in every aspect of the process. The ultimate aim is to reach a higher state of unity with the divine.
दैवमेवापरे यज्ञै योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माज्ञावपरे यज्ञै यज्ञेनैवोपजुह्यति.
Krishna explains that different people practice sacrifices in different ways. Some yogis offer their sacrifices to divine beings, while others perform their sacrifices by dedicating them to the ultimate reality Brahman. This verse shows that there are various paths to spiritual practice. One way is to make offerings to the gods and goddesses, while another way is to focus on the ultimate divine principle itself. Both methods are valid and lead to spiritual growth, depending on the individual's understanding and approach.
श्रोत्रादीनीन्द्रियाण्यन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्यति शब्दादीन् विषयान्यन्य इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्यति.
Krishna describes different types of sacrifices. Some people discipline their senses, like hearing and seeing, as a form of offering. Others focus on controlling their desires for sensory pleasures, like sounds and sights, as their offering. This verse shows that there are many ways to practice self-discipline. Some people focus on controlling their senses themselves, while others focus on controlling the desires for sensory experiences. Both approaches are important for spiritual growth and self-mastery.
सर्वाणीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ जुह्यति ज्ञानदीपिते.
Krishna explains that some people offer all their sensory actions and life activities into a fire of self-control guided by knowledge. This means they use their understanding to discipline their senses and actions, treating their self-discipline as a form of offering. This verse teaches that self-discipline and control of one's senses, fueled by wisdom, are important practices in spiritual growth. By using knowledge to guide and purify their actions, individuals make their daily activities a form of spiritual offering.
द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपो यज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्यायज्ञानयाज्ञश्च यतयः सञ्चितव्रताः.
Krishna describes different ways people offer sacrifices. Some give material things, others do penance, and some practice spiritual exercises. There are also people who focus on studying and gaining knowledge as their sacrifice. These practices are followed by serious and disciplined seekers. This verse shows that there are many paths to spiritual growth, whether through giving, penance, yoga, or learning. Each method is a form of sacrifice and is practiced by dedicated individuals. It highlights the diversity of approaches in seeking spiritual advancement.
अपाने जुह्यति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणाः.
Krishna explains that some people use their breath control practices as a form of sacrifice. They offer their life breath into the outgoing breath and vice versa. By managing the flow of their breath, they are dedicated to the practice of controlling their breath. This verse teaches that breath control or pranayam is a significant spiritual practice. It involves regulating one's breath to achieve control over the life force, which helps in spiritual development. It shows that different forms of sacrifice, including breath control, can be part of spiritual practices.
अपरे नियताहाराः प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्यति सर्वेऽप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषाः.
Krishna describes that some people follow strict dietary rules and use their breath control as a sacrifice. By doing so, they are engaging in a form of spiritual practice. Such individuals who understand the true meaning of sacrifice cleanse themselves of their impurities through these practices. This verse highlights that maintaining discipline in one's diet and breath control is also a form of sacrifice. It shows that by adhering to spiritual practices and understanding their deeper significance, individuals can purify themselves and advance spirituality. Yagyashishtamritabhujo yanti brahma sanatanam nayang lokosya yagyasya kutonyah kurusattama. Krishna says that people who eat the remnants of sacrifices attain the eternal state of Brahman. For those who do not perform sacrifices, there is no happiness or spiritual progress. This verse teaches that practicing in or benefiting from the spiritual offerings of sacrifices leads to reaching a higher eternal state. Krishna emphasizes that performing sacrifices is essential for spiritual well-being and that without them one cannot find true happiness or fulfillment. एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे. Krishna explains that there are many types of sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas and they are all connected to different forms of actions. By understanding these sacrifices and their significance, you will achieve spiritual freedom. This verse teaches that recognizing and practicing the different forms of sacrifices helps one understand their role in spiritual growth. By knowing and performing these actions correctly, a person can attain liberation or freedom from the cycle of birth and death. Shreyan dravyamayadyajyaj Gyana Yoga parantapa sarvam karmakhilam partha Gyane parisamapyate. Krishna tells Arjuna that sacrifices involving material things are not as beneficial as sacrifices made with knowledge. All actions eventually lead to or are completed by understanding and wisdom. This verse emphasizes that while material sacrifices are important, gaining knowledge is even more valuable. True spiritual progress comes from understanding and wisdom, which ultimately guide all actions to their highest purpose. Tadvidhi pranipatena परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानै ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः. Krishna explains that to gain true knowledge, you should approach a wise teacher with respect, ask thoughtful questions and serve them. Such a teacher who understands the truth will share their wisdom with you. This verse teaches that gaining wisdom requires a respectful attitude and willingness to learn. By serving and inquiring respectfully from knowledgeable people, one can acquire deep understanding and spiritual insight. Yajgyatva na punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanyasheshena drakshasyatmanyatho mayi. Krishna assures Arjuna that once he gains this knowledge, he will not be confused anymore. With this understanding, Arjuna will be able to see that all beings are part of himself and of Krishna. This verse teaches that true knowledge leads to a clear understanding of the unity of all beings. It helps remove confusion and allows one to see the interconnectedness of all life with the divine presence. Api chedasi papebhyas sarvebhyah papakrittamah sarvai jnanaplavenaiva vrijinam santarishyasi. Krishna assures Arjuna that even if someone has committed the worst sins, they can overcome all their sins by gaining knowledge. Knowledge acts like a raft that helps cross the ocean of sins. This verse teaches that no matter how great one's past mistakes may be, acquiring wisdom and understanding can lead to overcoming them. Knowledge is powerful and purifying, capable of removing even the deepest of faults and leading one to liberation. Yathaidhansi samidhognir bhasmasat kurute Arjuna Gyānagnis sarvakarmani bhasmasat kurute tatha. Krishna explains that just as a strong fire turns wood into ashes, the fire of knowledge burns away all the results of actions. This means that wisdom can completely purify and eliminate the effects of all deeds. This verse teaches that acquiring true knowledge is like a powerful fire that consumes all previous actions, leaving nothing behind. Knowledge has the ability to cleanse and purify, overcoming the consequences of all past deeds. Nahi jnanena sadrisham
पवित्रमिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति.
Krishna says that knowledge is the purest thing in the world. A person who has perfected their yoga practice will eventually find this pure knowledge within themselves. This verse teaches that knowledge is the highest form of purity and spiritual enlightenment. Through dedicated yoga practice and self-realization, one can discover this profound and purifying wisdom within themselves.
श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति.
Krishna explains that a person who has strong faith and is dedicated to learning while also controlling their senses will find ultimate peace soon after gaining knowledge. This verse teaches that having faith and dedication to learning along with self-control leads to profound inner peace. Such a person will quickly achieve tranquility and enlightenment through their commitment to knowledge.
अज्ञश्चाश्रद्धधानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः.
Krishna warns that those who lack knowledge and faith and who have doubts will not find peace or happiness. Such people will miss out on both worldly and spiritual benefits. This verse emphasizes the importance of faith and certainty in one's spiritual journey. Doubt and ignorance lead to loss and unhappiness, both in this life and beyond. Faith and knowledge are essential for achieving true contentment and spiritual success.
योगसन्न्यस्तकर्माणि ज्ञानसञ्छिन्नसंशयम् आत्मवन्तन्न कर्माणि निबद्धन्ति धनञ्जय.
Krishna explains that a person who has given up the attachment to the results of their actions through yoga, who has cleared their doubts with knowledge, and who is self-aware, is free from being bound by their actions. This verse teaches that when you practice yoga, gain wisdom, and understand your true self, you are no longer tied down by the consequences of your actions. This leads to freedom and liberation from the cycle of actions and their results.
तस्मात् ज्ञानसम्भूतं हृस्त्वं ज्ञानासीनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगम् आतिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत.
Krishna advises Arjuna to use the wisdom of knowledge to cut through doubts that come from ignorance. He should focus on practicing yoga and rise up with determination. This verse teaches that doubts and ignorance can be overcome with wisdom and dedicated practice. By embracing knowledge and yoga, one can clear doubts and achieve spiritual progress.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानकर्मसंन्यासयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः. ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु. ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ पंचमोऽध्यायः. अर्जुन उवाच सन्न्यासं कर्मणां कृष्ण पुनर्योगं च शंससि यच्छ्रेय यतयोरेकं तन्मे ब्रूहि सुनिश्चितम्. In this verse, Arjuna is asking Krishna about two ways of living. One is renouncing all actions and living a life of complete detachment, and the other is continuing to act but with a focused mind. Arjuna is confused because Krishna has spoken well of both ways. He wants to know which of these two paths is better for reaching the highest good. Arjuna is asking Krishna to clearly explain which way is the best and why. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreyasa Karavubhau Tayostu Karma Sannyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate. In this verse, Krishna replies to Arjuna's question. He says that both paths, renunciation, giving up all actions, and Karma Yoga, performing actions with a focus on spirituality, can lead to a good outcome. However, Krishna explains that among these two, Karma Yoga is superior.
This is because Karma Yoga involves performing one's duties without attachment. Geyassa nitya sannyasi yo na dveshti na kankshati nirdvando hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna that a true renunciant, someone who has given up attachments, is not someone who simply gives up actions, but one who neither hates nor desires anything. A person who remains calm in both good and bad situations, free from opposites like happiness and sorrow, is called a true renunciant. Krishna tells Arjuna that such a person, free from emotional ups and downs, is easily released from the bondage of life and attains peace. In essence, it's not about giving up work, but about letting go of attachment to outcomes and emotions. Sankhya Yoga prithak balav pravadanti na panditaah ekamapyasthitas samyak ubhayor vindate phalam. In this verse, Krishna explains that only the unwise think the paths of knowledge, that is Sankhya and action yoga, are different. He says that true wise people understand that both paths lead to the same goal. When someone follows either the path of knowledge or the path of action with full commitment, they will achieve the same result: spiritual growth and liberation. Krishna emphasizes that the distinction between the two paths is only seen by those who lack understanding, while the wise recognize that both can lead to the same spiritual destination if followed correctly. Yat sankhait praptaye sthanan तद्योगैरपि गम्यते एकं सांख्ये च योगे च यः पश्यति स पश्यति. In this verse, Krishna explains that the ultimate goal reached through the path of knowledge is the same as the one reached through the path of action. Both lead to the same destination, spiritual liberation. Krishna says that the person who understands that both paths are not different but lead to the same result truly has wisdom. This means that whether one chooses to focus on knowledge or on action, both will lead to the same spiritual realization if practiced with dedication and the right mindset. Sannyasastu mahabaho dukkhamaptumayo gatah yoga yukto munir brahma nachirenadi. In this verse, Krishna tells Arjuna that mere renunciation or giving up actions without practicing yoga, the path of selfless action, is difficult and brings hardship. Simply renouncing actions does not lead to peace or liberation easily. However, one who is engaged in yoga, performing actions without attachment to results, will quickly attain Brahman, the ultimate reality or divine consciousness. Krishna emphasizes that true spiritual progress comes not from abandoning action but from acting with a focused, detached mind. Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyah sarvabhutatma bhutatma kurvannapi na lipyate. In this verse, Krishna explains that a person who is united with yoga, whose mind is pure, self-controlled, and whose senses are disciplined, is not affected by their actions. Such a person sees the same divine presence in all beings and understands that their own soul is connected to all. Even while performing actions, this person remains unaffected, as they do not act with selfish desires. Their mind is pure and they can act with a sense of detachment, seeing themselves as part of the whole, and thus their actions do not bind them to worldly consequences. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavit pashyan shrinvan sprishan jigran nashan gachan srapanshvasan. In this verse, Krishna explains the mindset of a wise person who understands the truth of life. Such a person, even while seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, walking, sleeping, or breathing, thinks, I am not doing anything. This means that a person who is united with yoga and knows the true essence of the soul realizes that it is not the soul but the body and senses performing these actions. This understanding helps them stay detached from their actions and unaffected by their outcomes, living in a state of peace and awareness. Pralapan visujan grinnan nunmishan nimishannapi indriyani indriyartheshu vartanta iti dharayan. In this verse, Krishna explains that a wise person, even while talking, releasing things, grasping, opening or closing their eyes, understands that it is the senses interacting with sense objects. The enlightened person knows that all actions are performed by the body and its senses, not by the true self or the soul. By maintaining this understanding, they remain detached from their actions, realizing that their inner self remains unaffected by worldly activities. This allows them to live in peace and freedom without getting bound by their actions. ब्रह्मण्याधाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यते न स पापेन पद्मपत्रमिवाम्भसा. In this verse, Krishna teaches that a person who performs actions by dedicating them to Brahman, the divine, and giving up attachment to the results is not touched by sin, just like a lotus leaf remains unattached by water. This means that when a person acts without selfish desires and offers their actions to a higher purpose, they remain unaffected by the consequences, whether good or bad. By staying detached and focused on the divine, they live a pure life, free from the binding effects of their actions, just as the lotus remains clean in water. Kayena manasa buddhya kevalairindrayairapi yoginah karma kurvanti sangam tyaktva shuddhaye. In this verse, Krishna explains that true yogis perform all their actions, whether through the body, mind, intellect, or senses, without attachment. They act purely for the purpose of self-purification. This means that a yogi does not work for personal gain or pleasures, but to purify the self and grow spiritually. Whether they are using their body, mind or senses, they remain detached from the outcomes. Their goal is inner growth and cleanliness of the heart and soul, which leads them closer to spiritual liberation. Yuktah karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayuktah kamakarena phale sakto nibadhyate. In this verse, Krishna explains the difference between a person who is united with yoga and one who is not. A person who performs actions without attachment to the results achieves lasting peace. This is because they are not driven by desires but act selflessly. On the other hand, a person who is not united with yoga is attached to the outcomes of their actions. They act out of selfish desires and are bound by the results, leading to stress and suffering. In summary, selfless action leads to peace, while selfish action leads to bondage. Sarvakarmani manasa sanyasyaste sukham vashi navadvare pure dehi naiva kurvanna karayan. In this verse, Krishna describes a wise person who has renounced all actions mentally, achieving inner peace. Such a person is like a master of their mind and senses, living in a body that is the city of 9 gates, but not actively involved in actions. This means that even while living in the world and having a physical presence, the wise person remains detached from the activities of the body. They understand that their true self is separate from their actions, leading to a state of tranquility and contentment, unaffected by the external world. Nakartrutvan nakarmani lokasya srujati prabhu nakarma phala sanyogam svabhavastu pravartate. In this verse, Krishna explains that the divine or Prabhu does not create the sense of doership or the actions in the world. Instead, it is the nature or Prakriti that drives all actions and their results. This means that the Supreme Being is not responsible for individual actions or their outcomes. Instead, the natural qualities and tendencies inherent in living beings lead to actions and their consequences. Krishna emphasizes that people often feel like they are the doers, but in reality, it is the interplay of nature that governs everything. This understanding helps one realize that they are part of a larger cosmic process leading to greater awareness and peace. Nadatte kasyachit papan nachaiva sukrutam vibhuhu ajnanena vritam Gyaanan tena muhyanti jantavaha. In this verse, Krishna explains that the divine does not take anyone's sins or merits. The Supreme Being is not responsible for the good or bad actions of individuals. Instead, it is ignorance or ajnana that covers true knowledge or Gyana, causing beings to become confused and trapped in the cycle of life. This means that people's actions, whether positive or negative, are their own and they are influenced by their understanding or lack thereof. Ignorance leads to a misunderstanding of the self and the world, resulting in suffering. By gaining true knowledge, individuals can overcome this confusion and move towards liberation. ज्ञानेन तु तद्ज्ञानै येषान्नाशितमात्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम्. In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that the knowledge or Gyana can eliminate ignorance or ajnana for those who seek it. When ignorance is destroyed, true understanding of the self and the universe emerges. He compares this illumination to the sun, which reveals everything. Just as sunlight brightens the world, knowledge enlightens the mind and heart. For those who attain this knowledge, it leads to clarity, understanding, and liberation from confusion and suffering. Thus, seeking knowledge is crucial for spiritual growth and awakening. Tadbuddhyastadaatmanas tannishtastatparayanaah gacchantya punarāvritti Gyana nirdhuta kalmashaah. In this verse, Krishna explains that those who possess true wisdom identify with the eternal self and are firmly established in that understanding are fully dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. Such individuals, whose sins and impurities are cleansed by knowledge, attain liberation and do not return to the cycle of birth and death. This means that when one is fully committed to understanding the true nature of reality and the self, they overcome all negative karmas or kalmashas and achieve a state of eternal peace. Their dedication to knowledge leads them beyond the cycle of life and rebirth, allowing them to experience lasting liberation. Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavihastini Shuni Chaiva Shvapake Cha Pandita Samadarshinaha. In this verse, Krishna teaches that a true wise person, a Pandita, sees all beings with equal vision, regardless of their social status or form. Whether it's a learned Brahmin, a cow, an elephant, a dog, or even a lowly dog-eater Shvapaka, a wise person recognizes the same divine essence in all. This perspective reflects the understanding that the soul is beyond the differences created by society and the physical body. True knowledge allows one to transcend judgments based on external experiences and status, fostering compassion and equality among all living beings. Ihaiva tairjita sargo esham samye sthitam manaha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmani te sthitaah. In this verse, Krishna explains that those who have attained equanimity in all situations have overcome the cycles of creation or sarga. Their minds remain steady in the realization of the oneness of all beings. He emphasizes that Brahman, the ultimate reality, is without faults and is the same for everyone. Therefore, those who are established in this understanding remain connected to Brahman and experience peace and liberation. By seeing the world with a sense of unity and recognizing the divine essence in all, they transcend worldly attachments and sufferings. Na prashishyet priyam prapya no dvijjet prapya cha priyam sthira buddhira sammudho brahmavid brahmani sthitah. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a person who has true knowledge of Brahman. Such a person does not get overly joyful upon receiving something pleasant, nor do they feel disturbed when faced with something unpleasant. Their mind remains steady and unaffected by the ups and downs of life. This stable, undisturbed state reflects a deep understanding of the eternal nature of the self, which remains unchanged despite external circumstances. By being firmly established in knowledge, they experience peace and are not swayed by emotions, demonstrating their realization of the ultimate truth. Bhayasparsheshva saktatma vindatyatmani yat sukham sabrahma yoga yuktatma sukhamakshayam ashnute. In this verse, Krishna explains that a person who is not attached to external pleasures and sensations finds true happiness within themselves. Such an individual who is aligned with Brahman through yoga experiences lasting joy that does not diminish over time. This inner happiness comes from the realization of one's true self and connection to the divine rather than from fleeting external experiences. By turning inward and cultivating this spiritual connection, a yogi achieves eternal bliss that remains unaffected by the ups and downs of life. ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यान्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः. In this verse, Krishna explains that the pleasures derived from sensory experiences are temporary and lead to suffering. These pleasures have a beginning and an end, and they arise from contact with the senses. He advises Arjuna that a wise person does not indulge in these fleeting pleasures, as they recognize that such enjoyment ultimately leads to pain and dissatisfaction. Instead, the wise person seeks lasting happiness through spiritual knowledge and inner peace, understanding that true joy is not found in transient sensory experiences. शक्नोति हैव यः सोढुं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवद्वेगं सयुक्तः स सुखी नरः. In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that a person who can endure the intense urges of desire and anger, which arise even before a body is freed at death, is truly wise and happy. Such a person remains steadfast and balanced, practicing self-control even in challenging situations. By mastering these powerful emotions, they achieve inner peace and contentment. This resilience leads to true happiness, as they are not swayed by external circumstances or internal turmoil, showing the strength of their spiritual practice. Yontah sukhontaramas tathantarjyotirev yah sayogi brahma nirvanam Brahma bhutodhigacchati. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a true yogi who experiences inner happiness and joy from within rather than from external sources. This yogi finds a deep inner light that brings them true contentment. Such a person who is established in yoga and realizes their unity with Brahman attains liberation. This means they experience oneness with the divine and transcend the cycle of birth and death. The yogi's inner peace and joy reflect their profound understanding and connection to the ultimate reality. Labhante brahma nirvanam rishayah kshina kalmashaah chinnadvaidayatatmanas sarvabhutahite rataah. In this verse, Krishna states that those who are free from impurities, kshina kalmashaah, and have overcome dualities attain Brahma Nirvana. These are the sages or rishis who have controlled their minds and are dedicated to the welfare of all beings. Sarvabhuta hite rata. Such individuals find profound peace and liberation because they are focused on the well-being of others. Having transcended personal desires and attachments, their selfless nature and commitment to the greater good enable them to experience true spiritual fulfillment and unity with the divine. कामक्रोधवियुक्तात्मा यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणो वर्तते विदितात्मनाम्. In this verse, Krishna explains that for those who have overcome desires and anger and have disciplined their minds, the state of Brahma Nirvana is always present and accessible. These individuals who are dedicated to their spiritual practice and have realized their true self find that liberation is within their reach at all times. Their inner peace and mastery over emotions create a profound connection to the divine, allowing them to experience the ultimate state of bliss and freedom. Sparshan kritva bahirbayansh chakshushchaivantare bhruyuh pranapanau samau kritva nasabhyantaracharinav. In this verse, Krishna describes a meditative practice for attaining inner peace. He advises focusing on the external sense objects and then bringing attention inward, specifically to the space between the eyebrows. By equalizing the breath, prana and apana through controlled breathing, one can calm the mind and senses. This practice helps to center the individual, leading to a state of deep concentration and tranquility. By turning inward and balancing the vital energies, a person can experience greater awareness and connection to the true self. यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छाभयक्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सः. In this verse, Krishna explains that a sage or muni who has mastered their senses, mind and intellect and is focused on liberation or moksha remains free from desires, fears and anger. Such a person is always in a state of liberation regardless of external circumstances. Their inner mastery and peace allow them to live freely, unaffected by the turmoil of the world. This highlights the importance of self-control and the inner journey towards spiritual freedom, showing that true liberation comes from within. भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति. In this verse, Krishna reveals that one who recognizes him as the ultimate enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, the Lord of all worlds and a friend of all beings, attains true peace. Understanding this connection brings a deep sense of tranquility as it allows individuals to see the divine presence in all aspects of life. By acknowledging Krishna's role as the benevolent protector and sustainer, one can let go of anxieties and attachments, leading to a state of lasting inner peace and harmony with the universe. Om Tat Saditi Srimad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Karma Sannyasa Yogo Nam Panchamodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Shashtodhyayah. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yaha Sasannyasi cha yogi cha na niragnirna chakriyah. Krishna emphasizes that true renunciation and yoga aren't about avoiding duties or rituals. A true renunciant is someone who works selflessly without being attached to the outcomes. It's not about giving up actions, but giving up the desire for results. Both a yogi and a sannyasi are defined by their ability to perform actions with detachment, not by avoiding responsibilities or seeking isolation. This verse highlights the balance between action and renunciation. Yam sannyasam prahur yogantam vidhi pandava nayas sannyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kanchana. Krishna explains that renunciation and yoga are the same. To truly practice yoga, a person must let go of selfish desires. It's not just about stopping actions, but about giving up attachments to personal gains. Without this, no one can be a true yogi. This verse teaches that yoga is about controlling our desires, not just avoiding work. Arurukshormuner yogam karma karanamuchyate yogarudhasya tasyaiva shamah karanamuchyate. Krishna explains that when someone starts practicing yoga, they need to work and do their duties. Action is important in the beginning, but once a person reaches a higher stage in yoga, they find peace through calmness and self-control. At that level, less action and more inner peace help them grow. This verse teaches that action helps us start the path, but peace and calmness help us stay there once we are advanced. Yada hinendriyartheshu na karmasvanushajyate sarvasankalpa sannyasi yogarudhastadochyate. Krishna says that a person reaches a high level of yoga when they are no longer attracted to things that please the senses or obsessed with doing actions for personal gain. They give up all selfish desires. This is when they have truly mastered yoga. This verse teaches that true yoga is about letting go of attachments to both actions and desires, focusing on inner peace.
उद्धेरादात्मनात्मानं नात्मानमवसादयेत् आत्मैव यात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः.
Krishna teaches that we should improve ourselves by controlling our mind. We shouldn't let our mind pull us down with negative thoughts. The mind can be our best friend if we control it, but if we let it control us, it becomes our enemy. This verse shows the importance of self-discipline and how the mind plays a key role in our progress or downfall.
बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत्.
Krishna explains that if we can control our mind, it becomes our best friend, helping us make good decisions. But if we can't control it, the mind becomes our enemy, leading us to bad choices and problems. This verse teaches that mastering our mind is key to success and happiness. If we don't, it can lead us down the wrong.
जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः.
Krishna says that a person who controls their mind and stays calm will feel connected to God. They are not bothered by changes in temperature, happiness or sadness, or even praise or insults. This verse teaches us to stay balanced in all situations, keeping peace within ourselves no matter what happens outside.
ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः.
Krishna describes a true yogi as someone who is content with both knowledge and wisdom. They stay calm and have control over their senses. For such a person, things like clay, stones, and gold are all equal. They don't get attached to material things. This verse teaches us that a real yogi values inner wisdom more than wealth or possessions, staying steady and balanced in all situations.
सुहृन्मित्रार्युदासीन मध्यस्थद्वेषबन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते.
Krishna says that a person who treats everyone equally, whether they are friends, enemies, good people or even bad people, is special. This person doesn't show favoritism or dislike towards anyone, no matter who they are. This verse teaches us to keep an equal and fair attitude towards all, staying balanced and peaceful in our relationships.
योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः.
Krishna advises that a true yogi should practice meditation regularly, staying alone in a quiet place. The yogi must control their mind and body, having no selfish desires or attachment to material things. This verse teaches that meditation in a peaceful place with a simple life free from greed and distractions helps us focus on inner growth and self-control.
शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मनः नात्युच्छ्रितन्नातिनीचै चैलाजिनकुशोत्तरम्.
Krishna instructs that for meditation, a yogi should find a clean and quiet place to sit. The seat should be steady, not too high or low, and should be covered with soft materials like cloth, deer skin, and kusha grass. This verse teaches the importance of choosing the right place and preparation for meditation to help the mind stay calm and focused.
तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः उपविश्यासने युञ्ज्याद् योगमात्मविशुद्धये.
Krishna says that after sitting on a steady seat, the yogi should focus their mind and control their senses. They should meditate to cleanse and purify their inner self. This verse teaches us the importance of concentration and self-control during meditation, which helps in spiritual growth and inner purification.
समं कायशिरो ग्रीवन् धारयन्नचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन्.
Krishna explains that while meditating, the yogi should keep their body, head and neck straight and steady. They should focus their eyes on the tip of their nose and avoid looking around. This verse teaches us how to maintain a good posture and concentration during meditation, helping to keep the mind focused and calm.
प्रशान्तात्मा विगतिभिर्ब्रह्मचारि व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत मत्परः.
Krishna teaches that a yogi should have a calm and peaceful mind without fear and maintain self-discipline, especially regarding celibacy. They should focus their thoughts on Krishna. This verse highlights the importance of inner peace and self-control in meditation, encouraging the yogi to connect deeply with their spiritual practice.
युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानै योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिर्निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थामधिगच्छति.
Krishna explains that a yogi who practices meditation regularly and controls their mind will achieve the highest peace and freedom. They will feel connected to Krishna. This verse teaches us that consistent practice and mental discipline lead to ultimate peace and a deep connection with the divine.
नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तमनश्नतः न चातिस्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन.
Krishna explains that a balanced lifestyle is important for yoga. If someone eats or sleeps too much or too little, they cannot practice yoga effectively. This verse teaches us that moderation in eating and sleeping is essential for maintaining focus and achieving success in meditation and spiritual practice.
युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः.
Krishna teaches that a yogi should live a balanced life. Eating, resting, working, and having fun should all be done in moderation. This balance helps reduce suffering and supports the practice of yoga. This verse emphasizes that living a healthy and balanced lifestyle is crucial for finding peace and joy through yoga.
यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा.
Krishna explains that when a person has mastered their mind and focuses on their true self without wanting anything, they become a true yogi. This verse teaches us that inner peace comes from controlling our thoughts and letting go of desires, allowing us to connect deeply with ourselves.
यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः.
Krishna compares a focused yogi to a lamp that stays still in a calm place, not flickering. When the mind is controlled, it remains steady and focused during meditation. This verse teaches us that a calm and focused mind helps us concentrate better in our spiritual practice, just like a steady lamp shines brightly.
यत्रो परमते चित्तन् निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति.
Krishna explains that when the mind is quiet and controlled through yoga, a yogi can see their true self inside. This brings great happiness and satisfaction. This verse teaches us that finding peace and joy comes from within, especially when we control our thoughts through meditation.
सुखमात्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः.
Krishna describes a special happiness that comes from within and is beyond what our senses can feel. A yogi who understands and experiences this joy remains stable and undisturbed by outside events. This verse teaches us that true happiness comes from our inner self, not from material things, helping us stay calm in any situation.
यल्लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते.
Krishna explains that when a person achieves this inner joy, they don't want anything more. Even in tough times, they remain steady and unshaken. This verse teaches us that true fulfillment comes from within, allowing us to face challenges without being upset or affected by pain.
तं विद्या दुःखसंयोग वियोगं योगसंज्ञितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा.
Krishna explains that yoga is about freeing oneself from the suffering that comes from attachments. To achieve this, one should practice with strong determination and a steady mind. This verse teaches us that the goal of yoga is to overcome pain and suffering through focused practice and commitment.
Sankalpa prabhavan kamans त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः.
Krishna teaches that to practice yoga, a person must let go of all desires that come from thoughts. They should also control their senses and mind completely. This verse emphasizes the importance of self-discipline and the need to overcome desires to achieve success in yoga.
शनैः शनैरुपरमेद् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत्.
Krishna advises that to quiet the mind, we should take our time and be determined. By focusing on our true self, we should avoid any other thoughts. This verse teaches us that patience and focus are key in meditation, helping us connect deeply with ourselves without distractions.
यतो यतो निश्चरति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्तत्तो नियम्यैतत् आत्मन्येव वशं नयेत्.
Krishna explains that if the mind starts to wander, we should gently bring it back to focus on our true self. This verse teaches us that it's normal for the mind to drift, but with practice, we can learn to redirect our thoughts and stay concentrated during meditation.
प्रशान्तमनसं ह्यैनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतमकल्मषम्.
Krishna teaches that a yogi with calm and peaceful mind experiences the highest form of happiness. This joy is pure and free from any negativity. This verse highlights the importance of a tranquil mind in achieving true happiness through yoga and meditation. This verse emphasizes that a peaceful and disciplined mind leads to a profound state of joy and liberation. It encourages practitioners to cultivate inner calmness through meditation and self-control, ultimately guiding them toward divine realization.
युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानै योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते.
This verse teaches that through diligent practice and maintaining a pure mind, a yogi can attain the highest form of happiness, experiencing the divine essence. It encourages practitioners to focus on inner purity and dedication in their spiritual journey.
सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः.
This verse teaches that a true yogi sees the same divine self in everyone and everything, fostering compassion and equanimity. It underscores the importance of recognizing our interconnectedness to achieve spiritual fulfillment and peace.
यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वै च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति.
This verse underscores the importance of perceiving the divine presence everywhere, promoting a deep bond with the divine and fostering spiritual growth.
सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकत्वमास्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते.
This verse teaches that recognizing the divine in all beings and cultivating a sense of oneness leads to true devotion and connection with the divine. It emphasizes that such a perspective allows the yogi to navigate life with equanimity and inner peace.
आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः.
This verse teaches that true yoga involves seeing oneself in others and cultivating compassion regardless of external circumstances. By doing so, one attains a higher state of consciousness and inner peace, embodying the essence of unity and love in the spiritual path.
Arjuna uvacha yoyam yogastvaya proktas samyena madhusudana etasyahan na pashyami chanchalatvat sthitim sthiram.
Arjuna tells Krishna that the yoga path of balance and control sounds difficult to him. He worries about staying steady because the mind is restless and keeps moving. This verse shows Arjuna's concern about how challenging it can be to keep the mind focused and balanced. He is honest with Krishna about his doubts and the struggle of controlling the mind, highlighting a common challenge many people face in their spiritual practice.
Chanchalam hi manah Krishna pramati balavadrudam tasyahan nigraham vanye vayoriva sudushkaram.
Arjuna tells Krishna that the mind is very restless and powerful, like the wind. He feels it is extremely difficult to control the mind, comparing it to trying to catch the wind. This verse highlights the challenge of managing our thoughts and emotions. It teaches us that achieving mental discipline requires effort and persistence, as the mind can easily wander and be influenced by external factors.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Asanshayam Mahabaho Mano Durnigrahanchalam Abhyasena tu Kaunteya Vairagyena cha Grihyate.
Krishna replies to Arjuna, acknowledging that the mind is indeed very restless and hard to control. He reassures Arjuna that with practice and detachment it can be mastered. This verse teaches that controlling the mind requires consistent effort and a sense of detachment from desires. It encourages us to focus on regular practice and develop a calm mindset to achieve inner peace and discipline.
Asamyatatmana yogo dushprap iti me matihi vashyatmana tu yatata shakyo vaptumupayatah.
Krishna explains that for one who is not in control of their mind, achieving yoga is very difficult. However, for someone who has mastered their mind through effort, it is possible to attain success. This verse emphasizes the importance of self-discipline and mental control in spiritual practice. It encourages us to work on mastering our thoughts and emotions to make progress on the path of yoga.
Arjuna uvacha ayati shraddhayopeto yogat chalitamanasah aprapya yoga samsiddhing kangati Krishna gacchati.
Arjuna asks Krishna what happens to someone who has faith but fails in their yoga practice and whose mind wanders. He wonders where such a person goes if they do not attain success. This verse highlights Arjuna's concern about the fate of those who strive for spiritual growth but struggle to achieve their goals. It sets the stage for Krishna to explain the nature of spiritual progress and the journey of the soul.
Kachinno bhaya vibhrashtash Chinnabhramiva nashyati apratishto mahabaho vimudho brahmanah pathi.
Arjuna asks Krishna if a person who falls from yoga like a blown away seed loses their path completely and becomes lost without support. He is concerned that such a person who is confused and lacking stability may not find their way. This verse reflects Arjuna's worries about the spiritual journey and the potential consequences of failure. It emphasizes the importance of guidance and support in maintaining one's spiritual practice and the quest for understanding.
Etanme samshayam Krishna chetumarhasya cheshatah tvadanyas sanshayasya chetan yapupadyate.
Arjuna expresses his doubt to Krishna, saying that only Krishna can completely remove his uncertainty regarding the fate of someone who falls in their spiritual practice. He feels that no one else can answer this question adequately. This verse emphasizes the depth of Arjuna's confusion and the trust he places in Krishna as his teacher. It highlights the need for guidance from a knowledgeable source in navigating spiritual doubts and challenges.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Parthanaiveha namutra vinashastasya vidyate nahi kalyana krit kaschid durgatin tata gacchati. Krishna reassures Arjuna that no one who strives for good will ever face destruction either in this life or the next.
He emphasizes that such a person will not fall into a bad situation. This verse highlights the assurance of spiritual progress, affirming that sincere efforts on the path of righteousness and yoga are never wasted. It encourages faith in the journey, assuring practitioners that their efforts lead to positive outcomes even if immediate success isn't achieved.
प्राप्य पुण्यकृतान् लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समाः शुचीनां श्रीमताङ्गेः योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते.
Krishna explains that a person who falls in yoga is born in a pure and fortunate family after enjoying the results of their good deeds. This indicates that even if they don't succeed in their current life, they have the opportunity to continue their spiritual journey in a supportive environment. This verse reassures practitioners that spiritual efforts will yield positive results, and a supportive upbringing can provide a second chance to pursue yoga and spiritual growth. It emphasizes the continuity of the soul's journey and the importance of a conducive environment for spiritual practice.
अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरल लोके जन्म यदीदृशम्.
Krishna continues that a failed yogi may also be reborn in the family of wise and capable yogis. He emphasizes that such a birth is rare and precious in this world. This verse highlights the significance of a supportive spiritual environment and the value of being born into a family with strong spiritual foundation. It reassures seekers that their efforts, even if not successful in one lifetime, can lead to advantageous circumstances in future lives, providing a better opportunity to continue their spiritual journey.
तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूयस् संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दन.
Krishna explains that the soul, upon rebirth in a conducive environment, regains the intelligence and wisdom acquired in previous lives. Such a person strives again and has a greater chance of achieving perfection. This verse emphasizes the continuity of spiritual progress, showing that past experiences and knowledge help in future efforts. It encourages practitioners to persist in their journey, knowing that their past efforts will aid them in attaining spiritual success in subsequent lives.
पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव क्रियते यवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते.
Krishna explains that due to previous practice, even a person who is not fully in control is drawn back to yoga. This means that anyone who has had even a little inclination towards yoga will surpass mere verbal knowledge and experience the essence of practice. This verse highlights the power of past spiritual efforts. It assures seekers that their previous experiences will continue to guide and inspire them on their path, emphasizing the significance of consistent practice and curiosity in the journey of yoga.
प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धस्ततो याति पराङ्गतिम्.
Krishna states that a diligent yogi who is free from sins and has perfected their practice over many lifetimes ultimately attains the highest state. This verse emphasizes that through dedicated efforts and purification, one can achieve spiritual perfection. It reassures seekers that persistent practice, even across many lifetimes, leads to ultimate spiritual fulfillment and liberation.
तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्याश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन.
Krishna explains that the yogi is greater than ascetics, wise individuals, and even those who perform good deeds. Therefore, he emphasizes that Arjuna should strive to be a yogi. This verse highlights the elevated status of the yogi, who integrates knowledge, action, and discipline into their spiritual practice. It encourages seekers to prioritize yoga, as it encompasses and transcends other spiritual paths, leading to greater fulfillment and connection with the divine.
योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः.
Krishna concludes by stating that among all yogis, the one who is devoted and worships him with faith is considered the highest or most united with him. This verse emphasizes the importance of devotion and faith in one's spiritual practice. It highlights that true connection with the divine comes from sincere devotion, making such a yogi the most elevated among all seekers. It encourages practitioners to cultivate faith and dedication on their spiritual journey.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे आत्मसंयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः। ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु। ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः। श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ सप्तमोऽध्यायः। श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमनः पार्थ योगयुज्य मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मायै यथा ज्ञास्यसि तच्छृणु।
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that if he fixes his mind on God and practices devotion with full focus, relying on Krishna, then he will come to know God completely without any doubt. Krishna encourages Arjuna to connect with him through yoga and devotion. By doing this, Arjuna will understand God in full and be free of confusion. This verse inspires us to trust in God and practice devotion to gain true knowledge.
ज्ञानन्तेऽहं सविज्ञानम् इदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यज् ज्ञातव्यमवशिष्यते।
In this verse, Lord Krishna promises Arjuna that he will give him complete knowledge. Along with wisdom, Krishna assures that by understanding this, Arjuna will not need to learn anything else, as nothing will remain unknown. This verse highlights the importance of divine wisdom, which leads to complete understanding and fulfillment.
मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चिद्यत्तति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः।
In this verse, Lord Krishna says that out of thousands of people, only a few strive for spiritual perfection, and even among those who achieve it, only a rare person truly understands Krishna in his complete essence. This verse shows that realizing God is a rare and special achievement, requiring effort and dedication over time.
भूमिरापो नलो वायुः खं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहंकार इतीयं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरष्टधा।
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that his material energy is divided into 8 parts: earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, intelligence, and ego. These are the basic elements that make up the material world. This verse teaches us that everything in the material world, including our bodies and minds, comes from Krishna's energy.
अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूतां महाबाहो ययेदन्धार्यते जगत्।
In this verse, Lord Krishna says that beyond his material energy, there is a higher energy, the living beings. These living souls sustain the entire universe. Krishna emphasizes that life and consciousness in the world comes from the soul, which is his superior energy. This verse shows the importance of recognizing the spiritual nature of life.
एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाणीत्युपधारय अहं कृत्सन्न्यस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा।
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that all living beings come from his material and spiritual energies. He is the source of creation and destruction of the entire universe. This verse reminds us that Krishna is the ultimate source of everything in the world, and all life depends on his divine energies.
मत्तः परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव।
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that nothing is beyond him. He is the highest reality. Everything in the universe is strung upon him like pearls on a thread. This verse teaches us that Krishna is the ultimate source of everything, and all life is connected to him.
रसोऽहमप्सु कौन्तेय प्रभास्मि शशिसूर्ययोः प्रणवः सर्ववेदेषु शब्दः खे पौरुषं नृषु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how he is present in different aspects of the world. He says that he is the taste in water, the light in the sun and moon, the sacred sound Om in all the Vedas, the sound in space, and the strength in humans. This verse shows that Krishna's presence is everywhere, in both nature and human qualities.
पुण्यो गन्धः पृथिव्यां च तेजश्चास्मि विभावसौ जीवनं सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that he is the pure fragrance of the earth, the brilliance in fire, the life in all living beings, and the strength of those who practice self-discipline. This verse teaches that Krishna is present in nature, life, and the power behind self-control and spiritual discipline.
बीजं मां सर्वभूतानां विद्धि पार्थ सनातनं बुद्धिर्बुद्धिमतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he is the eternal seed of all living beings. He is the intelligence in the intelligent and the brilliance in the powerful. This verse shows that Krishna is the source of all life, wisdom, and strength. Everything in the universe, from life to intelligence, originates from him.
बलं बलवताय चाहं कामरागविवर्जितं धर्माविरुद्धो भूतेषु कामोऽस्मि भरतर्षभ.
In this verse, Lord Krishna states that he is the strength of the strong, which is free from desires and attachments. He also mentions that among living beings, he represents desire that is in harmony with righteousness. This verse teaches us that true strength comes from aligning our desires with ethical values and righteousness.
ये चैव सात्विका भावा राजसास्तामसाश्च ये मत्त एवेति तान् विद्धि न त्वहन्तेषु ते मयि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that all qualities, sattva, rajas, and tamas, arise from him. He tells Arjuna to recognize that these qualities are manifestations of his divine energy, and everything is rooted in him. This verse highlights that all attributes and qualities in the world are ultimately connected to Krishna, encouraging us to see him in every aspect of our existence.
त्रिभिर्गुणमयैर्भावैर्येभिः सर्वमिदं जगत् मोहितन्नाभिजानाति मामेभ्यः परमव्ययम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the entire world is influenced by the three modes of nature. He emphasizes that most people are deluded by these qualities and do not recognize him, the Supreme, who is beyond all these modes. This verse reminds us that to understand Krishna and our own true nature, we must look beyond the influences of the three gunas that shape our experiences.
दैवी ह्येषा गुणमयी मम माया दुरत्यया मामेव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मायामेतां तरन्ति ते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes his divine energy Maya as being composed of the three modes of nature and explains that it is very difficult to overcome. However, those who surrender to him can transcend this illusionary energy. This verse emphasizes the importance of seeking refuge in Krishna to navigate the challenges of life and the material world.
नमान् दुष्कृतिनो मूढाः प्रपद्यन्ते नराधमाः माययापहृतज्ञाना आसुरं भावमाश्रिताः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the wicked and ignorant people, those engaged in sinful actions, do not surrender to him. Their knowledge is clouded by his illusionary energy Maya, and they adopt a demonic nature. This verse highlights the importance of wisdom and humility in recognizing Krishna and suggests that those who remain caught in sinful behavior are distanced from divine understanding.
चतुर्विधा भजन्ते मां जनाः सुकृतिनोऽर्जुन आर्तो जिज्ञासुरर्थार्थी ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभ.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that four types of virtuous people worship him: the distressed who seek relief, the curious who seek knowledge, the seekers of material gain, the wise who understand the truth. This verse highlights that no matter the reason for devotion, all who seek Krishna are considered virtuous. However, the ultimate goal is to cultivate wisdom and deeper understanding.
तेषां ज्ञाने नित्ययुक्त एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यर्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna states that among all devotees, the wise who is steadfast in devotion is the most esteemed. He expresses that the wise devotee is very dear to him. This verse emphasizes the importance of wisdom in devotion and highlights that true understanding of Krishna deepens the bond between the devotee and the divine.
उदारा सर्व एवैते ज्ञाने त्वात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः स हि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुत्तमां गतिम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna declares that all the wise devotees are indeed noble and that he considers them as one with himself. Those who are firmly established in wisdom attain the highest destination, which is union with Krishna. This verse underscores the value of wisdom in devotion and indicates that true understanding of the self and Krishna brings one closer to spiritual fulfillment.
बहुनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवः सर्वमिति समहात्मा सुदुर्लभः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that after many lifetimes, the wise person realizes that Krishna is the ultimate truth and surrenders to him. Such a great soul is very rare. This verse highlights the journey of spiritual growth and the rarity of those who achieve true understanding and devotion to Krishna.
कामैस्तैस्तैर्हृतज्ञानाः प्रपद्यन्तेऽन्यदेवताः तन्तन्नियममास्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those whose knowledge is taken away by desires worship other deities instead of him. They adhere to specific rules and regulations according to their nature, influenced by their desires. This verse emphasizes how attachment to desires can lead individuals away from recognizing and worshipping the ultimate truth, Krishna.
यो यो यान्तनुं भक्तः श्रद्धयार्चितुमिच्छति तस्य तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामेव विदधाम्यहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna states that whatever form of the divine a devotee worships with faith, he provides them with unwavering faith in that form. This verse emphasizes that sincere devotion, regardless of the form, is recognized and nurtured by Krishna.
सतया श्रद्धया युक्तस्तस्याराधनमीहते लभते च ततः कामान् मयैव विहितान् हितान्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a devotee endowed with faith in a chosen form of God worships that deity sincerely. As a result of their devotion, they attain their desired goals, which are ultimately granted by Krishna. This verse highlights that sincere worship in any form leads to the fulfillment of desires, reminding us of Krishna's omnipresence in all devotion.
अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the rewards obtained from worshipping deities are temporary and limited for those of lesser intelligence. In contrast, his devotees who worship him attain a permanent and ultimate destination. This verse emphasizes the superiority of devotion to Krishna, highlighting that true and lasting fulfillment comes from seeking him rather than temporary gains.
अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते मामबुद्धयः परं भावमजानन्तो ममाव्ययमनुत्तमम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna points out that those of limited understanding perceive him as a form that can be seen and understood. They fail to recognize his supreme, imperishable nature, which is beyond all forms and material manifestations. This verse emphasizes the importance of recognizing Krishna's true, transcendent nature beyond the physical realm, encouraging deeper understanding among devotees.
नाहं प्रकाशः सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृतः मूढो यन्नाभिजानाति loko mamajamavyayam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that he is not visible to everyone because he is covered by his divine energy. The ignorant do not recognize him as the eternal, imperishable being. This verse emphasizes that true knowledge and realization of Krishna require spiritual insight, which allows one to see beyond the material world.
Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mantu vedana kaschana.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals to Arjuna that he knows the past, present, and future of all beings. However, despite this knowledge, no one truly understands him. This verse highlights Krishna's omniscience and emphasizes the importance of seeking deeper understanding to recognize his divine essence.
इच्छाद्वेष समुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that all beings are deluded by dualities such as desires and aversions, which arise from the confusion of their nature. This confusion leads them into ignorance during creation. This verse emphasizes the challenges posed by emotional attachments and the need for wisdom to overcome delusion and realize one's true self.
येषान्त्वन्तगतं पापै जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दृढव्रताः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna states that those who have overcome their sins through righteous actions and have been freed from the delusion of dualities worship him with determination and steadfastness. This verse emphasizes the importance of righteous actions in achieving clarity and devotion, enabling individuals to connect deeply with Krishna.
जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुःकृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those who seek refuge in him and strive for liberation from the cycle of birth, old age, and death understand the essence of spiritual truth. They also grasp the entirety of spiritual knowledge and actions. This verse highlights the relationship between seeking refuge in Krishna and attaining a comprehensive understanding of spirituality, leading to liberation.
साधिभूताधिदैवं मां साधियज्ञै च ये विदुः प्रयाणकालेऽपि च मां ते विधिर्युक्तचेतसः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those who understand him as the essence of all beings, the supreme among sacrifices, and who are steadfast in their devotion, know him even at the time of death. This verse emphasizes the importance of spiritual knowledge and devotion, which allows individuals to connect with Krishna at the most critical time of life.
Om Tatsaditi Srimad-Bhagavad-Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Gyana Vigyana Yogo Nam Saptamodhyayah. Om Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Atmane Namaha. Srimad-Bhagavad-Gita Atha Ashtamodhyayah. Arjuna Uvacha Kim tad Brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adhibhutai cha kim proktam adhidaivam kimuchyate.
In this verse, Arjuna is asking Lord Krishna to explain important spiritual concepts. He wants to understand what is Brahman, what is Adhyatma, what is Karma, what is Adhibhuta, and what is Adhidaiva. Arjuna is curious and seeks clear answers to these terms to understand the path to knowledge and spirituality. In the next verse, Krishna will answer these questions, giving clarity to Arjuna's doubts.
Adhiyagya katham kotra dehesmin madhusudana prayanakale cha kathai geyosi niyatatmabhihi.
In this verse, Arjuna continues his questions to Krishna, seeking deeper understanding. Arjuna is asking how one can stay connected with the divine during their last moments. He is eager to learn about the nature of sacrifices and how they relate to human body, and how spiritual knowledge helps during death. Krishna's answers will guide Arjuna toward greater wisdom and understanding of life and death. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Svabhavodyatmamuchyate Bhuta Bhavodbhavakaro Visargah Karma Sangyatah. In this verse, Lord Krishna begins to answer Arjuna's questions. Brahman is the eternal, unchanging supreme reality. Adhyatma refers to one's own nature or individual soul. Karma is the action that leads to the creation and development of beings. Krishna explains that Brahman is the highest, never changing truth. While Adhyatma is the soul's nature, Karma is the creative action that brings beings into existence. This verse emphasizes the link between actions, the soul, and the eternal reality. Adhibhutam ksharo bhavav purushaschaadhidaivatam adhiyagyohamevatra dehe dehabhritamvara. In this verse, Krishna further explains the terms Arjuna asked about. Krishna reveals that while the material world Adibhuta is temporary, the divine presence Adidaiva and Krishna as the Lord of sacrifices Adiyagya exist within each person's body. This helps Arjuna understand the connection between the body, the divine, and the sacrifices. Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yah prayati samadbhavai yati nastyatra sanchayah. In this verse, Krishna tells Arjuna an important truth about the time of death. Krishna emphasizes that if one focuses on him during their final moments, they will reach a higher spiritual state, becoming one with the divine. This highlights the importance of having a steady and devoted mind throughout life, especially at the time of death. Yam vapi smaran bhavan tyajatyante kalevaram tantamevaiti kaunteya sada tadbhava bhavitah. In this verse, Krishna explains a universal principle about death. Whatever a person thinks at the time of death, that is what they become in the next life. A person becomes what they have been constantly thinking about throughout their life. Krishna is teaching Arjuna that the thoughts and emotions one nurtures shape their future. If someone has focused on a particular thing during life, that thought will guide their next existence. This emphasizes the importance of cultivating spiritual thoughts to achieve a higher state. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhya cha mayyarpita mano buddhir mame vaishyasya samshayam. In this verse, Krishna advises Arjuna, always remember me in all situations and continue performing your duties such as fighting. Fix your mind and intellect on me, and you will surely come to me without any doubt. Krishna is teaching that one should maintain a balance between spiritual focus and worldly responsibilities. By dedicating both mind and intelligence to Krishna while performing duties, one can reach the divine. This encourages Arjuna to keep fighting, but with devotion and remembrance of Krishna, leading him to liberation. Abhyasa yoga yuktena chetasa nanya paramam purushan divyai yati parthanu chintayan. In this verse, Krishna explains how one can attain the supreme goal through constant practice of yoga and keeping the mind focused on Krishna without letting it wander elsewhere. By doing so, one can reach the supreme divine person Krishna. Krishna tells Arjuna that with dedicated practice and unwavering focus, a person can attain the highest spiritual state. This practice involves continuous remembrance of Krishna, helping the mind stay connected to the divine and leading to liberation from the cycle of life and death. Kavin Puranamanushasitaram Anoraniyan Samanusmaredhyah Sarvasya Dhata Ramachintya Rupam Adityavarnan Tamasaf Parastat. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of the divine being that one should remember. Kavi, the all-knowing, wise being; Purana, the ancient, timeless one; Anushasitar, the ruler and controller of everything, subtle, smaller than the smallest, sustainer, the support of all beings, inconceivable form beyond human imagination, radiant like the sun and beyond the darkness of ignorance. Krishna encourages Arjuna to meditate on this divine form, which is beyond the physical world and full of knowledge, light, and power, leading to liberation and eternal peace.
प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणमावेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमुपौति दिव्यम्.
In this verse, Krishna explains how one can attain the supreme divine being at the time of death. At the time of death, with an unwavering mind and full of devotion, using the power of yoga, placing the life force between the eyebrows, the person who can do this reaches the supreme divine being. Krishna is teaching Arjuna that through a calm and focused mind, deep devotion, and yogic practice, a person can control their life energy and concentrate on the divine at the time of death, leading to union with the Supreme. This is the path to spiritual liberation.
अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहुः परमाङ्गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम.
In this verse, Krishna refers to the eternal nature of the unmanifest. He emphasizes that reaching the supreme realm is a permanent liberation from the material existence. This underscores the significance of striving for spiritual growth to attain a state beyond worldly suffering and impermanence, ultimately leading to eternal peace and unity with the divine.
पुरुषस्य परः पार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्यया यस्यान्तस्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततम्.
In this verse, Krishna describes the Supreme Being. He emphasizes that by dedicating oneself to this Supreme Being with unwavering devotion, one can realize the divine presence that sustains and connects all life. This teaches the importance of devotion as a means to access the ultimate reality and experience unity with the divine.
यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयाता यान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ.
In this verse, Krishna indicates the significance of timing in the spiritual journey. This verse highlights the importance of understanding the right moment and conditions for spiritual progress, emphasizing how one's thoughts and actions at the time of death influence their spiritual destiny.
अग्निर्ज्योतिरतः शुल्कः षण्मासा उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविदो जनाः.
In this verse, Krishna describes the favorable conditions for attaining liberation. Agni, Jyoti, and Shukla during Uttarayan are auspicious times for those seeking liberation. Those who depart during this period go to Brahman, the ultimate reality, as understood by the wise. Krishna highlights that leaving the body during these auspicious times leads to a higher spiritual destination, emphasizing the significance of timing in one's spiritual journey. This encourages Arjuna to recognize the importance of the moment of transition in the quest for liberation.
धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः षण्मासा दक्षिणायनं तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते.
In this verse, Krishna describes the less favorable conditions for liberation. Dhumo, Ratri, and Krishna during Dakshinayana are associated with a return to the cycle of birth and death. Krishna emphasizes that leaving the body during these times leads to a cycle of rebirth, highlighting the importance of timing in spiritual transitions. This serves as a reminder for Arjuna and others to seek the right conditions for attaining liberation.
शुक्लकृष्णे गतिह्येते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकया यात्यनावृत्तिम् अन्यया वर्तते पुनः.
In this verse, Krishna summarizes the paths of spiritual progress. The paths of Shukla and Krishna represent two distinct spiritual journeys in life. Those who follow the Shukla path achieve liberation and do not return, while those on the Krishna path experience rebirth. He emphasizes that both paths exist and are part of the eternal cycle of life. This teaches that one's choices and the timing of departure influence their spiritual destiny, encouraging seekers to strive for the path that leads to liberation. नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन. In this verse, Krishna emphasizes the importance of continuous practice and focus on spiritual principles. By staying grounded in yoga and understanding the paths of liberation, one can navigate life without confusion, ensuring progress on the spiritual journey. This encourages Arjuna to remain dedicated and aware in all circumstances. Vedeshu yajneshu tapassu chaiva daneshu yat punyaphalam pradishtam atyeti tatsarvamidam viditva yogi param sthanamupayati chadyam. In this verse, Krishna concludes the chapter by explaining the rewards of spiritual knowledge. Benefits of Vedic studies, sacrifices, austerities, and charitable deeds are all significant. However, a true yogi, knowing the ultimate reality, transcends all these merits and reaches the highest state. He highlights that while good deeds and spiritual practices are valuable, understanding and realizing the supreme truth elevates one beyond these actions, leading to the ultimate liberation. This encourages Arjuna to seek deeper wisdom that transcends mere rituals, aiming for true spiritual fulfillment. Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Akshara Brahma Yogo Nam Ashtamo Dhyayah. Om Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Navamodhyayah. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idantu te guhyatamam pravakshamyanusuyave Gyānam Vigyana Sahitai Yajgyatva Mokshase Shubhat. In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he is about to reveal the most secret and important knowledge. Krishna praises Arjuna for not being jealous or envious and explains that this knowledge, combined with wisdom, will free him from all evil and suffering. It teaches us that true knowledge, when understood deeply, leads to freedom from worries and troubles in life. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartum Avyayam. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the knowledge he is sharing is the king of knowledge and the king of secrets. This means it is the highest and most important knowledge. It is pure, very special and easy to understand. The knowledge is also about doing good and following the right path. It brings happiness when practiced and never fades or goes away. Krishna is saying that learning and living by this wisdom will make life peaceful and joyful forever, without ever losing its value. Ashraddhadhanav purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyaman nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani. In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that people who don't have faith in the sacred knowledge miss the chance to reach him. Because of their lack of belief, they continue to live in the cycle of birth and death, filled with suffering. Krishna is teaching us that having faith in the right knowledge is crucial to break free from life's hardships and attain peace. Maya tadamidam sarvai jagadavyaktamurtina matsthani sarvabhutani nachahanteshvavasthitaha. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the entire universe is filled with his invisible presence. Even though all living beings exist within him, he is not limited by them. Krishna is teaching that although he is everywhere, he remains unaffected by the world and its changes. This reminds us that God is beyond what we can see and understand, yet supports all life. Nachamasthani bhutani
पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् भूतभृन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावनः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals a deeper truth. He says that although all living beings are supported by him, they do not actually exist in him. This is part of his divine, mystical power. Krishna explains that while he sustains all life, he remains separated from it. Krishna is teaching that his divine power is beyond normal understanding. He is both connected to and separate from the world, showing the greatness of his spiritual nature.
यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायुः सर्वत्र गुमहान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय.
In this verse, Lord Krishna gives an example to explain his relationship with the universe. He says that just like the wind, which is always moving within the sky but doesn't change the sky, all living beings exist within him, yet he remains unchanged. This verse helps us understand that even though God supports and holds everything, he remains constant and unaffected by the changes in the world.
सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकाम् कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विसृजाम्यहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals a deeper truth. He says that although all living beings are supported by him, they do not actually exist in him. This is part of his divine, mystical power. Krishna explains that while he sustains all life, he remains separated from it. Krishna is teaching that his divine power is beyond normal understanding. He is both connected to and separate from the world, showing the greatness of his spiritual nature.
प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिदं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna gives an example to explain his relationship with the universe. He says that just like the wind, which is always moving within the sky but doesn't change the sky, all living beings exist within him, yet he remains unchanged. This verse helps us understand that even though God supports and holds everything, he remains constant and unaffected by the changes in the world.
न च मान्तानि कर्माणि निबन्धन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तन्तेषु कर्मसु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains to Arjuna that even though he creates and sustains the universe, he is not bound by these actions. Krishna remains detached and unaffected by the work he does, just like a neutral observer. He is teaching that one can perform duties without being bound by them if they remain detached, just like he does. This idea encourages selfless action without attachment to results.
मयाध्यक्षेण प्रकृतिः सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains to Arjuna that nature operates under his supervision, creating all moving and non-moving beings. Because of this, the entire universe constantly changes and goes through cycles of creation, maintenance, and destruction. Krishna teaches that he is the ultimate controller, guiding the natural forces that shape the universe, while the world continuously evolves under his direction.
अवजानन्ति मामूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals that foolish people who do not understand his divine nature look down on him because he appears in a human form. They fail to recognize his true, supreme reality as the greatest spirit or the ultimate controller of all beings. Krishna teaches that true understanding comes from recognizing the divine in all forms, even when it appears ordinary. Those who see only the surface miss the deeper spiritual truth.
मोघाशामोघकर्माणो मोघज्ञानाविचेतसः राक्षसीमासुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रिताः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those who have useless hopes, perform fruitless actions, and possess misguided knowledge are deluded and take refuge in a lower nature, which is demonic and asuric. Krishna teaches that reliance on superficial knowledge and actions leads to confusion and suffering. True wisdom comes from understanding one's divine nature and acting in harmony with it.
महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिताः भजन्त्यनन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the great souls or Mahatmas who take refuge in his divine nature. These wise individuals dedicate themselves to worshipping him with unwavering devotion, understanding him as the eternal source of all beings. Krishna teaches that true wisdom lies in recognizing the divine and dedicating oneself to it. This devotion leads to spiritual growth and a deeper connection with the eternal truth.
सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढव्रताः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the devoted souls who constantly chant his glories and make sincere efforts in their worship. These individuals with firm determination bow down to him with devotion and remain engaged in their spiritual practice. Krishna teaches that such unwavering devotion and dedication lead to a deep spiritual connection. These practices help devotees remain close to the divine and experience true fulfillment.
ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतोमुखम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that there are also others who worship him through the sacrifice of knowledge. These devotees see him in various forms and aspects, recognizing the unity in diversity as they offer their worship in different ways. He teaches that recognizing the divine in all its manifestations leads to deeper wisdom. Whether through knowledge or devotion, all sincere efforts to connect with him are valued.
अहं कृतुरहं यज्ञस् स्वधाहमहमौषधम् मन्त्रोऽहमहमैवाज्यम् अहमग्निरहं हुतम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna identifies himself with various aspects of rituals and sacrifices. He states that he is the sacrifice, the offering, the herbs and the plants, and the fire used in rituals. Essentially, he represents the entirety of the sacrificial process. Krishna teaches that true understanding of the divine encompasses recognizing that everything in rituals is connected to him. All forms of worships are ultimately expressions of the same divine reality.
पिताहमस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामहः वेद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋक्साम यजुरेव च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals his role as the father, mother, and the grandfather of all creation. He emphasizes that he is the essence of all knowledge, including the Vedas and the sacred syllable Om, which represents purity and the ultimate truth. He teaches that understanding him as the source of all creation and knowledge brings one closer to the divine. This verse highlights the importance of recognizing the interconnectedness of all life through the divine.
गतिर्भर्ता प्रभुः साक्षी निवासः शरणं सुहृत् प्रभवः प्रलयस्थानं निधानं बीजमव्ययम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes his various roles in the universe. He states that he is the ultimate goal, the sustainer, the witness, the home, the refuge, and the friend of all beings. He also represents the cause of creation, the end of creation, the place of existence, the treasure, and the eternal seed. He teaches that he is fundamentally intertwined with every aspect of existence. Recognizing these roles helps devotees understand their relationship with the divine and find peace and support in their lives. Tapamyaham varshan nighrhnamyutrujami cha amrutai chaiva mrityuscha sadasachaham Arjuna. In this verse, Lord Krishna declares that he is the source of both heat and rain. He has control over these natural phenomena and he can also create and destroy. He emphasizes that he embodies both immortality and death, as well as truth and falsehood. He teaches that he encompasses all dualities in life, highlighting the balance between creation and destruction. Understanding this helps devotees appreciate the divine nature of all experiences, both joyful and challenging. Traivintyamam somapah puta papa yagyairištva swargatim prarthayante te punyamasadya surendra lokam ashranti divyan devideva bhogan. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes how those who perform Vedic rituals and consume soma seek heavenly pleasures. By performing sacrifices, they pray for entry into the heavenly realm and enjoy divine pleasures there. He teaches that while seeking temporary pleasures in the heavens is a valid practice, true fulfillment comes from deeper spiritual understanding and connection to the divine, beyond just the pursuit of rewards. Tetam bhuktva swargalokam vishalang kshine punne martyalokam vishanti evan dharmamanuprapanna gata kama kamalabhante. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those who enjoy the pleasures of the heavenly realm eventually exhaust their accumulated merits. Once their good deeds are depleted, they return to the mortal world. This cycle continues as they seek desires and follow the path of the three Vedas. He teaches that while heavenly pleasures are enjoyable, they are temporary. True liberation lies in seeking deeper spiritual truths rather than getting caught in the cycle of desire and rebirth. Ananyas-chintayanto mam ye janah paryupasate teshan nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. In this verse, Lord Krishna assures that those who exclusively focus on Him and worship Him with unwavering devotion are supported by Him. He promises to take care of their needs and ensure their well-being. He teaches that when one dedicates their heart and mind to the divine, they receive divine support and guidance. This encourages devotees to cultivate a deep personal connection with God, trusting that their spiritual path will be cared for. Yepyanya devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvitaah tepi mameva kaunteya yajantya vidhipurvakam. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that even those who worship other deities with faith are in fact indirectly worshipping Him. He acknowledges that their devotion is sincere but emphasizes that their offerings should ideally be directed towards Him according to the right understanding. He teaches that all forms of sincere worship ultimately lead back to Him, but recognizing the true source of divinity enriches the spiritual journey. It highlights the importance of understanding the relationship between all forms of worship and the ultimate divine reality. Aham hi sarvayagyanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mam bhijananti tatvena tasya vantite. In this verse, Lord Krishna asserts that He is the true enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. However, He notes that many people do not recognize Him in His true essence and therefore miss the deeper truth of their worship. He teaches that recognizing the divine in its true form is essential for genuine devotion. Understanding Him as the ultimate enjoyer of all sacrifices enhances one's spiritual journey and deepens the connection with the divine. Yanti deva vrata devan pitrantyanti pitrivrataah
भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्या यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि माम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the paths taken by different devotees based on their worship. He says that those who worship the gods go to the gods, those who worship ancestors reaches the ancestors, and those who worship the spirits go to the spirits. However, those who worship him with devotion come to him. He teaches that the nature of worship shapes the spiritual journey. Directing devotion towards him leads to the ultimate realization and connection with the divine.
पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयै यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्युपैरतम् अश्रामि प्रयतात्मनः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna expresses that he accepts even a simple offering such as a leaf, a flower, a fruit or water if given with devotion. He assures that he will accept these offerings from sincere devotees. He teaches that true devotion is what makes an offering special. No matter how small the gift, genuine love and faith are what truly connect us to the divine.
Yat karoshi yadashrasi yajjuhoshi dadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna instructs Arjuna to dedicate all actions, whether eating, offering, giving, or performing austerities, to him. He encourages that everything should be done as an offering to the divine. He teaches that integrating devotion into all aspects of life transforms ordinary actions into spiritual offerings. This approach helps cultivate a continuous connection with the divine throughout daily activities.
शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्ष्यसे कर्मबन्धनैः सन्न्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपैष्यसि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna assures Arjuna that by dedicating all actions to him, he will be freed from the results of both good and bad deeds. By practicing the path of renunciation and devotion, Arjuna's soul will attain liberation and ultimately reach Krishna. He teaches that true liberation comes from surrendering all actions to the divine. This allows one to transcend the cycle of karma and attain a higher state of spiritual realization.
Samoham sarvabhuteshu na me dveshosti na priyaha ye bhajanti tu mam bhaktya maite teshu chapyaham.
In this verse, Lord Krishna expresses that he is equal to all beings and does not favor or dislike anyone. He emphasizes that those who worship him with devotion are special to him, and he also resides in their hearts. He teaches that true equality comes from understanding the divine nature of all beings. Devotion creates a special connection, highlighting the importance of love and sincerity in one's spiritual practice.
Api chet suduracharo bhajate mamananya bhak sadhureva samantavyas samyak vyavasito hi saha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reassures that even if a person commits the most sinful acts, if they sincerely worship him without any other distractions, they should be considered. Their determination to turn towards him is what truly matters. He teaches that sincere devotion has the power to redeem individuals, regardless of their past actions. This highlights the importance of turning towards the divine with a pure heart and the potential for change through faith.
Kshipram bhavati dharmatma shashvat-chantin nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi na me bhaktah pranashyati.
In this verse, Lord Krishna assures Arjuna that a devotee who sincerely turns to him quickly becomes a righteous person and attains eternal peace. He emphasizes that anyone who is devoted to him will never perish. He teaches that genuine devotion brings about profound transformation and security. This encourages individuals to embrace faith and trust in the divine, knowing that their efforts will lead to spiritual fulfillment and protection.
Man hi partha vyapashritya yepi syuh papanuyah striyo vaishyas tatha shudras tepi yanti parangatim.
In this verse, Lord Krishna declares that anyone who seeks refuge in him, regardless of their background or past sins, including women, merchants, and laborers, can attain the highest spiritual goal. He teaches that true spiritual potential is accessible to all, encouraging individuals from all walks of life to turn towards the divine. This message reinforces the idea that devotion and sincere seeking are what truly matter on the spiritual path.
Kim punar brahmanah punya bhakta rajarshyastatha anityamasukham lokam imam prapya bhajasva mam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna addresses Arjuna, highlighting that if even the virtuous and noble kings can attain spiritual realization, then what to speak of them? He emphasizes the temporary and painful nature of the material world and urges everyone to seek refuge in him. He teaches that regardless of one's social or spiritual standing, the ultimate goal is to turn towards the divine for true peace and fulfillment, transcending the struggles of the material existence.
Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji man namaskuru mame vaishyasi yuktvaivam atmanam matparayanaha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna instructs Arjuna to focus his mind on him, become his devotee, offer sacrifices to him, and bow down in reverence. By doing so, Krishna assures that Arjuna will ultimately come to him. He teaches that true devotion involves complete dedication of one's thoughts and actions to the divine. This path leads to unity with Krishna, highlighting the significance of devotion in spiritual practice.
Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Rajavidya Rajaguhya Yogo Nam Navamodhyayaha. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Dashamodhyayaha. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho shruну me paravam vachaha yatteham priyamanaya vakshyami hitakamyaya.
In this verse, Lord Krishna speaks to Arjuna. He tells Arjuna, "Listen again to my supreme words, which I will speak to you because I care for your well-being." Here, Krishna is reassuring Arjuna. He wants to guide Arjuna in the right direction because he loves him and wants to help him make the best decisions. This shows how much Krishna values Arjuna and desires to lead him to a better path. The key message: Krishna shares wisdom to guide and protect those he loves.
Name viduh suraganav prabhavanna maharshayah ahamadirhi devanam maharshinai cha sarvashah.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, "Neither the gods nor the great sages know my origin. I am the source of all the gods and sages." Krishna is explaining that even powerful beings like gods and sages cannot fully understand his greatness. He existed before them and is the creator of everything. This shows that Krishna is beyond the understanding of even the most knowledgeable beings in the universe. The key message: Krishna is the eternal source of all creation, and his power is beyond what anyone, even gods and wise men, can comprehend.
Yo mam jamanadicha veti lokamaheshwaram asammudas samarteshu sarva papaih pramuchyate.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, "One who knows me as unborn, without a beginning, and the Supreme Lord of all worlds, is not confused among humans and is freed from all sins." Krishna is telling Arjuna that understanding his eternal nature, that he was never born and has no beginning, helps a person avoid confusion in life. Those who know Krishna's true nature as the supreme ruler of the universe are freed from all their past mistakes. बुद्धिर्ज्ञानमसम्मोहः क्षमा सत्यं दमः शमः सुखं दुःखं भवो भावो भयं चाभयमेव च. In this verse, Lord Krishna lists different qualities that come from him. He says intelligence, knowledge, freedom from confusion, forgiveness, truth, control over the senses, calmness, happiness, sorrow, birth, death, fear, and fearlessness. All these come from him. Krishna is explaining that he is the source of both good and challenging qualities in life. Whether it's wisdom, calmness, or even emotions like happiness and fear, everything exists because of him. Ahimsa samata tushtis तपोदानै यशो यशः भवन्ति भावा भूतानां मत्त एव पृथिग्विधाः. In this verse, Lord Krishna says non-violence, equality, contentment, self-discipline, charity, fame and infamy. All these different qualities among living beings come from me. Krishna explains that both positive qualities like non-violence and charity and challenging ones like fame and infamy are created by me. This shows that he is the source of all diverse traits found in people. Maharshayas sapta purve chatvaro manavasthatha madbhava manasa jata yeshan loka imav prajah. In this verse, Lord Krishna says the 7 great sages, the 4 ancient Manus, and all living beings in the world are born from my mind and power. He is telling Arjuna that the ancient sages and the Manus who rule different ages of creation were all created by him. These beings are responsible for guiding and managing the world. Since they come from Krishna, all life in the universe is connected to him. एतां विभूति योगै च मम यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः सोऽविकम्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशयः. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, one who truly understands my divine powers and my yogic abilities is united with unwavering devotion. There is no doubt about this. Krishna explains that if someone fully understands his divine qualities and spiritual powers, they will naturally be connected to him with strong, unshakable devotion. This deep understanding leads to a stable and peaceful mind. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mattas sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaah. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am the source of all creation and everything in the world moves because of me. The wise who understand this worship me with deep devotion. Krishna is explaining that he is the origin of everything and all actions and events happen through his will. Those who realize this truth are considered wise and devote themselves to Krishna with love and devotion. मच्चिता मद्गतप्राणा बोधयन्तः परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति चरमन्ति च. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, with their minds focused on me and their lives dedicated to me, my devotees talk to each other about me. They find joy and satisfaction in sharing my stories and teachings. Krishna explains that his true devotees keep him in their hearts and share his wisdom with each other. This brings them happiness and peace as they constantly think about and discuss Krishna's greatness. तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तै येन मामुपयान्ति ते. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, to those who are always devoted to me and who worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Krishna is explaining that for his sincere and loving devotees, he provides the wisdom and guidance they need to reach him. Their constant devotion and love help them grow closer to Krishna and understand him better. तेषामेवानुकम्पार्थम् अहं ज्ञानजनन्तमः नाशयाम्यात्मभावस्थो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy the darkness of ignorance with the shining lamp of knowledge. Krishna explains that for his devoted followers, he personally removes their ignorance by giving them divine knowledge. This knowledge helps them see the truth and find the right path in life.
Arjuna uvacha Parabrahma parandhama Pavitram paramam bhavan Purusham shashvatam divyam Adidevamajam vibhum. In this verse, Arjuna says to Lord Krishna, "You are the Supreme Divine Personality, the ultimate abode, the purest and the eternal. You are the original God, unborn and all-pervading." Arjuna is acknowledging Krishna's greatness. He recognizes that Krishna is the highest divine being, the source of all purity and eternal truth. Arjuna also understands that Krishna is the original creator who exists beyond birth and death. Ahustvam rishayas sarve devarshirnaradastatha asito devalo vyasas swayam chaiva pravishime. In this verse, Arjuna continues speaking to Lord Krishna. All the great sages, including Narada, Asita, Devala and Vyasa, have declared you as the supreme divine being. Now you yourself are telling me the same truth. Arjuna is saying that not only does he recognize Krishna's greatness, but so do the wisest sages of ancient times. They have all confirmed that Krishna is the supreme Lord of the universe, and now Krishna is affirming this truth personally. सर्वमेतद्धृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवन् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवानदानवाः. In this verse, Arjuna says to Lord Krishna, "I fully accept everything you have told me as true. O Krishna, neither the gods nor the demons can understand your true nature." Arjuna expresses his complete faith in Krishna's words. He acknowledges that Krishna's divine nature is beyond the understanding of even the most powerful beings, like gods and demons. This shows Arjuna's deep trust in Krishna's wisdom and teachings. स्वयमेवात्मनात्मानौ वेत्थ त्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावनभूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते. In this verse, Arjuna says to Lord Krishna, "You alone know yourself by your own power. O Supreme Divine Personality, Creator of all beings, Lord of all, God of gods, and Ruler of the universe." Arjuna acknowledges that only Krishna truly knows the full extent of his divine nature. Krishna, being the creator and ruler of everything, is the only one who fully understands himself. Even the gods and sages cannot comprehend his greatness. व्यक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्यायात्मविभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमां संव्याप्य तिष्ठसि. In this verse, Arjuna asks Lord Krishna, "Please describe to me in detail your divine powers and manifestations by which you pervade all the worlds and exist in them." Arjuna wants to understand more about Krishna's divine qualities and how he expresses his power throughout the universe. He asks Krishna to explain the different ways in which he is present in everything and everywhere. Katham vidyamaham yogins tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya. In this verse, Arjuna asks Lord Krishna, "How can I, O Yogeshwara, always think of you? In what various forms should I meditate on you, O blessed Lord?" Arjuna wants to know how he can always keep Krishna in his thoughts. He asks Krishna to describe the different forms of manifestations through which he can meditate on Krishna and stay connected. Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuya kathaya triptirhi shrunvato nasti me mritam. In this verse, Arjuna says to Lord Krishna, "O Janardana, please describe to me again your divine powers and glories in detail. I am never tired of hearing your nectar-like words." Arjuna expresses his eagerness to hear more about Krishna's divine qualities and powers. He finds Krishna's teachings so enlightening and satisfying that he wants to keep listening without ever growing weary. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Hantate Katayishyami Divyayatma Vibhutayah Pradhanyata Kurukshetra Nastyanto Vistarasya Me. In this verse, Lord Krishna says to Arjuna, "Very well, I shall now tell you of my divine manifestations, but only the most important ones, O Arjuna, for there is no end to my glories."
Krishna acknowledges Arjuna's request and agrees to share some of his key divine manifestations. However, he also explains that his glories are limitless and he will only describe a few of the most significant ones.
अहमात्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताशयस्थितः अहमादिश्च मध्यै च भूतानामन्त एव च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am the Self, O Gudakesha, seated in the hearts of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Krishna reveals that he is the inner essence or soul present in every living being. He is the origin, sustainer, and conclusion of all existence. Everything starts, continues, and ends with him.
आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषां रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Among the light, I am the radiant sun. Among the stars, I am the moon. Krishna identifies himself with some of the most significant and powerful entities in the universe. He reveals that he embodies Vishnu among the gods, the sun among all forms of light, and the moon among the stars. These examples highlight his divine presence in various forms of celestial power.
वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतामानस्मि चेतना.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am the Vedas among the scriptures. I am the sound in the ether. I am the manliness in men. Krishna reveals his presence in various aspects of knowledge and existence. He identifies himself as the essence of the Vedas, which are the most revered scriptures in Hinduism. He also describes himself as a sound in the ether, indicating his connection to the fundamental nature of the universe and as the strength and courage found in human beings.
रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषु यक्षरक्षसां वसूनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुः शिखरिणामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the Rudras I am Shankar, among the Yakshas and Rakshasas I am Kuber, among the Vasus I am Agni, and among the mountains I am Mount Meru. He reveals that he is present in the greatest forms of power, wealth, transformation, and stability in the universe. This verse teaches us to see the divine in everything that holds great significance in nature and mythology. The divine presence of Krishna is reflected in the most potent forms that govern the cosmos.
पुरोधसाय च मुख्यं वाव विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दस् सरसामस्मि सागरः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among priests, know me as Brihaspati. Among army generals, I am Skanda, and among bodies of water, I am the ocean. Krishna identifies himself with the most prominent and powerful examples in each category. Brihaspati is the chief priest of the gods, representing wisdom. Skanda is a brave and powerful leader of the divine army. The ocean, being vast and deep, is the greatest of all water bodies.
महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिराम्यस्मेकमक्षरं यज्ञानाय जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the great sages I am Bhrigu. Among words, I am the sacred syllable Om. Among sacrifices, I am the sacrifice of silent meditation. And among immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Here, Krishna highlights some of his divine manifestations. Sage Bhrigu is one of the greatest sages known for his wisdom. The syllable Om represents the eternal sound and essence of the universe. Silent repetition of mantras is considered the purest form of worship. Himalayas symbolize strength, stability, and grandeur.
अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथस्सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among all the trees, I am the Ashwatha. Among the divine sages, I am Narada. Among the Gandharvas, I am Chitrarath, and among the perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Krishna highlights some of his most special manifestations. He chooses the Ashwatha tree, known for its spiritual significance. He mentions Narada, who is famous for spreading divine knowledge. Chitrarath represents the best of celestial musicians, while Kapila is known for his wisdom.
उच्चैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि मामृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतङ्गजेन्द्राणां नरणाञ्च नराधिपम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among horses, know me as Uchchaishravas, born of the nectar of immortality. Among elephants, I am Airavat, and among humans, I am the king. Krishna shows that he embodies the best and most splendid in every category. This verse teaches us to see divinity in excellence, nobility, and greatness, reminding us that all magnificent qualities reflect Krishna's divine essence.
आयुधानामहं वज्रन् धेनुनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पस् सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकिः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among weapons, I am the thunderbolt Vajra. Among cows, I am Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow. Among causes of procreation, I am Kandarpa, and among serpents, I am Vasuki. Krishna is present in the most powerful, fulfilling, and creative aspects of the world. This verse teaches us that wherever there is greatness, power, or the ability to bring forth life, it is a reflection of Krishna's divine presence.
अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणां मर्यमा चास्मि यमः संयमतामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the serpents, I am Ananta. Among water beings, I am Varuna. Among the ancestors, I am Aryama. And among controllers, I am Yama. Krishna highlights that he is present in powerful and significant figures that govern various aspects of life and afterlife. This verse teaches us to see his divine influence in elements that ensure balance, justice, and continuity in the universe.
प्रह्लाद चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः कलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणाम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the demons, I am Prahlad. Among timekeepers, I am time itself. Among animals, I am the lion, and among birds, I am Garuda. Krishna emphasizes that he embodies greatness even among seemingly opposing forces like demons, as well as in the most powerful entities in nature. This verse teaches us to recognize divine qualities in strength, devotion, time, and service, all of which are manifestations of Krishna's essence.
पवनः पवतामस्मि रामः शस्त्रभृतामहं झषाणां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जाह्नवी.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among purifiers, I am the wind. Among warriors wielding weapons, I am Rama. Among fish, I am the Makara, and among flowing rivers, I am the Ganga. Krishna shows that he is present in elements that purify, protect, and sustain life. This verse teaches us to see his divine influence in the natural forces, righteous leaders, and sacred rivers, reminding us that all sources of strength and purity are reflections of his divine essence.
सर्गाणामान्दिरन्तश्च मध्ये चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां वादः प्रवदतामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among creations, I am the beginning, the end, and the middle, O Arjuna. Among all types of knowledge, I am the knowledge of the self, and among those who debate, I am the reasoning. Krishna highlights that he is the essence of creation, wisdom, and understanding. This verse teaches us that wherever there is knowledge that leads to self-awareness or debates that uncover the truth, it is a reflection of Krishna's divine presence. He is the ultimate source of all beginnings, conclusions, and wisdom.
अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामासिकस्य च अहमेवाक्षयः कालो दाताहं विश्वतोमुखः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among letters, I am the letter A. Among compound words, I am the dual word. I am also the infinite, imperishable time. And I am the sustainer of all with faces in every direction. Krishna shows that he is the essence of all forms of language, time, and sustenance. This verse teaches us that the divine is present in every beginning, in every balanced relationship, and in the eternal flow of time, symbolizing his boundless support and presence in the universe.
मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिश्रीर्वाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिः क्षमा.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am death, the great destroyer of all things. I am the beginning, the present, and the future. I am fame, fortune, speech, memory, intelligence, determination, and forgiveness. Krishna is the force behind both creation and destruction, as well as the essential qualities that guide human life, such as wisdom, courage, and compassion. This verse teaches us to recognize His divine presence in all aspects of life, including the virtues that shape our character and actions.
बृहत्साम तथा साम्ना गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां सुकुमाकरः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the hymns, I am the Brihatsam. Among the meters, I am the Gayatri. Among the months, I am Margashirsha. And among the seasons, I am the spring. This verse teaches us that His divine presence is reflected in sacred practices, times of the year, and the beauty of nature, reminding us to recognize divinity in the rhythms of life.
द्यूते चलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among those who deceive, I am gambling. Among the brilliant, I am their radiance. I am victory, I am effort, and I am strength among the strong. Krishna embodies all forms of energy and power, whether it's in victory, effort, brilliance, or strength. This verse teaches us that His divine presence is reflected in every action and quality that drives success and power in life, whether in noble or less noble forms.
वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनामुषणा कविः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, among the Vrishnis, I am Vasudeva. Among the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Among the sages, I am Vyasa. And among poets, I am Ushna. Krishna is present in the most revered and influential individuals, whether they are great warriors, sages, or poets. This verse teaches us to recognize His divine essence in those who lead, create, and inspire, as they reflect the highest qualities of wisdom, strength, and virtue.
दण्डोदमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानाय ज्ञानो ज्ञानवतामहम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am the rod of punishment among those who punish. I am the moral order among those who seek victory. I am silence among secrets, and I am the knowledge of the wise. Krishna embodies the qualities that help maintain justice, guide actions towards success, and reveal the deepest truths. This verse teaches us that divine presence is reflected in moral conduct, wisdom, and the ability to understand and maintain the hidden, sacred aspects of life.
यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत् स्यान् मया भूतैः चराचरम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, I am the seed of all living beings, O Arjuna. There is no being, whether moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Krishna is the ultimate source of everything in the universe, and without His divine essence, nothing could exist. This verse teaches us to recognize that all life and creation depend on the divine presence of Krishna, who is the foundation of all existence.
नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says, there is no end to my divine manifestations. O Parantapa, what I have spoken to you is only a brief description of my infinite power. Krishna's divine power is endless and all-encompassing. This verse teaches us that the manifestations of divinity in the world are just a fraction of Krishna's vast and infinite presence. He is in everything, everywhere, and his true essence is beyond what can be truly explained. यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद्दूर्जितमेव वा तत्तेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम्. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, whatever divine or powerful manifestations you see, O Arjuna, know that it is a part of my radiant power. Krishna teaches that all qualities of greatness and beauty in the world are ultimately expressions of his divine presence. This verse encourages us to recognize the divine in all forms of excellence and greatness, understanding that they are reflections of Krishna's infinite power. अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्ठभ्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत्. In this verse, Lord Krishna says, but what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and sustain the entire universe. Krishna reveals the immense scale of his divine presence. He is everywhere and everything exists within his energy. This verse teaches us that Krishna's essence is the foundation of the entire universe, and all we need to understand is that he is the source of all life and creation. Om Tatsaditi Srimad-Bhagavad-Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vibhuti Yogo Nam Dashamodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ एकादशोऽध्यायः. अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यमध्यात्मसंज्ञितं यत्त्वयोक्तं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम. In this verse, Arjuna is speaking to Krishna, saying that because of Krishna's kindness, he has explained the most secret knowledge, which is about the self and the soul. This knowledge has cleared all the confusion in Arjuna's mind. This verse shows Arjuna's gratitude for the wisdom that Krishna has shared with him, which has helped him understand the truth better. Bhavapyayo hi bhutanam श्रुतौ विस्तरशो मया त्वत्तः कमलपत्राक्ष माहात्म्यमपि चाव्ययम्. In this verse, Arjuna continues speaking to Krishna. He says that he has already heard in great detail from Krishna about the creation and destruction of all living beings, as well as Krishna's unchanging greatness. This verse reflects Arjuna's appreciation for the profound wisdom Krishna has shared about life, the universe, and Krishna's divine nature. एवमेतद्यथार्थत्वम् आत्मानं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तमा. In this verse, Arjuna is speaking to Krishna and acknowledges that whatever Krishna has said about himself is true. Arjuna expresses his desire to see Krishna's divine supreme form. This verse shows Arjuna's faith in Krishna and his eagerness to witness Krishna's ultimate divine form, which is beyond the human understanding of a normal being. मन्यसे यदि तच्छक्यं मया दृष्टुमिति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मानमव्ययम्. In this verse, Arjuna tells Krishna that if Krishna thinks it is possible for him to see the divine form, then Krishna should reveal it. Arjuna addresses Krishna as Prabhu and Yogeshwara. This verse reflects Arjuna's humility and deep respect for Krishna, as he seeks Krishna's permission and wisdom before seeing his divine form. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Pashya me partha rupani shatashoth sahasrashah नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च. In this verse, Lord Krishna begins to respond to Arjuna. He tells Arjuna to behold his divine forms, which are hundreds and thousands in number, of various types, colors, and shapes. This verse shows Krishna's willingness to reveal his vast, magnificent forms to Arjuna, offering him a glimpse of his unlimited divine power and beauty. Pashyadityan vasun rudran Ashvinau marutasthatha Bahunyadrishtapurvani Pashyascharani Bharata. In this verse, Lord Krishna continues speaking to Arjuna, telling him to look at various divine forms like the Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwins, and Maruts. He says Arjuna will also see many other wondrous forms that he has never seen before. This verse reveals the vastness and diversity of Krishna's divine form, filled with both familiar and unseen marvels, emphasizing his supreme nature. Ihaikastham jagat-krishnam pashyadya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanyadrushtumicchasi. In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he can now see the entire universe with all its moving and non-moving beings gathered in one place within Krishna's own divine body. Krishna also invites Arjuna to see anything else he wishes to observe. This verse highlights Krishna's divine form, which encompasses the entire creation, allowing Arjuna to witness the vastness of the universe within Krishna's body. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he cannot see Krishna's divine form with his normal human eyes. Therefore, Krishna grants Arjuna divine vision so he can behold his supreme power and majesty. This verse shows that Krishna's divine form is beyond human perception, requiring special spiritual vision, which he graciously grants to Arjuna so he can experience Krishna's full glory. Sanjaya Uvacha Evamuktvā tato rajan Mahayogeshvaro Harihi Darshayamasa Parthaya Paramam Rupamaishwaram. In this verse, Sanjaya, who is narrating the events to King Dhritarashtra, describes how Lord Krishna, the great master of yoga, spoke to Arjuna and then revealed his supreme divine form. This verse sets the stage for the grand revelation of Krishna's universal form, a moment of divine vision that Arjuna is about to experience. Anekavaktra nayanam anekadbhuta darshanam anekadivyabharanan divyanekodhyatayudham. In this verse, Sanjaya continues describing Krishna's divine form as shown to Arjuna. He reveals that Krishna's form had countless mouths and eyes with many marvelous and awe-inspiring sights. Krishna was adorned with many divine ornaments and held numerous divine weapons, all shining brightly. This verse highlights the grandeur and overwhelming nature of Krishna's divine form, filled with incredible beauty, power, and mystery. It emphasizes that Krishna's true form goes beyond ordinary human perception. दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरन् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखम्. In this verse, Sanjaya describes Krishna's divine form further, noting that he wore celestial garlands and garments and was adorned with divine fragrances. Krishna's form was full of wonders, infinite, and had faces looking in all directions. This verse emphasizes the enchanting and awe-inspiring qualities of Krishna's divine form, showcasing his omnipresence and the beauty of the divine. Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhavedyugapaduttita Yadhi Bhasadrishi Sa Syat Bhasastasya Mahatmanaha. In this verse, Sanjaya explains that if thousands of suns were to rise simultaneously in the sky, their brightness would be comparable to the radiance of Krishna's divine form. This verse illustrates the unimaginable brilliance of Krishna's universal form, showcasing his majesty and the awe it inspires.
तत्रैकस्थै जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तमनेकधा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा.
In this verse, Sanjay describes how Arjuna, while witnessing Krishna's divine form, saw the entire universe divided into many parts, all contained within Krishna's body. This verse emphasizes the vastness and unity of creation, showcasing how everything exists within Krishna and reinforcing his supreme status as the ultimate deity.
ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत.
In this verse, Arjuna, referred to as Dhananjay, is filled with awe and amazement upon witnessing Krishna's divine form. His hair stands on end with excitement, and he humbly bows down to Krishna, offering his respects with folded hands. This verse captures Arjuna's emotional response to the divine revelation, illustrating his humility and devotion in the presence of the Supreme Being.
Arjuna uvacha pashyami devastava devadehe sarvastatha bhuta vishesha sanghan brahmanamisham kamalasanastham rishinscha sarva nuragascha divyan.
In this verse, Arjuna expresses his amazement as he sees various divine forms within Krishna's form. He acknowledges the presence of gods, different groups of beings, and sages, including those seated on lotus thrones as well as celestial serpents. This verse highlights the vastness of Krishna's divine form and the multitude of celestial beings contained within it, reinforcing Krishna's role as the ultimate source of all creation.
Anekabahu daravaktra netram pashyami tvam sarvatonantarupam nantanna madhyan na punastavadim pashyami vishveshvara vishvarupa.
In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's divine form as having many arms, stomachs, faces, and eyes. He acknowledges that he sees Krishna's infinite form everywhere and he cannot find an end or middle to it, nor can he identify its beginning. This verse illustrates Arjuna's recognition of Krishna's supreme reality, showcasing the limitless and eternal essence of the divine.
Kiritinam gadinai chakrinim cha tejo rashim sarvato deeptamantam pashyami tvandur niriksham samantad deeptanalarka dyutimaprameyam.
In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's divine form, noting that he sees him adorned with a crown, holding a mace and a discus. He acknowledges Krishna's radiant brilliance that shines everywhere, making it difficult to behold him fully. This verse emphasizes Krishna's divine majesty and the extraordinary light emanating from him, reflecting his supreme status and the awe it inspires in Arjuna.
Tvamaksharam paramam veditavyan tvamasya vishvasya paranannidhanam tvamavyaya shashvata dharmagupta sanatanastvam purusho mato me.
In this verse, Arjuna acknowledges Krishna as the imperishable, supreme being who is to be known and understood. He recognizes Krishna as the ultimate refuge of the universe and as the eternal protector of righteousness. This verse emphasizes Arjuna's deep realization of Krishna's true divine nature and his fundamental role as the protector and sustainer of all existence.
Anadimadhyantamanantaviryam anantavahum shashisuryanetram pashyami tvam deepta hutashavaktam swatejasa vishvamidantapantam.
In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's divine form as having no beginning, middle, or end, and as possessing infinite strength and many arms. He notes that Krishna has eyes like the moon and the sun, and he sees Krishna's radiant face burning like fire, illuminating the entire universe. This verse reflects Arjuna's awe at Krishna's infinite nature and divine splendor, emphasizing Krishna's role as the source of light and life in the universe. Dhyava prithivyoridhimantaram hi vyaptan tvayaiken dishascha sarvaha drishtvaadbhutam रूपमुग्रन्तवेदल् लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन्. In this verse, Arjuna expresses that the entire space between heaven and earth is filled by Krishna alone. He observes that all directions are pervaded by Krishna's presence. Witnessing this wondrous and fierce form of Krishna, Arjuna notes that all three worlds are trembling in fear. This verse underscores the majesty and intensity of Krishna's universal form, highlighting the awe and fear it instills in all beings. Amihi tvam surasangha vishanti kechid bhita pranjalayo grunanti swasti tyuktva maharshis siddha sanghas stuvanti tvam stutibhih pushkalabhihi. In this verse, Arjuna observes that the groups of celestial beings are entering Krishna's divine form, some with fear and humility, folding their hands in reverence. The great sages and perfected beings are also praising Krishna, chanting blessings and hymns in gratitude. This verse highlights the reverence that both divine beings and sages hold for Krishna, showcasing his divine authority and the acknowledgement of his greatness in the universe. Rudraditya vasavo ye cha sadhya vishveshvinau marutaschoshmapascha gandharvayaksha surasiddha sangha vikshante tvam vismitaschaiva sarve. In this verse, Arjuna lists various celestial beings who are in awe of Krishna's divine form. He mentions the Rudras, Adityas, Vasus, Siddhas, Ashwins, Maruts, and other divine entities, including Gandharvas and Yakshas, who are all gazing at Krishna with wonder and amazement. This verse emphasizes the collective awe and respect that various divine beings have for Krishna, illustrating his unparalleled majesty and the impact of his divine presence on the cosmos. Rupam mahatte bahuvak Netram Mahabaho Bahubahurupadam Bahudaram Bahudanshra Karalan Drishtva Loka Pravyatithasthathaham. In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's magnificent form, noting that it has many faces and eyes and is characterized by numerous powerful arms and legs. He observes that Krishna's form has many mouths and fearsome teeth, which fills him and all the worlds with terror. This verse illustrates the overwhelming and fearsome nature of Krishna's universal form, highlighting the profound impact it has on Arjuna and all beings who witness it. Nabhasprishandiptamanekavarnau Vyatananandiptavishalanetram Drishtva hi tvam pravyathitantaratma Dhritinna vindami shamai cha Vishnu. In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's divine form as reaching up to the sky, radiating with multiple colors. Krishna's face is wide and his large bright eyes are fearsome, creating a sense of profound terror within Arjuna. He admits that upon seeing Krishna, his inner being is shaken and he is unable to maintain his composure or find peace. This verse captures the intense emotional and psychological impact of witnessing Krishna's universal form, showcasing the overwhelming awe and fear it inspires within Arjuna. Danshra karalani chate mukhani drishtaiva kala nalasannibhani disho na jane nalabhe cha sharma prasida devesha jagannivasa. In this verse, Arjuna is overwhelmed by the sight of Krishna's fearsome faces, which resemble the terrifying teeth of a fierce creature. likening them to the flames of death itself. He expresses his confusion and fear, stating that he cannot discern the directions or find peace. He implores Krishna, the Lord of the universe, to show him mercy. This verse encapsulates Arjuna's deep fear and confusion, highlighting his vulnerability and need for Krishna's compassion amidst the overwhelming terror of witnessing his divine form. Ami च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्रास् सर्वे सहैवाव निपालसङ्घैः भीष्मो द्रोणस्सूतपुत्रस्तथासौ सहास्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यैः. In this verse, Arjuna acknowledges that all sons of Dhritarashtra and the warriors allied with them, including notable figures like Bhishma, Drona, and the son of charioteer, are also witnessing Krishna's divine form. He mentions that they too are seeing this awe-inspiring sight alongside him. This verse emphasizes the universality of Krishna's divine revelation, as it is not just Arjuna but also the key figures of the battlefield who are affected by the extraordinary sight of Krishna's universal form. Vaktrani te tvaramana vishanti dranshta karalani bhayanakani kechit vilagna dashanantareshu sandrishyante churnitairuttamangai. In this verse, Arjuna describes how the fearsome mouths of Krishna's divine form are devouring the warriors on the battlefield. He notes that some are caught between the terrible teeth and their bodies are being crushed into powder, emphasizing the horror of the scene. This verse powerfully conveys the overwhelming destruction that Krishna's divine form brings, reinforcing the theme of divine retribution and the consequences of the war. Arjuna's vivid imagery reflects the intense fear and dread felt by those witnessing this cosmic event. Yatha nadinam bahavombuvegas samudrameva bhimukha dravanti तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति. In this verse, Arjuna compares the fierce warriors of the human world to rivers rushing towards the ocean. He notes that just as many rivers flow swiftly into the sea, the brave warriors are being drawn into Krishna's mouth, which are blazing with intensity. This verse vividly illustrates the overwhelming power of Krishna's divine form and the inescapable destruction that awaits the warriors, reinforcing the theme of cosmic inevitability and divine authority in the face of conflict. Yatha pradiptai jwalan patanga vishanti nashai samriddha vegaah तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः. In this verse, Arjuna draws a powerful analogy between the fate of insects that rush into a blazing flame and the brave warriors entering Krishna's fearsome mouths. He notes that just as these insects head towards the fire with great speed, the warriors are also rushing into destruction. This verse underscores the theme of inevitable destruction, portraying the futility of the warriors' efforts in the face of divine power and Arjuna's recognition of the tragic consequences of the battle. Lelihyase grasamanas samantal lokan samagran vadanaijwaladdihi tejobhirapurya jagat samagram Bhasastavograf Pratapanti Vishnu. In this verse, Arjuna describes Krishna's divine form as consuming the entire universe with his blazing mouths. He observes that Krishna is engulfing all worlds and that the intense radiance emanating from his form is filling the entire cosmos with light. This verse highlights the all-encompassing and destructive nature of Krishna's divine form, illustrating the overwhelming force of the divine and the impact it has on the universe, reinforcing the theme of divine authority and the inevitability of fate in the cosmic order. Akhyahimeko bhavanugrarupo namostute devavara prasida विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यन् न हि प्रजानामि तव pravrittim. In this verse, Arjuna humbly requests Krishna to reveal his true identity and divine nature. He expresses his desire to understand who Krishna is in his magnificent, terrifying form. Arjuna offers his respects, bowing down, and asks Krishna to be merciful and explain his actions and essence. This verse reflects Arjuna's transition from fear to reverence as he seeks knowledge and understanding of Krishna's divine identity and the cosmic role he plays, emphasizing the importance of divine grace and insight. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kalosmi Lokakshayakrit Pravriddho Lokan Samahartumiha Pravrittaha Rite Pitvan Bhavishyanti Sarve Yevasthitaf Pratyanikeshu Yodha. In this verse, Krishna reveals his true identity to Arjuna, declaring that he is time itself, responsible for the destruction of worlds. He explains that he has come to annihilate the warriors on the battlefield, emphasizing that without him, none of the soldiers arrayed in the battle will survive. This verse underscores the themes of destiny and divine intervention, illustrating Krishna's role as the ultimate force of destruction and the inevitability of warriors' fate in the grand cosmic order. It serves to remind Arjuna of the futility of his fears and doubts in the face of divine will. Tasmat tvamuttishta yasho labhasya jitva shatrun bhungshva rajyam samriddham mayyaivaite nihatah purvameva nimitta matram bhava savyasachin. In this verse, Krishna urges Arjuna to rise and seize glory, encouraging him to conquer his enemies and enjoy the prosperous kingdom that awaits him. Krishna emphasizes that the warriors have already been slain by him, and Arjuna is merely an instrument in this divine plan. This verse emphasizes the themes of duty, action, and the acknowledgement of divine will, motivating Arjuna to rise above his doubts and fears and fulfill his role as a warrior in the grand cosmic order. It reinforces the idea that success in battle is assured by Krishna's divine intervention. Dronai cha bhishmai cha jayadrathai cha karnan tatha jnanapi yodhaviran maya hatanstvai jahimaidhyadhishta yuddhasvajeta sirane sapatnan. In this verse, Krishna reassures Arjuna that he will defeat significant warriors like Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha and Karna, who are formidable opponents in the battle. Krishna tells Arjuna not to be disturbed or fearful because he has already killed these warriors and encourages him to fight with confidence. This verse emphasizes the theme of confidence in the face of adversity and the importance of faith in divine guidance. Krishna's assurance serves to bolster Arjuna's resolve, reminding him that the outcome of the battle is already determined by divine will. Sanjaya Uvacha Etrat Shrutva Vachanam Keshavasya Kritanjalirvepamana Kiriti Namaskritva Bhuya Evaha Krishnam Sagadnadam Bhita Bhitav Pranamya. In this verse, Sanjaya describes Arjuna's reaction after hearing Krishna's profound words. Overwhelmed by Krishna's revelations and the weight of his situation, Arjuna is adorned with a crown, bows down and folded hands. He approaches Krishna with trembling, expressing both fear and reverence. This verse captures Arjuna's transformation from a hesitant warrior to a devotee who acknowledges Krishna's divinity. It emphasizes the themes of humility, surrender, and the deep emotional impact of realizing the divine nature of Krishna, reflecting the complex emotions present in moments of profound revelation. Arjuna Uvacha Sthane Rishikesha Tava Prakirtya Jagat Prahishyatyanurajyate Cha Rakshansi Bhitani Disho Dravanti Sarve Namasyanti Cha Siddha Sangha. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his awe at Krishna's divine nature and impact it has on the world. He notes that the very reputation of Krishna causes the universe to rejoice and pay homage to him, including the powerful beings and spirits that are usually fearful. This verse highlights the themes of Krishna's supremacy and the reverence that all beings, including those of great power, feel towards him. Arjuna's acknowledgement reflects his understanding of Krishna's profound impact on the universe and the respect he commands from all entities, reinforcing the idea of divine authority and presence. Kasmachatena nameran mahatman gariyase brahmanopyadikartre anantadevesha jagannivasa tvamaksharam sadasattatparayat. In this verse, Arjuna poses a pagan question to Krishna, expressing his confusion as to why people do not bow down to him, even though he is greater than all, including the creator Brahma. He acknowledges Krishna as the eternal, supreme being who is beyond the material and the spiritual realms. This verse illustrates Arjuna's deepening understanding of Krishna's divine nature and the confusion surrounding the lack of reverence given to him. It highlights themes of devotion, the recognition of true greatness, and the distinction between the material and spiritual realms, reinforcing Krishna's role as the ultimate reality. Tvamadidevah Purushav Puranas Tvamasya Vishwasya Parannidhanam Vetasi Vidyai cha Parancha Dhama Tvaya Tatam Vishwamanantarupa. In this verse, Arjuna acknowledges Krishna as the original and the eternal person, affirming his role as the supreme foundation of the universe. He recognizes Krishna as the ultimate knowledge and the source of all existence, encompassing all that is known and yet to be known. This verse emphasizes Krishna's ultimate reality as the source of all creation and knowledge, reinforcing the themes of divinity, omnipresence, and the interconnectedness of the cosmos with the divine. Arjuna's realization reflects a deeper understanding of Krishna's nature and the all-encompassing aspect of his existence. Vayuryamugnir varunashashankav prajapatistvam prapitamahascha namo namastestu sahasrakritvav punascha bhuyopi namo namaste. In this verse, Arjuna expresses deep reverence for Krishna by acknowledging him as embodying various divine forms and deities. He offers multiple salutations, recognizing Krishna's supreme position as the source of all existence. This verse beautifully encapsulates Arjuna's acknowledgement of Krishna's multifaceted divinity and his humble devotion. It highlights the themes of reverence, humility, and understanding of Krishna as the ultimate source of all beings and the forces in the universe. Namah Purasta Datha Prashtataste Namostute Sarvata Eva Sarva Anantavirya Mitavikramastvam Sarvam Samapnoshi Tatosi Sarvaha. In this verse, Arjuna offers profound reverence to Krishna, recognizing his omnipresence and unlimited power. He acknowledges Krishna as the source of all existence, who encompasses everything and possesses infinite strength. This verse encapsulates themes of devotion, the recognition of Krishna's all-encompassing nature, and the understanding of his infinite power and presence in the universe. Arjuna's respectful acknowledgement highlights his profound reverence and submission to the divine. Sakheti matva prasabham yaduktam He Krishna He Yadava He Sakheti Ajanata Mahimananta Vedam Maya Pramadat Pranayena Vapi. In this verse, Arjuna expresses remorse for having addressed Krishna casually as a friend or companion. He acknowledges his lack of awareness regarding Krishna's true greatness and divine nature, which he now recognizes. This verse highlights themes of humility and self-reflection. Arjuna's acknowledgement of his missteps in addressing Krishna illustrates a shift in his understanding of divine relationships. It emphasizes the importance of recognizing and respecting the divine nature of those who we revere, marking a significant moment in Arjuna's spiritual journey as he comes to terms with Krishna's true essence. Yacchavahasaर्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्या सनभोजनेषु एकोऽथवाप्यच्युत तत्समक्षन् तत्क्षामये त्वामहं प्रमेयम्. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his regret for any disrespectful or careless remarks he may have made toward Krishna, especially in casual settings. He seeks forgiveness for his unintentional offenses, acknowledging Krishna's immeasurable greatness. This verse showcases Arjuna's deepening respect and awareness of Krishna's divinity. His respect for forgiveness highlights themes of humility, reverence, and the acknowledgement of the divine nature of relationships. It marks a significant turning point in Arjuna's understanding as he seeks to correct his earlier casualness in addressing पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूजश्च गुरुर्गुरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमः प्रभावा. In this verse, Arjuna acknowledges Krishna's unparalleled significance and position as the supreme authority and guru of the universe. He emphasizes Krishna's unique status and the reverence he deserves from all beings. This verse beautifully highlights themes of reverence, acknowledgement of divine authority, and the understanding of Krishna's essential role in the cosmos. Arjuna's recognition of Krishna as the ultimate source of all creation and his respect for Krishna's teachings reflect a profound shift in his perspective, showcasing the importance of humility and devotion in the path of spirituality. तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहमीशमीड्यम् पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियः प्रियायार्हसि देव सोढुम्. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his deep respect and devotion to Krishna, seeking his grace and forgiveness. He acknowledges the various relationships he has with Krishna and emphasizes the importance of humility in his approach. This verse encapsulates themes of devotion, humility, and the multifaceted nature of divine relationships. Arjuna's sincere approach reflects his longing for Krishna's grace and forgiveness, illustrating the depth of his respect and love for the divine. It marks a significant moment in Arjuna's spiritual journey where he fully submits to Krishna, acknowledging his importance in his life. अदृष्टपूर्वं ऋषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शयस्तेव रूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास. In this verse, Arjuna expresses a mix of awe and fear after witnessing Krishna's divine universal form. He is overwhelmed by the magnitude and intensity of what he has seen and seeks Krishna's reassurance and mercy. This verse encapsulates themes of reverence, fear, and the longing for divine reassurance. Arjuna's request for Krishna to reveal his divine form reflects his desire for a deeper understanding of the divine nature while simultaneously highlighting his vulnerability and the transformative power of encountering the divine. It marks a significant moment in Arjuna's journey as he navigates the complex emotions of awe, fear, and devotion. किरीटिनं गदिनैचक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वान् द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his desire to see Krishna in his four-armed form, which symbolizes his divine power and authority. This reflects Arjuna's yearning to witness Krishna in a more familiar and comforting representation, even after experiencing the overwhelming universal form. This verse highlights Arjuna's complex relationships with the divine, showcasing his desire for connection and understanding in a form he can relate to. It reflects themes of reverence, familiarity, and the search for reassurance in the divine presence. Arjuna's request signifies a balance between awe and the human need for connection, illustrating the multifaceted nature of spiritual experience. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Maya prasannena tavarjunaidam rupam paran darshitamatma yogat tejomayam vishvamanantamadhyai yanme tvadanyena nadrishtapurvam. In this verse, Krishna responds to Arjuna's request by explaining the divine nature of a form he has just witnessed. He emphasizes the uniqueness of power of his form, which is revealed through divine grace and yoga. This verse highlights themes of divine grace, importance of spiritual practice, and the uniqueness of Krishna's universal form. Krishna's assurance to Arjuna conveys that such profound spiritual experiences are gifts granted through devotion and sincerity, marking a pivotal moment in Arjuna's spiritual journey as he learns about the deeper realities of existence and divinity. न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनैर्न दानैर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपः शक्य अहन्नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु pravira. In this verse, Krishna emphasizes the uniqueness and unparalleled nature of his divine form, explaining that it cannot be comprehended or perceived through conventional means such as study, rituals, or severe austerities. This verse communicates essential themes about the limitations of human efforts in spiritual practices and the necessity of divine grace to truly perceive and understand the divine. Krishna's statement invites reflection on the nature of spiritual experience, suggesting that true knowledge of the divine comes from deep connection and devotion rather than mere intellectual or ritualistic pursuits. Mate vyatha ch vimudha bhavo drushtva rupam ghoramidrang mamedam vyate pabhi pritamanaf punastvan tadeva me rupamidam pravashya. In this verse, Krishna reassures Arjuna in response to his feelings of fear and confusion after witnessing the terrifying universal form. Krishna encourages Arjuna to maintain his composure and focus on the divine aspect of the vision. This verse encapsulates themes of reassurance, transformative nature of perception, and the importance of maintaining composure in spiritual experiences. Krishna's guidance and emphasize that while the divine can be awe-inspiring and frightening, a deeper understanding and connection can lead to peace and acceptance. It underscores the journey of spiritual realization as one that involves both fear and potential for profound understanding and connection with the divine. Sanjaya Uvacha Ityarjuna Vasudevasthathoktva Swakam Rupan Darshayamasa Bhuyah Ashvasayamasa Chabhitamenam Bhutva Punasamya Vapur Mahatma. In this verse, Sanjay narrates how Krishna, after revealing his terrifying universal form, reassures Arjuna by reverting to his more familiar and gentle form. This highlights the compassionate and loving nature of Krishna. This verse illustrates the duality of Krishna's nature as both the awe-inspiring universal form and the compassionate, approachable friend and guide. It reflects the importance of divine grace and reassurance in the spiritual journey, reminding devotees that even in moments of fear and uncertainty, they can find comfort in the divine's familiar presence. It emphasizes Krishna's role as a protector and guide, ensuring that his devotees feel safe and supported on their spiritual path. Arjuna Uvacha Drishtvedam Manusham Rupan Tava Saumyai Janardana Idanimasmi Samvrittas Sachetaf Prakritingatah. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his relief and newfound clarity after witnessing Krishna's gentle human form following the overwhelming universal vision. This verse highlights the transformative power of divine presence and reassurance. Arjuna's shift from confusion and fear to clarity and composure illustrates the importance of spiritual guidance. It emphasizes that encountering the divine, even in overwhelming forms, can lead to deeper understanding and connection. By recognizing Krishna's gentle human form, Arjuna finds peace and a sense of return to his true self, underscoring the balance between the awe of the divine and the comfort of personal connection. Shri Bhagavan Sudurdarshamidam Rupan Drushtavanasi Yanmama Deva Apyasya Rupasya Nityan Darshanakankshinaha. In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna the uniqueness and rarity of his universal form. This verse illustrates the profound nature of Krishna's universal form, reinforcing that it is not only rare but also highly coveted by divine beings. By conveying this, Krishna emphasizes the privilege that Arjuna has in witnessing such a form. It serves as a reminder of the divine's transcendence and the depth of spiritual experience available to devoted seekers. Krishna's statement encourages Arjuna to appreciate the significance of his experience and the divine connection he shares with Krishna. Naham vedairna tapasa na danena na chejjaya shakya evam vidho drushtun drishtavanasi mam yatha. In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna the condition under which his universal form can be perceived. This verse highlights the idea that direct experience of the divine is a result of divine grace rather than solely the outcome of one's spiritual practices. Krishna underscores that realizing such profound truths requires a unique connection, suggesting that the path to enlightenment transcends rituals and doctrine. This serves as a reminder to devotees that sincerity, devotion, and the grace of the divine are essential for deeper spiritual insight. Bhaktya tvananyaya shakya ahamevam vidhorjuna gyatun drushtun cha tatvena praveshtuñ cha parantapa. In this verse, Krishna reveals the path through which Arjuna and indeed all devotees can truly know and experience the divine. This verse underscores the significance of bhakti or devotion as the most effective means of realizing and connecting with the divine. It emphasizes that through sincere devotion, one can experience a deeper understanding and connection with Krishna's true essence, moving beyond superficial encounters. This message encourages followers to cultivate a heartfelt relationship with the divine as the pathway to spiritual enlightenment and profound realization. Matkarma kranmat paramo madbhaktas sangavarjitaha nirvairas sarvabhuteshu yassa mameti pandava. In this verse, Krishna outlines the qualities and actions that lead to a true union with him. This verse encapsulates the essence of bhakti and the ideal attributes of a true devotee: selfless action, unwavering devotion, detachment from worldly distractions, and compassion towards all beings. It serves as a guide for aspirants on the spiritual path, emphasizing that true connection with the divine comes from cultivating these qualities in one's life. Arjuna uvacha drishtvedam manusham rupan tava saumyai janardana idanimasmi samvrittas sachetah prakritingataha. In this verse, Arjuna expresses his relief and newfound clarity after witnessing Krishna's gentle human form following the overwhelming universal vision. This verse highlights the transformative power of divine presence and reassurance. Arjuna's shift from confusion and fear to clarity and composure illustrates the importance of spiritual guidance. It emphasizes that encountering the divine, even in overwhelming forms, can lead to deeper understanding and connection. By recognizing Krishna's gentle human form, Arjuna finds peace and a sense of return to his true self, underscoring the balance between the awe of the divine and the comfort of personal connection. Shri Bhagavan Sudurdarshamidam Rupan Drushtavanasi Yanmama Deva Apyasya Rupasya Nityan Darshanakankshinaha. In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna the uniqueness and rarity of his universal form. This verse illustrates the profound nature of Krishna's universal form, reinforcing that it is not only rare but also highly coveted by divine beings. By conveying this, Krishna emphasizes the privilege that Arjuna has in witnessing such a form. It serves as a reminder of the divine's transcendence and the depth of spiritual experience available to devoted seekers. Krishna's statement encourages Arjuna to appreciate the significance of his experience and the divine connection he shares with Krishna. नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्जया शक्य एवं विधो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा. In this verse, Krishna explains to Arjuna the condition under which his universal form can be perceived. This verse highlights the idea that direct experience of the divine is a result of divine grace rather than solely the outcome of one's spiritual practices. Krishna underscores that realizing such profound truths requires a unique connection, suggesting that the path to enlightenment transcends rituals and doctrine. This serves as a reminder to devotees that sincerity, devotion, and the grace of the divine are essential for deeper spiritual insight. भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहमेवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप. In this verse, Krishna reveals the path through which Arjuna and indeed all devotees can truly know and experience the divine. This verse underscores the significance of bhakti or devotion as the most effective means of realizing and connecting with the divine. It emphasizes that through sincere devotion, one can experience a deeper understanding and connection with Krishna's true essence, moving beyond superficial encounters. This message encourages followers to cultivate a heartfelt relationship with the divine as the pathway to spiritual enlightenment and profound realization. मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव. In this verse, Krishna outlines the qualities and actions that lead to a true union with him. This verse encapsulates the essence of bhakti and the ideal attributes of a true devotee: selfless action, unwavering devotion, detachment from worldly distractions, and compassion towards all beings. It serves as a guide for aspirants on the spiritual path, emphasizing that true connection with the divine comes from cultivating these qualities in one's life. Om Tatsaditi Srimad-Bhagavad-Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vishvarupa Darshana Yogo Nam Ekadashodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ द्वादशोऽध्यायः. अर्जुन उवाच एवं सततयुक्ता ये भक्तास्त्वां पर्युपासते ये चाप्यक्षरमव्यक्तं तेषां के योगवित्तमाः. In this verse, Arjuna is asking Krishna a question. He wants to know which kind of devotee is better, the one who worships a personal form of God or the one who focuses on the formless, invisible aspect of God. Arjuna is curious to understand which path leads to better spiritual progress, loving devotion to God or focusing on the formless. This verse teaches us that there are different ways to connect with God, and Arjuna is trying to find out which one is the best for true wisdom. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Mayyaveshya Mano Yeman Nityayukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopetas Te Me Yuktatamamataha. In this verse, Lord Krishna answers Arjuna's question. He says that the best way to practice devotion is to keep the mind focused on him. Krishna explains that those who worship him with deep faith and stay connected to him every day are the best in yoga, the path of spiritual practice. This verse teaches us that loving God and thinking about him all the time with full faith is the best way to grow spiritually. It shows that true devotion comes from a strong heart and a mind fixed on God. Ye tvaksharamanirdesyam avyaktam parayupasate
सर्वत्र गमचिन्त्यै च कूटस्थमचलं ध्रुवम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna talks about another type of worship. Some people do not worship a visible form of God. Instead, they focus on the formless, invisible aspect of God, which cannot be seen or described. This formless God is everywhere, never changes, and is always steady and eternal. This verse teaches us that some people prefer to think of God as something beyond what we can see or understand, like a force that is always present but cannot be imagined. Worshipping this kind of God takes a lot of concentration and deep thinking.
सन्नियम्येन्द्रियग्रामं सर्वत्र समबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रताः.
In this verse, Krishna talks about the qualities of people who worship the formless God. He says that these people control their senses and treat everyone equally, no matter who they are. They also care about the well-being of all living beings. Because of these qualities, they too can reach God. This verse teaches us that having self-control, treating everyone fairly, and helping others are important to connect with God, whether you worship a form of God or the formless.
क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखं देहवद्भिरवाप्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that it is harder for people to worship the formless God. Since we live in physical bodies and use our senses, it's difficult to focus on something we cannot see or imagine. This makes it more challenging for those who try to worship the invisible aspect of God. This verse teaches us that worshipping the formless is a tough path because humans naturally connect more with things they can see or experience. It takes a lot of effort to focus on something that is beyond our senses.
ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्पराः अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते.
In this verse, Krishna talks about the people who worship Him with full devotion. These people offer all their actions to God and think of Him all the time. They meditate on Him with complete focus and don't let their minds wander to anything else. This verse teaches us that the best way to connect with God is by dedicating everything we do to Him and always keeping Him in our thoughts. When we love God with full concentration without thinking about anything else, we grow closer to Him.
तेषामहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्युसंसारसागरात् भवामि न चिरात् पार्थ मय्यावेशितचेतसाम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he personally saves his devotees from the cycle of life and death. Those who focus their minds completely on Krishna and trust in Him are quickly rescued from the struggles of this world, which is compared to a deep ocean. This verse teaches us that when we deeply connect with God and put our faith in Him, He helps us overcome the difficulties of life. Krishna promises to protect and guide those who love Him with all their heart.
मय्येव मनाधत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मय्येव अत ऊर्ध्वन्न संशयः.
In this verse, Krishna advises Arjuna to focus his mind and thoughts completely on him. Krishna says that if Arjuna can place both his heart and mind in Krishna, he will always be connected to God and live in Him without any doubt. This verse teaches us that by keeping our thoughts and mind focused on God, we will feel close to Him. Krishna assures us that if we do this, we will stay connected with Him and He will guide us. It's a promise of spiritual closeness.
अथ चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो मामिच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय.
In this verse, Krishna gives Arjuna another option. If Arjuna finds it difficult to keep his mind focused on God all the time, he should practice regularly through meditation, prayer, or yoga to improve his focus. Krishna encourages him to keep trying and working towards reaching God. This verse teaches us that it's okay if we can't always stay focused on God. By practicing daily and trying again and again, we can eventually become better at it. With regular effort, we can grow closer to God.
अभ्यासेऽप्यसमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मदर्थमपि कर्माणि kurvan siddhimavapsyasi.
In this verse, Krishna gives another option. If Arjuna finds it difficult to practice focusing on God, he should do good actions for God's sake. This means helping others, doing good deeds, and working with God in mind. By doing this, Arjuna can also reach perfection. This verse teaches us that if we struggle with meditation or focus, we can still connect with God by doing kind and helpful actions for the benefit of others. Working with the thought of God in mind is another way to grow spiritually.
अथैतदप्यशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मध्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागन् ततः कुरु यतात्मवान्.
In this verse, Krishna offers one more option. He says that if Arjuna cannot practice meditation or do actions for God's sake, he should still try to let go of the results of his action. This means doing his duties without worrying about what he will get from them. This verse teaches us that it's okay if we can't do everything perfectly. We can still connect with God by doing our work and not getting attached to the outcomes. By focusing on our actions and letting go of their results, we can find peace and grow spiritually.
श्रेयो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासाच् ज्ञानात् ध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम्.
In this verse, Krishna explains the different paths to spiritual growth. He says that understanding is the best because it helps know God. Practice of doing good actions is the next best thing, and the meditation is important too. However, when we let go of the results of our actions, we find peace right away. This verse teaches us that while all these paths are valuable, having knowledge is the highest. By learning and understanding, we can make better choices. And when we give up the attachments to the results of our actions, we can feel calm and peace.
अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारस् समदुःखः सुखक्षमी.
In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a true devotee. He says that someone who does not hate others, is friendly and kind, doesn't feel possessive, and is free from ego, is ready for spiritual freedom. This person treats happiness and sadness equally. This verse teaches us that to grow spiritually, we should develop good qualities like kindness, compassion, and a sense of equality towards everyone. When we let go of anger and selfishness, we become closer to God and ready for liberation.
सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यर्पितमनो बुद्धिर्यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः.
In this verse, Krishna explains what makes a devotee special. He says that a person who is always content, has strong determination, controls their senses, and dedicates their thoughts and intelligence to God is very dear to him. This verse teaches us that being happy with what we have, being disciplined, and focusing our mind on God are important qualities for a true devotee. When we develop these qualities, we become closer to Krishna and earn his love.
यस्मान्नो द्विजते लोको लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभयोद्वेगैर्मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः.
In this verse, Krishna describes another quality of his beloved devotees. He says that a person who remains calm and does not get disturbed by the world around them and does not disturb others is dear to him. This person is free from emotions like joy, anger, fear, and anxiety. This verse teaches us the importance of being peaceful and stable in all situations. When we stay calm and do not let our emotions control us, we can connect more deeply with God and show love to everyone around us.
अनपेक्षः शुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः.
In this verse, Krishna talks about more qualities of his dear devotees. He says that a person who has no expectations, is pure in heart, skillful in actions, calm and free from worries, and who lets go of all plans and efforts is very precious to him. This verse teaches us that to be close to God, we should try to be content without expecting anything in return, maintain purity in our thoughts and actions, and stay calm and relaxed. When we let go of unnecessary worries and focus on serving God, we become dear to Him.
यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान्यः स मे प्रियः.
In this verse, Krishna describes another important quality of his dear devotees. He says that a person who does not get overly excited or angry, who does not cry or feel sad, and who does not wish for anything is very precious to him. This person has given up attachment to both good and bad outcomes. This verse teaches us that to connect with God, we should learn to stay balanced in our feelings. When we don't let our emotions control us and we remain calm and steady, we can truly serve God with love and devotion. This peaceful state makes us dear to Krishna.
समशत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समसङ्गविवर्जितः.
In this verse, Krishna explains how a true devotee should treat others and react to different situations. He says that a person who treats friends and enemies the same, remains balanced in praise and blame, and stays calm in both comfort and discomfort is very dear to him. This person is free from attachment to outcomes and relationships. This verse teaches us the importance of equality and balance. When we learn to treat everyone the same, regardless of how they treat us, and remain steady in all situations, we can connect more deeply with God. This calmness and equality in our hearts makes us dear to Krishna.
तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थिरमतिर् भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः.
In this verse, Krishna describes more qualities of his dear devotees. He says that a person who treats criticism and praise equally, remains quiet and happy with whatever life brings, does not cling to a particular situation or a place, and has a steady mind is very precious to him. This verse teaches us the importance of being content and balanced in all situations. When we learn to accept life as it is without getting too excited or upset, and when we don't get attached to material things like our homes, we can connect more deeply with God. This peaceful attitude makes us dear to Krishna.
ये तु धर्म्यामृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धाना मत्परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियाः.
In this verse, Krishna speaks about his most beloved devotees. He says that those who worship him with strong faith and follow the teachings of righteousness that he has shared are very dear to him. This verse teaches us that having faith and devotion while following the right path is very important. When we sincerely practice the teachings of God and keep our faith strong, we become closer to Krishna. Our devotion and commitment to righteousness make us precious to him.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम 12ोऽध्यायः. ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु. ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ 13ोऽध्यायः. श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं शरीरं कौन्तेय क्षेत्रमित्यभिधीयते एतद्यो वेत्ति तं प्राहुः क्षेत्रज्ञ इति तद्विदः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna responds to Arjuna's inquiry by explaining that the human body is referred to as the field, and the consciousness or soul that knows and experiences the body is called the knower of the field or Kshetrajna. This distinction is crucial for understanding the relationship between the material and the spiritual aspects of life.
क्षेत्रज्ञं चापि मां विद्धि सर्वक्षेत्रेषु भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोर्ज्ञाने यत्तज्ज्ञानं मतं मम.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals a profound truth. Not only does every individual have their own knower of the soul, but Krishna himself is the ultimate knower in all bodies. This means that the Supreme Soul is present within all beings. Krishna emphasizes that understanding the relationship between the body and the soul is the essence of true knowledge. This shloka deepens the philosophical teaching by illustrating the universal presence of divine within every living being.
तत्क्षेत्रं यच्च यादृक् च यद्विकारी यतश्च यत् स च यो यत्प्रभावश्च तत्समासेन मे शृणु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna invites Arjuna to listen to a concise explanation of the body, its characteristics, its changes, its origin, and the knower of the field. This sets the stage for a deeper understanding of the metaphysical concepts discussed in the following verses. Krishna will now explain the nature of the body and the soul in more detail, continuing the discussion of true knowledge. This verse emphasizes the importance of understanding both the physical and the metaphysical dimensions of existence.
ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतैः छन्दोभिर्विविधौ पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनिश्चितैः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that the knowledge he is about to impart is not new. It has been elaborated upon by various sages in the Vedic hymns and logically presented in Brahma Sutras. The teachings on the body, soul, and their interactions have been rigorously studied and explained through different perspectives in these texts. Krishna emphasizes the timelessness and authority of this wisdom, grounding his teachings in the rich spiritual tradition of India.
महाभूतान्यहङ्कारो बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकञ्च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचरः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna begins describing the components of the body: Mahabhutas, Ahankara, Buddhi, Avyakta, Indriyani, Ekam, Indriya Gocharaha. These are the constituents that make up the body and the material experience. Krishna is explaining how various aspects of physical and mental world interact to shape the experience of living beings.
इच्छा द्वेषः सुखं दुःखं सङ्घातश्चेतना धृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारमुदाहृतम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna further elaborates on the components of kshetra by adding the psychological and experiential aspects: Ichha, Dvesha, Sukham, Dukkham, Sanghata, Chetana, and Dhrita. These factors together explain how living beings experience the world through the body, mind, and senses, including their emotions and reactions to external situation. Krishna emphasizes that these elements of the field undergo constant change or vikara.
अमानित्वमदम्भित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यमात्मविनिग्रहः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna begins listing the qualities of knowledge that are necessary for self-realization. These virtues lead to spiritual growth and liberalization. These qualities are emphasized by Krishna as essential for cultivating the wisdom necessary to understand the nature of the self and the world.
इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अनहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna continues to describe the qualities that lead to true knowledge. These qualities help in detaching from worldly entanglements and developing a deeper understanding of life's realities. Krishna highlights the need for individuals to understand the transient nature of life and the suffering that accompanies it, which foster wisdom and detachment from the material world.
असक्तिरन विश्वङ्गः पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna continues to highlight essential qualities that lead to true knowledge and spiritual realization. He emphasizes that true wisdom arises when one can remain detached and emotionally balanced, despite life's ever-changing experiences. This state of non-attachment helps in attaining peace and focusing on spiritual growth.
मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि.
In this verse, Lord Krishna highlights key practices for attaining spiritual realization and immortality. This verse encourages seekers to cultivate a deep, singular focus on their spiritual practice and to seek solitude for deeper connection and understanding.
अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यततोऽन्यथा.
In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the nature of true knowledge. He emphasizes the importance of discerning true knowledge from ignorance and encourages seekers to pursue understanding that leads to spiritual enlightenment.
ज्ञेयं यतत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ज्ञात्वामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सतन्नासदुच्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna introduces the ultimate truth that one should strive to understand. He highlights the significance of understanding the supreme reality, which leads to liberation and an everlasting state of being.
सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the omnipresence of Supreme Brahman. This verse emphasizes the idea that the divine is not confined to a particular place or form, but is instead the essence that permeates all of creation. It illustrates the concept of Brahman as an all-encompassing omnipresent reality.
सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभृच्चैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the characteristics of the Supreme Brahman in relation to the material world. This verse emphasizes the paradoxical nature of the Supreme as both immanent, present in everything, and transcendent, beyond all forms and qualities.
बहिरन्तश्च भूतानाम् अचरञ्चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् तत्त्वविज्ञेयन् दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the nature of Supreme Brahman, highlighting its dual characteristics. This verse captures the complexity of understanding the divine, illustrating how it encompasses all dualities and exists beyond human comprehension.
अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तमिव च स्थितं भूतभर्तृ च तज्ज्ञेये ग्रसिष्णु प्रभविष्णु च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes the nature of Supreme Brahman in relation to the material world. This verse illustrates the dual nature of the divine as both the unifying principle behind all existence and the dynamic force that creates, sustains, and eventually dissolves the universe.
ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योतिस्तमसः परमुच्यते ज्ञानैर्ज्ञेयै ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna speaks about the nature of knowledge and the Supreme. This verse emphasizes the idea that the highest form of knowledge is the realization of the divine, which resides within each individual, illuminating the path to self-discovery and enlightenment.
इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानै ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्त एतद्विज्ञाय मद्भावायोपपद्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna summarizes the previous teachings. This verse highlights the importance of knowledge and understanding in the path of devotion, suggesting that true devotion leads to a profound connection with the divine.
प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विध्यनादि उभावपि विकारांश्च गुणांश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृतिसम्भवान्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes key philosophical concepts. This verse reflects the duality of existence and encourages understanding the relationship between the material world and the individual spirit. Recognizing that all transformations are rooted in nature allows one to transcend attachment to the temporary and fleeting aspects of life.
कार्यकरणकर्तृत्वे हेतुः प्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुषः सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the roles of Prakriti and Purusha. This verse emphasizes the distinction between the material cause and the individual experience, suggesting that while the material world influences experiences, it is the individual's consciousness that interprets these experiences as happiness or suffering.
पुरुषः प्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य
sadasadyoni janvasu. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the relationship between the individual and the material world. This verse underscores the idea that our experiences and the nature of our existence are profoundly influenced by our interaction with the material world and its qualities. It emphasizes the importance of being mindful of the associations we choose to engage with. Upadrishtanumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwarah paramatmeti chapyukto dehesmin purushah parah. In this verse, Lord Krishna delineates various roles of the individual spirit in relation to the body and the material world. This verse highlights the multifaceted nature of the individual, portraying both the mundane and divine aspects of consciousness. It emphasizes the relationship between the individual and the Supreme, encouraging a deeper understanding of one's true nature beyond physical identification. Ya evam vetti purusham prakriti cha gunai saha sarvatha vartamanopi nasabhuyo bhijayate. In this verse, Lord Krishna highlights the significance of understanding the nature of the self and its relation to material existence. This verse emphasizes that true knowledge and realization of one's nature, along with an understanding of the material world, lead to liberation. It suggests that while one may live in the material world, profound insight into one's spiritual identity can transcend the limitations of existence. ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes different paths through which individuals can realize their true nature. This verse illustrates the diversity of spiritual paths available to individuals, recognizing that different approaches may resonate with different people, whether through meditation, philosophical inquiry, or selfless action. Each path can ultimately lead to the understanding of the true self. Anye tvevamajanantash shrutva nebhya upasate tepi chati tarantyaiva mrityum shruti-parayanaha. In this verse, Lord Krishna speaks about those who, although they may not fully comprehend the nature of the self, still engage in spiritual practices. This verse highlights the importance of faith and devotion even among those who may not fully grasp the philosophical underpinnings of spirituality. It emphasizes that sincere worship and adherence to spiritual teachings can still lead to liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Yavat sanjayate kinchit sattvam sthavarajangam kshetra kshetragya sanyogat tadvidhi bharatarshava. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the fundamental relationship between existence and the interplay of the material world. This verse reinforces the idea that the material world is animated by the presence of consciousness and that all forms of life are interconnected through the interplay of the field and the knower of the field. Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram vinashyatsa vinashyantai yaf pashyati sapashyati. In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes the vision of oneness and the recognition of the eternal amidst the transient. This verse invites individuals to cultivate a holistic vision that appreciates the unity of all beings and the eternal nature of the Supreme. It encourages a spiritual perspective that recognizes the interconnectedness of life. Samam pashyan hi sarvatra samavasthitamishwaram nahi nastyatmanatmanan tato yati parangatim. In this verse, Lord Krishna reinforces the concept of seeing the divine presence in all aspects of life. This verse highlights the importance of compassion and understanding and achieving spiritual growth. By recognizing the divine presence in all beings, we cultivate a harmonious relationships with the world, leading to our own spiritual advancement. Prakrityaiva cha karmani kriyamanani sarvashah yaf pashyati tathatmanam akartaram sapashyati. In this verse, Lord Krishna elucidates the relationship between actions and the self. This verse highlights the distinction between the self and the actions that take place within the material world. it encourages individuals to cultivate a perspective that recognizes the divine presence within and the workings of nature, leading to a more profound understanding of one's true identity.
यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थमनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा.
In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the realization of unity within diversity. This verse emphasizes the importance of perception and insight in spiritual understanding. It encourages individuals to look beyond the surface differences among beings and to recognize the underlying unity, which is essential for attaining a greater awareness of the divine.
अनादित्वा निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायमव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the nature of the Supreme Soul. This verse emphasizes the distinction between the eternal nature of the Supreme Soul and the temporary nature of the material body. It invites individuals to recognize their true essence beyond physical limitations and actions, promoting a sense of inner peace and stability.
यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशन्नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोपलिप्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna draws a parallel between the nature of the ether and the nature of the self. This verse underscores the eternal and unchanging nature of the self, encouraging individuals to recognize their true identity beyond the transient physical experiences. It emphasizes that, like the ether, the self remains constant and unaffected amidst the changing material world.
यथा प्रकाशयत्येकः कृत्स्नं लोकमिमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत.
In this verse, Lord Krishna illustrates the relationship between the kshetra and the knower of the field, kshetri. This verse emphasizes the importance of knowledge and consciousness in perceiving the world around us. It invites individuals to recognize the illuminating nature of their own consciousness, which brings clarity to their experiences.
क्षेत्र क्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तर्ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षै च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna encapsulates the significance of understanding the relationship between the field and the knower of the field. This verse highlights the path to spiritual realization through knowledge and discernment. It suggests that by understanding the true nature of existence, one can attain liberation from the cycles of birth and death.
Om Tat Saditi श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञविभागयोगो नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः. ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु. ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः. श्रीभगवानुवाच परं भूयः प्रवक्ष्यामि ज्ञानानां ज्ञानमुत्तमं यज्ज्ञात्वा मुनयः सर्वे परां सिद्धिमितो गताः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that he is about to share the most important knowledge. This is a special kind of wisdom, greater than all other knowledge. By understanding it, many wise sages have achieved the highest spiritual success and have reached a state of ultimate peace and freedom. This teaching is meant to help us reach that same goal by understanding the true nature of life and the universe.
इदं ज्ञानमुपाश्रित्य मम साधर्म्यमागताः सर्गेऽपि नो यजायन्ते प्रलये न व्यथन्ति च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna says that those who understand and follow this supreme knowledge reach a state similar to his divine nature. This means they become free from the cycle of birth and death. Even when the universe is created or destroyed, these enlightened souls are not affected. They are beyond suffering and remain in a peaceful, eternal state. Krishna is emphasizing that this wisdom leads to liberation from worldly troubles and the cycle of life.
Mama yonirmahad brahma tasmin garbhan dadhamyaham sambhavas sarva bhutanan tato bhavati bharata.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how all living beings are created. He says that his womb is the great cosmic energy known as Brahman. Into this, he places the seed of life. From this union, all living creatures come into existence. Krishna is showing that he is the ultimate source of all life, and everything in the universe is born through his divine power. This verse emphasizes the idea that God is the creator and sustainer of the entire universe.
सर्वयोनिषु कौन्तेय मूर्तयः सम्भवन्ति याः तासां ब्रह्म महद्योनिर् अहं बीजप्रदः पिता.
In this verse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that all living beings, no matter what form they take or where they are born, come from the same cosmic source, Brahman. Brahman is like the mother, and Krishna is the father who provides the seed of life. This means that Krishna is the creator of all living beings. Everything in the universe, from the smallest to the largest, is born through his divine energy. This verse emphasizes the oneness of all life and the divine role in creation.
Sattvam rajastama iti gunaः prakriti sambhavaः nibaddhanti mahabaho dehe dehinam avyayam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the three qualities of gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, that come from nature. These gunas influence how we think, feel and act. They bind the soul, which is eternal and unchanging, to the physical body. Even though the soul itself is beyond change, these gunas create attachment to the world through the body and mind. Krishna is preparing Arjuna to understand how these qualities affect human behavior and keep us tied to the material world.
Tatra sattvan nirmalatvat prakashakamanayam sukha sangena bandhati gyana sangena chanagha.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the quality of sattva, which is pure, clear and full of light. Sattva brings happiness and knowledge, making a person feel peaceful and wise. However, even sattva can create attachment. People can get attached to the feelings of happiness and the pursuit of knowledge. Although it is the highest and purest of the three gunas, it still binds the soul to the material world by making one desire these positive experiences. Krishna reminds Arjuna that even good qualities can create attachments that prevent ultimate freedom.
Rajoragatmakam viddhi trishna sanga samudbhavam tannibandhati kaunteya karma sangena dehinam.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the quality of rajas. It is driven by passion and is fueled by desires and attachments. People influenced by rajas are always restless, seeking more through actions, achievements and pleasures. This desire for success and enjoyment ties the soul to the cycle of constant activity, making it difficult to find peace. Krishna warns Arjuna that rajas keeps us busy and attached to the results of our work, pulling us deeper into the material world and its endless desires.
Tamastva gyanajam viddhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nidrabhis tannibandhati bharata.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the quality of tamas, which comes from ignorance and confusion. Tamas clouds the mind, making it difficult for people to see things clearly. It causes laziness, carelessness, and a desire for sleep or inactivity. This leads to a lack of motivation and understanding, binding the soul to darkness and ignorance. While tamas may seem like a way to escape life's challenges, it actually prevents growth and keeps people stuck in a state of inaction and illusion.
Sattvam sukhe sanjayati rajah karmani bharata jnanamavrittatum tamav pramade sanjayatyuta.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how the three gunas affect people. Sattva leads to happiness and joy, but it still creates attachment to feeling good. Rajas makes people active and focused on their work, driven by desires. However, tamas clouds understanding and makes people careless, lazy and confused, hiding true knowledge. Each guna binds the soul in different ways, keeping it connected to the material world. Krishna is teaching Arjuna that even positive qualities like happiness can still trap the soul if we become too attached.
रजस्तमश्चाभिभूय सत्त्वं भवति भारत रजः सत्त्वं तमश्चैव तमः सत्त्वं रजस्तथा.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how the three gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, constantly interact and compete within a person. At times, sattva takes control by defeating rajas and tamas, leading to peace and clarity. Other times, rajas dominates, pushing people into action and desires, while at other moments, tamas takes over, causing confusion and laziness. Krishna highlights that these qualities are always shifting and they influence how we think, feel and act, making it important to recognize their effects.
सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्त्वमित्युत.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes a sign of increased sattva within a person. When knowledge and clarity illuminate the senses and mind, bringing understanding and awareness, it indicates the sattva is dominant. This light of knowledge helps individuals perceive the truth and makes them feel peaceful and joyful. Krishna emphasizes the importance of knowledge as it allows us to overcome ignorance and confusion, leading to a more enlightened and fulfilling life.
लोभः प्रवृत्तिरारम्भः कर्मणामशमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे भरतर्षभ.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the signs of increased rajas in a person. When rajas is strong, feelings like greed and restlessness emerge, along with the desire to start new projects and engage in activities. This indicates an active mind driven by desires and attachments. Krishna highlights that while rajas can motivate us to act, it can also lead to chaos and dissatisfaction if not controlled. Recognizing these signs helps us understand how rajas influences our behavior and choices.
अप्रकाशो प्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे कुरु नन्दन.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the effects of increased tamas in a person. When tamas dominates, there is a lack of clarity and understanding leading to inactivity and laziness. People may also become negligent and fall into a state of confusion or delusion, unable to see the truth. Krishna emphasizes that these negative traits indicate the influence of tamas, which hinders growth and awareness. Understanding these signs can help individuals recognize when they are under the influence of ignorance and take steps to overcome it.
यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदोत्तमविदान् लोकान् अमलान् प्रतिपद्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that when a person increases their sattva and then leaves their body, they move on to higher realm of existence. These are pure worlds, free from negativity and filled with goodness, where virtuous souls reside. Krishna emphasizes that cultivating sattva leads to a more elevated spiritual state after death. This encourages individuals to seek knowledge, clarity and goodness in their lives, guiding them toward liberation and a peaceful afterlife.
रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गिषु जायते तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the outcomes based on the dominant guna at the time of death. If a person leaves the body while influenced by rajas, they are reborn into a life where action and activity prevail, often leading to a life filled with desire and struggle. On the other hand, if someone departs in a state of tamas, they are reborn into situations filled with confusion and ignorance, often leading to a lower or less enlightened existence. Krishna highlights that our state of mind at death significantly affects our future lives, emphasizing the importance of cultivating sattva to attain higher states of being.
कर्मणः सुकृतस्याहुः सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखम् अज्ञानं तमसः फलम्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the outcomes of actions based on the three gunas. Actions performed with sattva yield pure and beneficial results, leading to happiness and spiritual growth. In contrast, actions driven by passion or rajas result in suffering and unhappiness, as they are often motivated by desires and attachments. Lastly, actions influenced by tamas lead to ignorance and confusion, preventing true understanding and clarity. Krishna emphasizes the importance of performing righteous actions with a pure intention to attain positive outcomes and spiritual fulfillment.
सत्त्वा सञ्जायते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहौ तमसो भवतु ज्ञानमेव च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna outlines how the three gunas lead to different outcomes in human behavior. Sattva fosters knowledge and understanding, allowing individuals to see things clearly and make wise decisions. Rajas brings about greed and desire, leading to restless pursuits for more and more. Meanwhile, tamas leads to negligence and confusion, preventing clarity and awareness. Krishna emphasizes the importance of cultivating sattva to enhance knowledge and wisdom, which ultimately helps us navigate life more effectively and spiritually.
ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्था मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जघन्यगुणवृत्तिस्था अधो गच्छन्ति तामसाः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the different paths taken by individuals based on their dominant guna. Those who embody sattva ascend to higher realms of existence, moving towards spiritual growth and enlightenment. Those influenced by rajas remain in a middle state, often caught in a cycle of action and desire without clear progress. In contrast, those who are dominated by tamas descend into lower states of being, marked by confusion and negativity. Krishna emphasizes that our spiritual journey and ultimate destination depend on the qualities we cultivate in our lives.
नान्यै गुणेभ्यः कर्तारै यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna teaches that true wisdom comes from recognizing that our actions are influenced by the three gunas, rather than being solely the result of our own will. When individuals realize this and also understand the supreme reality beyond these qualities, they can transcend the limitations of the material world. Achieving this level of understanding leads to a connection with Krishna's divine nature, offering liberation from the cycle of birth and death. This verse emphasizes the importance of discernment and spiritual insight in achieving ultimate freedom and enlightenment.
गुणानेतानतीत्यत्रीन् देहि देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्युजरा दुःखैर्विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna concludes by stating that those who rise above the influence of the three gunas, which are linked to the physical body, free themselves from the cycle of birth and death. By transcending these qualities, individuals escape the pain of aging, dying, and suffering, ultimately attaining a state of immortality. Krishna emphasizes that true liberation and eternal peace come from spiritual realization and understanding, encouraging seekers to cultivate awareness and rise above material influences to achieve lasting fulfillment and freedom.
Arjuna uvacha कैर्लिङ्गैस्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् अतीतो भवति प्रभो किमाचारः कथं चैतान् स्त्रीन् गुणान् नतिवर्तते.
In this verse, Arjuna seeks clarity from Lord Krishna about how to rise above the three gunas. He wants to understand the qualities or behaviors that enable a person to transcend these influences and attain a higher spiritual state. This question reflects Arjuna's desire for practical guidance on how to live a life that leads to liberation from the cycles of birth and death. Arjuna's inquiry sets the stage for Krishna to provide deeper insights into spiritual practice and the path to enlightenment.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha प्रकाशै च प्रवृत्ति च मोहमेव च पाण्डव न त्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न nivrittani काङ्क्षति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person who has transcended the three gunas remains unaffected by the fluctuations of life. Such an individual does not react with aversions to moments of knowledge and activity, nor do they long for the end of ignorance and delusion. This equanimity indicates a state of inner peace and stability. Krishna emphasizes that true spiritual realization involves accepting all experiences without attachment or aversion, reflecting a deep understanding of the transient nature of life.
उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणावर्तन्त इत्येव योऽवतिष्ठति नेङ्गते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the qualities of a person who has transcended the three gunas. Such an individual remains calm and detached, observing the interplay of the qualities without being swayed by them. This neutrality allows them to stay grounded and stable, regardless of external circumstances. Krishna emphasizes that true wisdom lies in maintaining this witness-like attitude, which leads to a steady state of being free from ups and downs of life. This reflects a profound spiritual maturity that enables one to navigate the material world without attachment.
समदुःखसुखस्वस्थस् समलोष्टश्मकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस् तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the traits of a person who has attained true wisdom and equanimity. Such an individual remains undisturbed by the dualities of life, whether in happiness or sorrow, success or failure. They view material possessions and distinctions such as earth, stone, and gold with equal detachment, recognizing that true value lies beyond the physical. By remaining balanced in praise and criticism, honor and dishonor, they embody a deep inner strength and clarity. Krishna emphasizes that this state of equanimity is a hallmark of spiritual maturity, allowing one to live with wisdom and peace in a world of constant change.
मानापमानयोस्तुल्यस् तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the characteristics of a person who has transcended the three gunas. Such a person remains balanced in situations of honor and dishonor, treating friends and foes alike. This equanimity reflects a deep sense of inner peace and detachment from external judgments and circumstances. By renouncing attachment to the outcomes of their actions, they embody a higher state of consciousness. Krishna emphasizes that this ability to remain unaffected by the dualities of life signifies true spiritual advancement and liberation from the binding influences of the gunas.
माञ्चयो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते सगुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that those who engage in dedicated and unwavering devotion towards Him can rise above the influence of the three gunas. Such sincere devotion allows individuals to connect with the divine and experience a state of unity with the Supreme. Krishna emphasizes that through this heartfelt practice, devotees transcend the limitations of material qualities, achieving a higher spiritual realization. This verse underscores the transformative power of devotion, encouraging seekers to cultivate a deep, loving relationship with the divine as a path to liberation and ultimate peace.
ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्याव्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च.
In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals his role as the ultimate source of all that is eternal and unchanging. He identifies himself as the foundation of Brahman and the unchanging nature of life, emphasizing his connection to the eternal truth, righteousness, and supreme happiness. Krishna asserts that true happiness and spiritual fulfillment stem from recognizing this divine foundation. This verse underscores the significance of understanding the divine nature of existence and the importance of aligning oneself with eternal truths to achieve lasting peace and joy.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः. ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु. ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः. श्रीभगवानुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलमधः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययं छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित्.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the world using the metaphor of a tree. He compares the world to an upside-down tree. Its roots are in the heavens, showing that everything comes from the divine. The branches represent the physical world, spreading downwards. The leaves are like the Vedas, which guide us. This tree is eternal, and knowing it means understanding the true essence of life and knowledge. The metaphor teaches us that while the world looks real, its true origin is spiritual. This verse reminds us to look beyond appearances and understand the deeper spiritual truths.
अधश्चोर्ध्वं प्रसृतास्तस्य शाखा गुणप्रवृद्धा विषयप्रवालाः अधश्च मूलान्यनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके. In this verse, Lord Krishna continues describing the symbolic tree of material world. He describes how the branches of this tree spread in all directions, both upwards and downwards, showing the complexity of life. The branches are nurtured by the three gunas, which represent qualities like goodness, passion, and ignorance. The tender shoots are the sense objects that we chase in life. The roots, which grow downward, symbolize the bonds of karma that tie us to the world. This verse teaches us that our desires and actions keep us bound to the material world, making it harder to break free and find spiritual truth. न रूपमस्येह तथोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलम् असङ्गशस्त्रेण दृढेन छित्त्वा. In this verse, Lord Krishna continues describing the symbolic tree of the material world and how one can detach from it. He explains that this material world, like a tree, has no clear beginning, end, or stable foundation, making it impossible to fully grasp its nature. Its roots go deep, symbolizing how our attachments hold us tightly in this world. However, Krishna offers a solution. Use the sharp weapon of detachment, practiced firmly to cut down the tree. This verse encourages us to practice detachment to free ourselves from the endless cycle of desires and actions that keep us trapped in material existence. Tatah padantat परिमार्गितव्यै यस्मिन् गतान निवर्तन्ति भूयः तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्तिः prasrita purani. In this verse, Lord Krishna guides us towards the ultimate goal after cutting the tree of material existence. He explains that after detaching from the material world, we should seek the ultimate destination, the supreme state of liberation. Once this state is reached, there is no returning to the cycle of birth and death. To attain this, Krishna advises surrendering to the Adya Purush, the supreme being from whom the entire universe has originated and expanded. This verse emphasizes the importance of focusing on the eternal and ultimate goal, liberation and union with the Supreme by surrendering to the God. Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivritta kamaha dvandvair vimukta sukha dukha sangyair gacchantya padamaviyantat. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the qualities needed to attain the eternal, unchanging state of liberation. He explains that those who are free from pride, delusion, and attachment, and who are always focused on spiritual knowledge, can reach the eternal state. These individuals no longer seek worldly pleasures or are troubled by desires. They are unaffected by the dualities of life, such as happiness and sorrow. By cultivating wisdom and detachment, they attain the imperishable eternal state of liberation. This verse highlights the qualities of humility, spiritual wisdom, and freedom from worldly desires, which are essential for reaching the ultimate goal of life, moksha. न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes his supreme abode, which is beyond the material world. He explains that his supreme abode is self-luminous and does not depend on the sun, moon, or fire for light. Once a soul reaches this eternal realm, they do not return to the cycle of birth and death. This is his highest, eternal, and perfect realm, far beyond the limitations of the material world. This verse assures us that liberation from the cycle of reincarnation is possible, and Krishna's supreme abode is the ultimate destination, full of divine light and peace. ममैवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातनः मनःषष्ठानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the relationship between the individual soul and himself. He explains that every living being is an eternal part of him. However, when this eternal soul comes into the material world, it takes on a body and becomes entangled with the mind and senses. The soul struggles, being pulled by the mind and the six senses, which are influenced by the material nature. This verse teaches us that while the soul is divine and eternal, it faces challenges and struggles in the material world due to attachment to the body and senses. Understanding this can help us seek a higher spiritual path and realize our connection to the Supreme. शरीरं यदवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात्. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how the soul moves from one body to another after death. He compares the soul's journey to that of the wind carrying scents. Just as the wind takes the fragrance from a flower and carries it elsewhere, the soul, when it leaves a body, takes along the mind and senses into the next body. This process continues from one life to another, driven by the soul's attachments and desires. This verse highlights the soul's eternal nature and how it moves from body to body, taking its impressions, desires, and experiences, much like wind carries smells across spaces. श्रोत्रै चक्षुस्पर्शनै च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains how the soul interacts with the material world through the senses. He explains that the soul, through the mind and the five senses, interacts with the external world. These senses are like tools through which the soul experiences the material world. The mind plays a certain role in coordinating these experiences and responding to sense objects. This verse emphasizes that the soul is not independent of the senses in the material world. It experiences life through them. However, to rise above material attachments, one must learn to control the mind and senses. उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः. In this verse, Lord Krishna highlights the difference in perception between the wise and the ignorant regarding the soul's presence in the body. He explains that while the ignorant fail to perceive the soul's actions, whether it is departing, residing, or enjoying experiences, the wise individuals who possess spiritual knowledge can see the soul's true nature beyond the physical body. This verse emphasizes the importance of spiritual awareness. Those with knowledge understand that the soul is eternal and separate from the temporary material existence, while the ignorant remain blind to this truth, caught up with the illusion of this physical world. Yatanto yoginaschainam pasyantyatmanyavasthitam yatantopyakritatmano nainam pasyantyachetasaha. In this verse, Lord Krishna discusses the efforts of different individuals in perceiving the soul's true nature. He explains that those who are earnestly practicing yoga and seek self-realization can perceive the soul as established within themselves. In contrast, those who lack awareness and are unmindful cannot see this truth, regardless of their efforts. This verse highlights the importance of conscious effort and awareness in spiritual practice. While striving for realization is essential, it requires a focused mind and a deep understanding to truly perceive the soul's essence. यदादित्यगतं तेजो जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नो तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकम्. In this verse, Lord Krishna reveals the source of illumination in the world. He explains that the light and energy seen in the sun, moon, and fire all originate from him. The sun illuminates the entire universe, the moon reflects its light, and the fire provides warmth and brightness. This verse teaches us that all forms of light and energy in the material world are manifestations of the divine presence of Krishna. Recognizing this helps us understand that everything around us is interconnected and rooted in the Supreme. गामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्णामि चौषधी सर्वास्
somo bhutva rasatmakaha. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains his role in sustaining life and providing nourishment. He explains that he enters the earth and sustains all living beings with his divine energy. He also nourishes all plants and herbs, and as the moon, he becomes the essence of taste, enhancing the flavors of food. This verse highlights Krishna's omnipresence and his role as the sustainer of life, emphasizing that all nourishment and vitality come from him. Recognizing this can deepen our appreciation for nature and the divine presence in our lives. Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashritah Pranapana Samayuktav Pachamyanno Chaturvidham. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes his role in the digestion and sustenance of life. He reveals that he manifests as the digestive fire within all living beings, known as Vaishvanara. Residing in the body, he combines with the life forces of breathing to digest food. He emphasizes that he digests all types of food consumed by living beings. This verse illustrates Krishna's integral role in our daily lives, particularly in the process of digestion, highlighting that even the act of eating is connected to the divine. Understanding this can encourage us to view our meals as offerings and reminders of Krishna's sustaining presence. Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto mattas smritirgyanamapohanai cha Vedaischa sarvairahame vavedyo vedanta kritveda videva chaham. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains his omnipresence and the source of knowledge. He states that he resides in the hearts of all beings, and from him come memory, knowledge, and the ability to forget. He emphasizes that he is to be known through the Vedas and that he is the essence of all Vedic knowledge. This verse highlights Krishna's role as the source of wisdom and understanding. It underscores the idea that spiritual knowledge and insight come from the divine presence within us, guiding our thoughts and actions. Recognizing this can deepen our connection to Krishna and enhance our pursuit of knowledge. Dvavimau purushau loke ksharascha eva cha ksharas sarvani bhutani kutasthoksara uchyate. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes two types of souls in the world. He explains that there are two types of beings in the world, the Akshara or perishable, which refers to all material entities that are subject to birth, decay and death, and the Akshara or imperishable, which refers to the eternal soul or essence that does not change. This verse emphasizes the distinction between the temporary physical body and the eternal soul. Understanding this duality is crucial for spiritual growth, as it encourages us to focus on the imperishable aspect of our being rather than getting attached to the transient material world. Uttamah purushastvanyah paramatmetyudaratah yo lokatrayamavishya bibhartyavyaya ishwarah. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the Supreme Being, also known as the Supreme Soul or Paramatma. He explains that there is a higher being, the Uttama Purusha, referred to as Paramatma. This Supreme Soul pervades the three worlds and sustains all living beings while remaining imperishable and eternal. This verse emphasizes the distinction between the individual souls and the Supreme Soul, underscoring that while individual souls are temporary and subject to change, the Supreme Soul is constant and transcends the material world. Recognizing the Supreme within ourselves can lead to a deeper understanding of our purpose and connection to the Divine. Yasmat ksharamati-toham aksharaadapi chottamaha atosmi loke vede cha pratitah purushottamah. In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes his supreme position beyond the perishable and imperishable entities. He declares that he is beyond the perishable and even the imperishable, thus positioning himself as the Purushottama. This establishes his unparalleled status in both the material world and the scriptures. This verse highlights the distinction between the Supreme Lord and all other beings, emphasizing that he is the ultimate source and the highest reality. Recognizing Krishna as the Supreme Person can inspire devotion and a deeper understanding of our relationship. यो मामेवमसम्मूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the significance of understanding his divine nature. He states that whoever understands him as the Purushottama without any doubt is truly wise. Such a person engages in devoted worship and service to Krishna with all their heart. This verse emphasizes the importance of recognizing Krishna's divine nature for true spiritual knowledge. It encourages sincere devotion, indicating that understanding Krishna leads to a deeper connection and fulfillment in spiritual practice. Iti guhyatamam shastram idamuktam maya nagha etad buddhva buddhiman syat kritat krityascha bharata. In this verse, Lord Krishna concludes his teachings on the nature of Supreme and the importance of understanding it. He emphasizes that this teaching, which is the most confidential knowledge, has been imparted to Arjuna. By understanding this wisdom, a person becomes truly wise and fulfills their duties. This verse highlights the significance of spiritual knowledge and its practical implications in life. Recognizing the depth of these teachings enables individuals to live purposefully and fulfill their responsibilities while being aligned with the divine. Om Tatsaditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Purushottama Yogo Nam Panchadashodhyayah. Om Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Shrimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Shodashodhyayah. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Dhyana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanandamasya Yagyascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam. In this verse, Lord Krishna begins listing the divine qualities that leads to liberation and higher spiritual evolution. He highlights fearlessness, purity, and dedication to knowledge as essential qualities for spiritual growth. He also emphasizes charity, self-control, sacrifice, study, austerity, and straightforwardness as virtues that purify the mind and align one with the divine path. These qualities form the foundation of a righteous life that leads to liberation. This verse invites us to cultivate these virtues for personal growth and to live a balanced life, integrating both inner and outer responsibilities. Ahimsa satyam akrodhas tyagas shantirapayshunam daya bhuteshvalo luptvam mardavam rirachapalam. In this verse, Lord Krishna continues describing divine qualities that help lead a good and peaceful life. Non-violence, truthfulness, absence of anger, renunciation, peacefulness, non-slanderous, compassion, non-greed, gentleness, modesty, and steadiness. These qualities help in leading a life full of kindness, peace, and wisdom. Tejakshama dhritishaucham adroho natimanita bhavanti sampadan daivim abhijatasya bharata. In this verse, Lord Krishna concludes the list of divine qualities that help in living a virtuous life: vigor, forgiveness, determination, purity, non-hatred, and humility. These qualities help one grow spiritually and are signs of a person with a divine nature, leading to a peaceful and righteous life. Dambho darpo bhimanascha krodhah parushyameva cha ajnanai cha abhijatasya partha sampadamasurim. Lord Krishna describes the negative qualities that belong to people with a demonic nature. These qualities lead to suffering and conflict: hypocrisy, arrogance, egoism, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities are harmful and lead to a destructive path, causing misery for oneself and others. Daivi sampat vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata मा शुचः सम्पदं दैवीम् अभिजातोऽसि पाण्डव.
Lord Krishna explains the consequences of divine and demonic qualities. Daivi Sampata or divine qualities lead to vimoksha or liberation. They bring peace and spiritual growth. Asuri Sampata or demonic qualities lead to nibandhana or bondage, causing one to remain trapped in material desires and sufferings. Krishna reassures Arjuna by saying, Ma Shuchaha, do not worry, because Arjuna is born with divine qualities. This verse encourages focusing on good qualities to achieve liberation and not be troubled by negative traits.
द्वौ भूतसर्गौ लोकेऽस्मिन् दैव आसुर एव च दैवो विस्तरशः प्रोक्त आसुरं पार्थ मे शृणु.
Lord Krishna explains that there are two types of beings in the world. Daivi or divine beings are people with good virtuous qualities that lead to spiritual growth and peace. Asura or demonic beings who are people with negative destructive qualities that lead to suffering and ignorance. He says that he has already described the divine qualities in detail, and now he asks Arjuna to listen as he will explain the demonic nature. This verse sets the stage for understanding how these two natures impact one's life and spiritual journey.
प्रवृत्ति च निवृत्ति च जनाना विदुरासुराः न शौचन्नापि चाचारो न सत्यन्तेषु विद्यते.
Lord Krishna describes the characteristics of people with demonic nature, pravritti and nivritti. Asuras do not understand what actions are right to do and what actions should be avoided. They are confused about morality. They lack purity both externally and internally. They do not care for cleanliness or righteousness. They do not follow good behavior or moral principles. Truth does not exist in them. They are often dishonest. This verse highlights how people with demonic qualities live without understanding what is right and wrong, leading to negative behaviors.
असत्यमप्रतिष्ठन्ते जगदाहुरनीश्वरम् अपरस्परसम्भूतं किमन्यत् कामहैतुकम्.
Lord Krishna describes the mindset of those with demonic nature. Asatyam, they believe the world has no truth or moral foundation. Apratishtam, they think the universe has no established order or basis in righteousness. Anishwaram, they deny the existence of a higher power or God, believing the world exists without divine control. They think the universe was created by random material causes without any spiritual purpose. They believe life is only driven by selfish desires and pleasures, rejecting any deeper meaning. This verse highlights the nihilistic and materialistic outlook of people with demonic qualities who see the world as purposeless and without divine order.
एतान् दृष्टिमवष्टभ्य नष्टात्मानोऽल्पबुद्धयः प्रभवन्त्युग्रकर्माणः क्षयाय जगतो हिताः.
Lord Krishna explains the consequences of the demonic mindset. People with demonic nature cling to the false belief that the world has no moral foundation or divine purpose. These individuals are spiritually lost, having destroyed their inner self. They lack wisdom and understanding of life's deeper truths. They perform harsh, violent, and harmful actions. Their actions lead to the destruction of society and the world. They are hostile to the welfare of others and the world. This verse emphasizes that people with a demonic outlook, due to their ignorance and harmful actions, contribute to chaos and destruction in the world.
काममाश्रित्य दुष्पूरन् दम्भमानमदान्विताः मोहाद् गृहीत्वा सद्ग्राहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रताः.
Lord Krishna describes the characteristics and behaviors of those who are driven by desires and possess demonic qualities. They rely on their endless desires for fulfillment and happiness. Their desires are never satisfied. They often put on a facade of being virtuous while hiding their true intentions. They are filled with arrogance and a sense of superiority over others. Their pride leads them to act as if they are above others, forgetting their true nature. They are caught in ignorance and delusion. They cling to false beliefs and desires. They pursue material and superficial gains that do not lead to true happiness. They act according to these delusions. Their practices and vows are not aligned with purity or righteousness. This verse highlights how individuals consumed by desires and ego engage in actions that are harmful to themselves and others, ultimately leading them away from true wisdom and purity.
चिन्तामपरिमेयाय च प्रलयान्तामुपाश्रिताः कामोपभोगपरमा एतावदिति निश्चिताः.
Lord Krishna describes the mindset and beliefs of those who are driven by desires and engage in demonic behavior. They experience limitless worries and anxieties. They seek temporary pleasure from desires, even though it ultimately leads to destruction and chaos. Their primary goal is the pursuit of sensory pleasures and indulgence in materialistic desires. They firmly believe that this pursuit of pleasure is the only purpose of life, lacking awareness of higher spiritual truth. This verse highlights the delusion of individuals who prioritize temporary pleasures over deeper, more meaningful pursuits. Their fixation on sensory enjoyment leads them to a life of anxiety and destruction, far removed from spiritual growth.
आशापाशशतैर्बुद्धाः कामक्रोधपरायणाः ईहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्यायेनार्थसञ्चयान्.
Lord Krishna describes the plight of those who are bound by desires and driven by demonic qualities. They are ensnared by numerous desires and expectations. Their lives revolve around fulfilling their desires and reacting with anger. They make relentless efforts to attain their desires. Their ultimate goal is to enjoy material pleasures. They seek to acquire wealth and possessions through unfair means, disregarding morality and ethics. This verse emphasizes how individuals consumed by desires and anger are trapped in a cycle of greed and exploitation, leading to moral degradation and suffering, both for themselves and for others.
इदमद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्ये मनोरथम् इदमस्तीदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम्.
This verse expresses the mindset of those with demonic qualities regarding wealth and desires. This I have acquired today. This desire I will fulfill. This is mine. This too will be mine. This verse reflects the arrogance and materialistic outlook of individuals who are driven by greed and desires. They are overly confident in their ability to accumulate wealth, often ignoring moral principles and the transient nature of material possessions. This mindset leads to further attachment and delusion.
असौ मया हतः शत्रुर्हनिष्ये चापरानपि ईश्वरोऽहमहं भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी.
Lord Krishna illustrates the arrogant and deluded mindset of those with demonic qualities. They boast about defeating their enemies. They express a desire to conquer or harm others. They wrongly believe they are in control of their destiny. They see themselves as the ultimate enjoyer of life's pleasures. They take pride in their achievements, believing they have attained success through their own efforts. They perceive themselves as powerful and content. This verse reflects the arrogance of individuals who are blinded by their desires and delusions, leading them to a false sense of superiority and self-satisfaction, while ignoring the moral and spiritual dimensions of life.
आढ्योऽभिजनवानस्मि कोऽन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्षे दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यज्ञानविमोहिताः.
Lord Krishna further describes the deluded mindset of those with demonic qualities. They take pride in their material wealth and social status. They think no one is equal to them. They plan to make offerings or gifts, but with the expectation of receiving praises. They focus on their own enjoyment and pleasure as the ultimate goal. They are blinded by their ignorance, not realizing the futility of their pride and material pursuits. This verse highlights the arrogance and self-importance of individuals who are trapped in their desires and delusions. They fail to understand the transient nature of wealth and status and remain oblivious to the deeper truths of existence.
अनेकचित्तविभ्रान्ता मोहजालसमावृताः प्रसक्ताः कामभोगेषु पतन्ते नरकेषु च.
Lord Krishna describes the fate of those entangled in their desires and ignorance. These individuals are distracted and confused. They are trapped in a web of ignorance and illusion. They are deeply attached to the pursuit of material and sensory pleasures. As a consequence of their actions and attachment, they descend into a state of suffering and degradation. This verse emphasizes the consequences of being lost in desires and ignorance, highlighting that such attachment can lead to spiritual downfall and suffering, illustrating the importance of self-awareness and the pursuit of higher knowledge.
आत्मसम्भावितास्तब्धा धनमानमदान्विताः यजन्ते नाम यज्ञैस्ते दम्भेनाविधिपूर्वकम्.
Lord Krishna describes the characteristics of individuals who are deluded by their ego and material wealth. They are overly proud and consider themselves self-sufficient. Their arrogance prevents them from recognizing their true nature and the reality around them. They take pride in their wealth and social standing. They engage in rituals or sacrifices but with an ulterior motive. Their rituals are superficial. Their actions are hypocritical, lacking true sincerity and understanding, as they seek recognition and praise rather than spiritual growth. This verse highlights how individuals driven by pride and materialism engage in rituals without real devotion, emphasizing the importance of sincerity and humility in spiritual practice.
Ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodhaim cha sanshritah mamatma paradeheshu pradvishantobhyasuyakaah.
Lord Krishna further characterizes those with demonic qualities. They are driven by a strong sense of ego. They rely on their material power and strength. Their arrogance binds them to the truth and leads to disrespect for others. They are driven by intense desires. They harbor anger and resentment. They embrace these negative qualities, allowing them to dictate their thoughts and actions. They harbor animosity towards Krishna and others. They despise not only themselves but also others. Their hatred and resentment lead them to act against others. They are envious of others' success and happiness. This verse highlights the toxic mindset of those who are driven by ego, desire, and anger, emphasizing that such attitudes not only harm themselves but also create discord in their relationships with others and the divine.
Tanahandu shatakruran sansareshu naradhaman kshipamyaja shramashubhan asurishveva yonishu.
Lord Krishna explains the consequences for those who embody demonic qualities. Krishna indicates that he distances himself from those filled with hatred and negative qualities. This verse emphasizes the serious repercussions of harboring hatred and cruelty. Krishna conveys that those who embody these demonic traits will face spiritual degradation and a lack of divine connection, resulting in their continued suffering in the material world.
Asuriyo nimapanna mudha janmani janmani mama prapyaiva kaunteya tato yantyadhamangatim.
Lord Krishna highlights the fate of those who are caught in a cycle of ignorance and demonic qualities. This verse serves as a warning, illustrating that individuals who embody demonic qualities will find themselves in a cycle of rebirth that leads to further spiritual decline, emphasizing the importance of cultivating virtues to attain a higher state of existence and connection with the divine.
Trividhan narakasyedan dvaran nashanamaatmanah kamakrodhastatha lobhas tasmadetattrayantyajit.
Krishna identifies three key factors that lead individuals to a state of suffering and degradation: desire, anger, and greed. He advises that individuals should renounce these three negative traits to cultivate a more virtuous and fulfilling life. This verse emphasizes the need to overcome desire, anger, and greed as they are significant obstacles on the path to spiritual growth and peace. By abandoning these qualities, one can avoid the destructive consequences they bring and foster a more harmonious.
एतैर्विमुक्तः कौन्तेय तमोद्वारे स्त्रिभिर्नरः आचरत्यात्मनः श्रेयस्ततो याति पराङ्गतिम्.
Lord Krishna highlights the rewards of overcoming negative qualities. Those who liberate themselves from the three destructive qualities achieve a higher state of being. They engage in righteous actions that lead to spiritual growth. Such individuals reach a higher, more enlightened state of existence, ultimately achieving union with the divine or spiritual liberation. This verse emphasizes that by overcoming negative traits and engaging in virtuous actions, individual can attain spiritual elevation and fulfillment, highlighting the transformative power of self-discipline and moral living.
यशास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिमवाप्नोति न सुखं न पराङ्गतिम्.
Lord Krishna explains the consequences of disregarding scriptural guidance. One who abandons the instructions of the scriptures lives or acts out of desire and impulse. They do not attain success, happiness, and the supreme destination. This verse emphasizes the importance of adhering to scriptural wisdom and guidance. It warns that living life solely based on personal desires without a moral and ethical framework leads to failure, unhappiness, and a lack of spiritual progress.
तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणन्ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितौ ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुमिहार्हसि.
Lord Krishna underscores the significance of following scriptural guidance in life. The scripture is your authority in determining what should and should not be done. Knowing as prescribed by the scriptures, one should act accordingly. This verse emphasizes that knowledge of the scriptures is crucial for making informed decisions in life. By adhering to the principles laid out in these texts, individuals can engage in righteous actions that lead to spiritual growth and fulfillment, highlighting the importance of duty and moral responsibility.
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे दैवासुरसम्पद्विभागयोगो नाम षोडशोऽध्यायः. ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु. ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः. श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ सप्तदशोऽध्यायः. अर्जुन उवाच ये शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वमाहो रजस्तमः.
In this verse, Arjuna asks Krishna a question about those who, filled with faith, perform worship without following the prescribed scriptures. Arjuna is curious about the nature of their devotion and wants to know if it is influenced by sattva, rajas, or tamas. Arjuna's question sets the stage for Krishna to explain how the mode of one's devotion and lifestyle reflects the nature of their inner qualities. This verse shows Arjuna's curiosity about faith beyond mere scriptural rituals and practices.
Shri Bhagavanuvāca त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेति तां शृणु.
In this verse, Lord Krishna responds to Arjuna's question. He explains that faith in people comes in three types depending on their nature or character. These types are sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Krishna emphasizes that the kind of faith a person has is shaped by their inner qualities. He encourages Arjuna to understand these three forms of faith. This verse introduces how the type of faith a person has influences their behavior and decisions.
सत्त्वानुरूपा सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यच्छ्रद्धः स एव सः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that a person's faith matches their inner nature, which is based on sattva, rajas, or tamas. He says that everyone's faith reflects who they truly are. Krishna emphasizes that faith shapes a person's identity. Whatever a person believes deeply, that belief defines who they are and how they live their life.
यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षरक्षांसि राजसाः प्रेतान् भूतगणाश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनाः.
In this verse, Lord Krishna describes how people with different types of faith worship different beings based on their inner nature. Sattvic people worship gods. Rajasic people worship demigods or powerful beings like yakshas and rakshasas. Tamasic people worship spirits and ghosts. Krishna explains that the nature of one's worship reflects their inner qualities and the type of faith they hold. Ashastra-vihitam ghoran tapyante ye tapojanaah dambhahankara sanyuktah kamaragabalanvitaah. In this verse, Lord Krishna talks about people who perform severe and harsh penances that are not supported by scriptures. These actions are driven by pride and ego, desire and attachment. Krishna highlights that such penances, rooted in arrogance and desire, are harmful and not spiritually uplifting. Karshayantah sharirastham bhutagramamachetasah maichaivantah sharirastham tan vidyasura-nischayan. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that people who perform harsh, senseless penances not only harm their own bodies but also disrespect him, as he resides within all beings. Krishna warns that those who harm themselves and others through extreme practices, ignoring spiritual wisdom, follow a demonic path, not one of true devotion. Aharastvapi sarvasya trividho bhavati priyah yajnastapastatha danan tesham bhedamimam shrunu. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains that not just faith, but also the things people like, such as food, sacrifices, austerity, and charity, are of three types based on their inner nature. Krishna is about to explain how a person's character influences not only their faith but also their daily actions and choices, including food and rituals. Ayusattva-balarogya sukha-priti vivardhanah rasya-snigdha-stira-hritya ahara-satvika-priyah. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the types of food that are preferred by people with sattvic nature. These foods increase life, strength and health, bring happiness and satisfaction, are fresh and wholesome. Krishna emphasizes that people with pure minds prefer food that is beneficial for both the body and soul, promoting overall wellness and peace. Katvam lavanatyushna tikshna ruksha vidahinah ahara rajasasyeshta dukkha shokamaya pradah. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the types of food preferred by people with a rajasic nature. These foods are bitter, sour, salty, very hot, spicy, dry and burning. Such foods are strong in taste and sensation. These foods lead to discomfort, pain, sorrow and disease over time. Krishna teaches that people driven by passion prefer foods that excite the senses but eventually harm their body and mind. Yatayamam gatarasam puti paryushitam cha yat uchchishtam-api cha-medhyam bhojanam tamasa-priyam. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the types of food preferred by people with a tamasic nature. These foods are stale and tasteless, rotten or impure, and leftovers. Krishna explains that people in ignorance prefer foods that are harmful, unhealthy, and devoid of any nourishing or uplifting qualities. Afalakankshibhiryagyo vidhidrishto yayijyate yashtavyameveti manas samadhaya sa satvikah. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the nature of a sattvic sacrifice. A true sattvic yajna is performed without any expectation of rewards or fruits. It is conducted in accordance with the prescribed rules and regulations mentioned in sacred texts. The performer dedicates their mind and heart to the act of worship itself, seeing it as an offering to the divine. Krishna emphasizes that a genuine sacrifice rooted in selflessness and spirituality is a reflection of a pure and noble character. Abhisandhaya tu phalan dambardhamapi chaiva yat ijyate bharatasreshtha tam yajñam vidhi rajasam. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the nature of a rajasic sacrifice. This type of yajna is performed with the intention of gaining specific results or rewards. It is often done for the sake of display, to show off one's piety, or to gain social recognition. Krishna highlights that sacrifices motivated by selfish desires and ego are driven by passion and do not reflect true devotion. विधिहीनमसृष्टानं मन्त्रहीनमदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the nature of a tamasic sacrifice. This type of yajna is performed without following any prescribed guidelines or rituals. The offerings are not prepared properly, lacking the essential ingredients or quality. There are no sacred chants or proper intention behind the ritual. Krishna emphasizes that such sacrifices are rooted in ignorance and are not spiritually beneficial, lacking the essential qualities of true devotion and reverence. देवद्विजगुरुप्राज्ञा पूजनं शौचमार्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यमहिंसा च शारीरन्तप उच्यते. In this verse, Lord Krishna outlines the qualities of austerity associated with sattvic nature. He describes that true austerity involves worship of deities and respected individuals, purity and honesty, celibacy and non-violence. Krishna emphasizes that true austerity is rooted in selflessness and contributes to spiritual growth, reflecting a pure and disciplined lifestyle. अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यसनं चैव वाग्मयं तप उच्यते. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes another aspect of sattvic austerity, specifically concerning speech and study. He states that speech should be gentle and should not cause distress to others. The words should be truthful, pleasant, and beneficial for others. Engaging in self-study and regular practice of sacred texts and spiritual teachings is also a part of this austerity. Krishna highlights that this form of austerity enhances spiritual development and contributes to harmony and understanding in relationships. Manah prasadas saumyatvam maunamatmavinigrahah bhavasanshuddhirityetat tapo manasamuchyate. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the qualities of mental austerity associated with the sattvic nature. He identifies the following aspects: maintaining a calm and composed mind, being gentle and kind in demeanor, practicing silence or restraint in speech when necessary, mastery over one's own mind and emotions, cultivating pure feelings and intentions. Krishna emphasizes that this type of mental discipline leads to spiritual clarity and enhances one's ability to engage in righteous actions and thoughts. Shraddhaya paraya taptan tapastatrividhan naraiः afalakankshiभिर्युक्tais Satvikam parichakshate. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the characteristics of sattvic austerity performed by individuals who are selfless and devoted. He states that such austerity is performed with deep faith and dedication. It is undertaken without any expectation of rewards or personal gains. The austerity can be characterized into three forms: physical, verbal, and mental. Krishna highlights that true sattvic austerity is characterized by devotion, purity of intention, and an absence of selfish desires, leading to spiritual advancement and inner peace. Satkaramana pujarthan tapodambhena chaiva yat kriyate tadiha proktam rajasancalamadhruvam. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the nature of rajasic austerity. He explains that this type of austerity is performed to gain respect, honor, or praise from others. It is done with a sense of arrogance or ego rather than genuine intention. Such practices are inconsistent and lack permanence. Krishna emphasizes that this type of austerity, aimed at gaining admiration and driven by pride, is not truly beneficial and does not lead to lasting spiritual growth or inner peace. Modhagrahenatmano yat पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्साधनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुदाहृतम्. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the nature of tamasic austerity. He states that this type of austerity is done without understanding or wisdom. It often inflicts pain or harm on oneself. It may also be performed to harm or degrade others. He emphasizes that such practices are rooted in ignorance and lead to negative consequences, lacking any true spiritual value or benefit. Datavyamiti yaddanan diyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha Taddanam Satvikam Smritam. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the characteristic of Sattvic charity. He explains that true charity is performed with the intention of giving without expecting anything in return. It should be given to those who are truly in need and deserving of assistance. The donation should be made at the right time, in the right place, and to the right person. He emphasizes that this form of charity is pure, selfless, and meaningful, contributing to the welfare of others and reflecting a noble character. Yattu pratyupakarartham phalamuddishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtan taddanam rajasam smritam. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the nature of rajasic charity. He explains that this type of charity is performed with the expectation of receiving something back. The donor gives with the hope of gaining benefits or rewards in return. Such donations may not be pure and can be influenced by personal desires or interests. He emphasizes that this form of charity lacks true selflessness and is motivated by personal gain, thus reflecting a passionate and ego-driven character. Adeshakale yaddanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkritam avagyatan tattama samudaratam. In this verse, Lord Krishna describes the characteristics of tamasic charity. He explains that this type of charity is given at inappropriate times and places. It is given to those who do not deserve it or who may misuse it. Such donations are often given without respect or acknowledgement. Krishna emphasizes that this form of charity is not beneficial as it is done without proper understanding or consideration and lacks the qualities of true generosity. Om Tat Saditi Nirdesho Brahmanastrividha Smritaha Brahmanastena Vedascha Yagyascha Vihitah Pura. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the significance of the expression Om Tat Sat, which is often associated with the absolute truth and spiritual practices. He states that this phrase is considered a directive for spiritual and righteous actions. It signifies the three aspects of truth: Om representing the ultimate reality, Tat referring to the transcendental, and Sat symbolizing goodness and purity. Through this understanding, the Vedas and Yagyas were established in ancient times. Krishna highlights that true spiritual actions are rooted in this sacred understanding, leading to righteous living and spiritual growth. Tasmadomityudaritya yajnanapahakriyaah pravartante vidhanoktas satatam brahmavadinam. In this verse, Lord Krishna emphasizes the importance of performing spiritual actions according to the principles encapsulated in Om. He states that the mantra Om is invoked to signify the beginning of spiritual activities. These actions should be carried out in accordance with the guidelines set forth in the sacred texts. Such actions are to be performed regularly by those who are devoted to the teachings of Brahman. Krishna emphasizes the invocation of Om in spiritual practices ensures they are rooted in righteousness and aligned with divine truth, leading to spiritual fulfillment and growth. Tadityanabhisandhaya phalayyagyatapah kriyaah danakriyascha vividha kriyante mokshakankshibhihi. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the nature of spiritual actions performed by those who seek liberation. True sacrifices, austerities, and charitable acts are performed without any desire for personal rewards or results. These actions are carried out by individuals who aim for spiritual liberation and ultimate truth. The actions can be diverse, encompassing different forms of worship, service, and self-discipline. Krishna highlights that when actions are performed with a pure heart and without attachment to outcomes, they contribute to spiritual advancement and the quest for liberation. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sadityetat prayuchyate prashaste karmani tatha satchabdav parthayuchyate. In this verse, Lord Krishna explains the significance of the term Sat and how it is used in the context of righteous actions. He states that the term Sat is associated with the qualities that are virtuous and aligned with truth. It signifies actions that are praiseworthy, noble, and beneficial for oneself and others. The word Sat is utilized in various contexts, especially when referring to righteous deeds and their alignment with higher values. Krishna underscores that when actions are imbued with truth and goodness, they contribute to one's spiritual journey and align with the higher purpose of life. Yajne tapasi dane cha sthitis saditi chocyate karma chaiva tadardhiyam sadityevabhidhiyate. In this verse, Lord Krishna elaborates on the application of the term Sat in relation to various righteous activities. The term Sat is used to describe the steadfastness and purity in actions. This presence of Sat signifies stability and the moral integrity of these actions. It highlights that actions performed with the intention of goodness and truth are designated as Sat. Krishna stresses that recognizing the purity and intention behind sacrifices, austerities, and charitable deeds reinforces their value in the spiritual journey. Ashraddhaya hutan dattan tapastaptam kritai cha yat asadityuchyate partha nacha tatretya no iha. In this verse, Lord Krishna discusses the nature of actions performed without faith and how they are perceived. He states that sacrifices, donations, austerities performed without genuine belief or faith are considered inferior. Such actions are classified as asat, meaning they lack true substance and merit. Actions done without faith do not yield positive results either in this life or in the next. Krishna emphasizes that genuine faith is crucial for the authenticity and impact of spiritual actions, and without it, such actions fail to produce meaningful results in one's spiritual journey. Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yogo Nam Saptadashodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Ashtadashodhyaya. Arjuna Uvacha Sannyasasya Mahabaho Tattvamichhami Veditum Tyagasya cha Rishikesha Prithakkeshi Nishudana. In this verse, Arjuna addresses Krishna asking for clarity about two important concepts, sannyasa and tyaga. He uses respectful titles like Mahabaho and Rishikesha to show his admiration for Krishna. Arjuna wants to understand the subtle difference between these two practices. Arjuna seeks Krishna's wisdom on how these two concepts differ and how can one live by them. This question sets the stage for Krishna's explanation of the nature of renunciation in the following verses. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kamyanam Karmananyasam Sannyasam Kavayo Viduhu Sarva Karma Phalatyagam Prahustyagam Vichakshana. In this verse, Krishna begins to clarify the difference between sannyasa and tyaga. Sannyasa is explained as giving up actions that are done with desire, meaning those done for personal gain or pleasure. Wise people understand sannyas this way. Tyaga is described as giving up the fruits or results of all actions, not the actions themselves. The wise say that this is tyaga. Krishna shows that both terms relate to how one views actions and their results, with sannyasa focusing on stopping desire-driven actions and tyaga on letting go of the attachment to outcomes. This sets the foundation for a deeper understanding of how we should approach work and its results in life. Tyajyan doshavadityeke karma prahurmanishinaha yagyadana tapah karma natyajamiti chapare. In this verse, Krishna highlights the two main opinions people have about giving up actions. Some wise people say that all actions are full of flaws and should be renounced completely. These individuals believe that since actions often lead to mistakes or suffering, it's best to avoid them altogether. Others believe that certain actions like performing sacrifices, giving charity, and practicing self-discipline should never be given up. These actions are seen as purifying and beneficial for spiritual growth. Krishna presents these two perspectives to show that there is more than one way people think about renunciation, leading to further discussion in the next verses. Nischayam shunu me tatra त्यागे भरतसत्तमा त्यागो हि पुरुषव्याघ्र त्रिविधः सम्प्रकीर्तितः. In this verse, Krishna tells Arjuna to listen carefully as he explains the true nature of Tyaga. He refers to Arjuna as Bharatasattama and Purushavyagraha, showing respect for Arjuna's strength and lineage. Krishna says that Tyaga is of three types. This means that renunciation is not just a simple concept but has different forms. Krishna is about to explain these three kinds of Tyaga in the coming verses, offering Arjuna a clear understanding of the different approaches to giving up attachments and desires in life. Yagyadana-tapah karma na tyajam karyameva tat yajyodanantapaschaiva pavanani manishinam. In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that certain actions, yajna and tapas, should never be given up. He tells Arjuna that these actions are important and must always be performed. Krishna explains that these practices purify the heart and mind. Wise people recognize that yajna, dana and tapas help one grow spiritually and lead to a more disciplined, selfless life. Thus, these duties should not be abandoned, even by those seeking renunciation. Krishna is teaching that true renunciation doesn't mean giving up everything, but doing the right actions without attachment to the results. एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम्. In this verse, Krishna clarifies that even the actions of yajna, dana and tapas should be performed. However, they must be done without attachment to the actions or desire for the results. Krishna tells Arjuna that performing these duties is essential, but the key is to do them selflessly, without expecting rewards. This, he says, is his firm and highest opinion. In essence, Krishna encourages Arjuna to continue performing good deeds, but with a pure heart, free from personal gain or attachment. Niyatasya tu sannyasa karmanu nopapadyate mohatasya parityagas tamasah parikirtitaha. In this verse, Krishna explains that giving up prescribed duties is not the right form of renunciation. He says that abandoning one's responsibilities out of confusion or ignorance is called tamasic renunciation. Niyata karma refers to the duties one must perform, like work, family responsibilities, and societal obligations. When someone gives up these duties due to misunderstanding or laziness, it's considered tamasic, which is the lowest and most ignorant form of renunciation. Krishna warns Arjuna that neglecting one's essential duties is not true renunciation, but is driven by ignorance and darkness. Dukkhamityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayat tyajet sakritva rajasan tyagan naiva tyaga phalan labhet. In this verse, Krishna describes rajasic renunciation. He explains that if someone gives up their duties because they find them difficult or painful or fear bodily discomfort, that kind of renunciation is not genuine. Rajasic Tyaga refers to giving up actions due to fear of hardship or discomfort, driven by passion or selfishness. Krishna says that such a person will not attain the true benefits of renunciation. This type of renunciation based on fear and avoidance of effort does not lead to spiritual growth or freedom. True renunciation requires facing challenges without attachment, not avoiding them for personal comfort. Karyamityeva yat karma niyatam kriyate Arjuna sangam tyaktva phalai chaiva satyagas satviko mataha. In this verse, Krishna describes sattvic renunciation, which is the purest and most ideal form. He tells Arjuna that when a person performs their prescribed duties simply because they are necessary, without attachment and without desire for the results, this is considered sattvic tyaga. True renunciation lies in performing one's duties with detachment, focusing on action itself, not the rewards it may bring. Nadveshtya kushalam karma kushalenānushajyate tyagi sattva samavishto medhavi chinna sanshayah. In this verse, Krishna explains the qualities of a true renunciant who is filled with sattva. Such a person does not dislike unpleasant or difficult actions, nor do they become overly attached to pleasant or easy actions. This renunciant performs duties without preference or attachment, accepting both easy and challenging tasks with the same mindset. Krishna further describes this person as wise, with all doubts removed, meaning they have clarity of mind and unwavering understanding. A true renunciant is balanced, free from emotional extremes, and performs all actions with a calm and clear sense of purpose. Nahi देहभृता शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी satyagityabbhidhiyate. In this verse, Krishna explains that for someone living in a body, it is impossible to completely give up all actions entirely. As long as one has a body, actions are necessary for survival and responsibilities. However, the person who gives up attachment to the results of their actions is considered a true renunciant. Krishna emphasizes that renunciation does not mean avoiding all actions, but rather letting go of the desire for rewards and outcomes. This teaching highlights that true renunciation lies not in abandoning actions, but in acting without selfish motives or attachments to results. Anishtamishtam mishrai cha trividham karmanah phalam bhavatyatyaaginam pretya natu sannyasinam kvachit. In this verse, Krishna explains the types of results that come from actions: Anishta, Ishta, and Mishra. These are the three kinds of outcomes that people experience from their actions. Krishna says that these results affect those who have not fully renounced the attachment to the fruits of their actions. However, for true renunciants who have completely given up attachments to the outcomes of their work, these results do not affect them. The key message here is that those who are attached to the fruits of their actions will experience both good and bad results, while true renunciants remain free from these consequences as they have surrendered their attachment to both success and failure. Panchaitani mahabaho karanani nibodha me Sankhye kritante proktani siddhaye sarva karmanam. In this verse, Krishna begins explaining the 5 factors that contribute to the success of any action. He addresses Arjuna as Mahabahu, emphasizing his strength and readiness for battle. Krishna says that according to the Sankhya philosophy, these 5 factors are necessary for the accomplishment of all actions. He invites Arjuna to understand these factors as he outlines them in the following verses. This sets the stage for Krishna to explain that action is not just the result of individual effort, but a combination of multiple elements, which he will describe next. Adhishtanan tatha karta karanai cha prithak vidham vividhascha prithak cheshta daivam chaivatra panchamam. In this verse, Krishna explains the 5 factors that contribute to any action's completion. Adhishtana, the base or foundation, meaning the body or the physical place where the action takes place. Karta, the doer. Karana, the instrument or tools used for the action. Cheshta, the various efforts or activities that are part of the action. Daivam, divine will or destiny. These 5 factors together are responsible for the accomplishment of any action. Krishna explains that understanding these causes helps us realize that no action is purely the result of individual effort. There are multiple forces at play. Shariram vagmano bhiryat karma prarabhate naraha jnanyam va viparitam va panchaite tasya hetavaha. In this verse, Krishna explains that whatever action a person begins, whether it is done through the body, speech or mind, and whether the action is right or wrong, the 5 causes he mentioned in the previous verse are always responsible for the outcome. These 5 causes, body, doer, senses, efforts and divine will, apply to all actions, regardless of their nature. Krishna emphasizes that understanding these factors help one realize that no action is solely a personal effort. It is the result of a combination of factors. Tatraivam sati kartaram atmanam kevalantu yaha pashyatyakrita buddhitva nasa pashyati durmatihi. In this verse, Krishna explains that a person with an ignorant mind who lacks wisdom sees themselves as the sole doer of actions. Such a person believes that they alone are responsible for everything that happens without recognizing the 5 causes of action described earlier. Krishna emphasizes that this view is incorrect. and comes from faulty thinking. The person who fails to see the bigger picture, including divine will and other factors influencing action, does not truly understand how actions work. This verse reminds that thinking we are the only cause of our success or failure is a limited and mistaken view. True wisdom lies in recognizing that many forces contribute to the results of our efforts. यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते. In this verse, Krishna explains the qualities of a liberated person who is free from ego and attachment. One who does not have a sense of ego or I in their actions, meaning they do not act with pride or selfishness. Their intellect remains unattached, meaning they are not affected by desires or the outcomes of their actions. Krishna says that such a person, even if they perform actions like killing, is not truly killing and is not bound by their actions. This doesn't mean that violence is justified, but emphasizes that a person who acts without ego, attachment, or selfish motives is spiritually free and unaffected by the results of their actions. In essence, when someone acts selflessly and with a pure heart, they transcend the consequences of their actions and remain unbound by karma. Gyane gyeyam parigyata trividha karma chodana karanam karma karteti trividha karma sangraha. In this verse, Krishna explains that three elements drive every action. These three factors, knowledge, the knower and the known, along with the instruments, action and doer, come together to form the complete structure of any action. Understanding this interplay helps us see that action is a complex process involving multiple elements beyond just the physical act. Jnana karma cha karta cha tridhaiva gunabhedatah prochyate gunasankhyane yatha vritchunuthanyapi. In this verse, Krishna tells Arjuna that knowledge, action and the doer are each categorized into three types based on the qualities of nature. These three qualities are Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Krishna invites Arjuna to listen carefully as he will explain how each of these qualities influences knowledge, actions and the doer. By understanding these distinctions, one can better grasp the nature of their actions and how to cultivate a more balanced and pure life. This verse sets the stage for Krishna's detailed explanation of how the gunas affect all aspects of life, from thoughts and knowledge to actions and the character of the doer. सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावमव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानो विद्धि सात्विकम्. In this verse, Krishna describes sattvic knowledge, which is the purest form of understanding. A person with sattvic knowledge sees the one unchanging essence in all living beings. They see unity in diversity. Krishna explains that this type of knowledge is considered sattvic or pure as it leads to a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all life and the underlying unity of creation. This wisdom fosters compassion, harmony and selflessness. पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावं पृथक्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानो विद्धि राजसम्. In this verse, Krishna explains rajasic knowledge, which is driven by passion and separateness. A person with rajasic knowledge sees all beings as fundamentally different. They view each being as separate and distinct. Krishna explains that this kind of knowledge, which sees only division and variety, is considered rajasic. It leads to a focus on differences, fostering attachment, competition and desire, as opposed to the unity and harmony found in sattvic knowledge. Yattu kritsnavade kasmin karye saktamahaitukam atattvarthavadalpaicha tattama samudaritam. In this verse, Krishna describes tamasic knowledge, which is rooted in ignorance. This type of knowledge sees one small aspect of something as if it is the whole truth. It is sakta to the results of a specific action without considering the deeper truth or purpose. Such knowledge is alpa, meaning it lacks depth and clarity. Krishna classifies this as tamasic knowledge, which is ignorant, shallow and misleading. It binds a person to limited thinking and prevents them from seeing the bigger picture, leading to confusion and wrong actions. नियन्तं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषदकृतम् अफलप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते. In this verse, Krishna describes sattvic action, which is pure and selfless. It is performed as a duty, it is free from attachment or personal involvement, it is done without desire, it is performed without seeking any reward or benefit from the action. Krishna explains that such actions done purely out of duty without attachment or desire for results are considered sattvic. This kind of action leads to purity, inner peace, and spiritual growth, as it is motivated by selflessness and a sense of responsibility. यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासान् तद्राजसमुदायतम्. In this verse, Krishna explains Rajasic action, which is driven by passion and selfish desire. He explains that this type of action is classified as Rajasic. It is focused on external results, driven by ego, and usually brings stress and exhaustion. While it may yield material success, it ultimately binds the person to the cycle of desires and outcomes. अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसाम् अनवेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तत् तामसमुच्यते. In this verse, Krishna explains tamasic action, which is driven by ignorance and recklessness. Krishna categorizes such actions as tamasic, meaning they are driven by ignorance, carelessness, and disregard for consequences. These actions lead to harm, failure, and suffering, both for the person performing them and for others involved. मुक्तसङ्गो नहं वादी धृत्युत्साहसमन्वितः सिद्ध्यः सिद्ध्यो निर्विकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a sattvic doer, one who performs actions with purity and selflessness. Krishna explains that such a person is considered a sattvic doer as they perform their actions with selflessness, enthusiasm, and stability without being swayed by results or ego. This leads to inner peace and spiritual progress. Ragi karma phala prepsur lubdho himsatmako shuchihi harsha shokanvitah karta Rajasaf parikirtitah. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a Rajasic doer, one driven by desire and passion, as their actions are driven by attachment, greed, and emotional instability. Their focus on personal gain leads to fluctuating moods and inner turmoil, depending on the outcomes of their efforts. Ayuktah prakritastabdash shato naishkritiko lasaha विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a tamasic doer, one who acts out of ignorance and laziness, as they are inactive, dishonest, and negative. Their laziness, deceit, and pessimism lead to failure and suffering, both for themselves and others around them. बुद्धिर्भेदं धृतिश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिद्विधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानमशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय. In this verse, Krishna addresses Arjuna as Dhananjaya, introducing the threefold division of intellect and determination based on the qualities of nature. This verse sets the stage for Krishna's detailed explanation of how intellect and determination function under the influence of the three gunas. Understanding this helps one recognize their tendencies and improve their mindset and actions. Pravritti cha nivritti cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham mokshe cha ya veti buddhis sa partha satviki. In this verse, Krishna explains the qualities of a sattvic intellect, which is pure and guided by wisdom. He says that an intellect with such discernment is considered sattvic. It provides clear guidance, helping individuals act wisely and make decisions that lead to spiritual growth and freedom. Yaya dharmam adharme cha karyem cha karyameva cha ayathavat prajanati buddhis sa partha rajasi. In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a Rajasic intellect, which is driven by passion and confusion. It is influenced by desires and ego, causing one to misunderstand moral principles and act in ways that may not be truly righteous or appropriate. This leads to confusion, attachment, and emotional imbalance.
Adharman dharmamiti ya manyate tamasavritā sarvārthan viparitāscha buddhis sa partha tamasi.
In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of a tamasic intellect, which is enveloped in ignorance. A tamasic intellect mistakenly believes that what is wrong is right, being completely covered by ignorance. It perceives everything in a reversed, incorrect way, meaning it sees the truth as false and falsehood as truth. Krishna explains that such an intellect is considered tamasic. It is deluded, leading to a complete misunderstanding of moral principles and reality. This ignorance results in actions that cause harm, confusion, and suffering for both the person and others.
Dhrityaya dharayate mana pranendriya kriyaः yogenānvyabhicāranya dhritis sa partha satviki.
In this verse, Krishna explains the qualities of a sattvic determination, which is strong and focused on righteousness. This determination controls and sustains the functions of the mind, life, and senses. This determination is steady, unwavering, and united with yoga. Krishna describes this type of determination as sattvic because it helps a person remain balanced, focused, and disciplined in their thoughts, actions, and spiritual journey. It enables one to maintain inner strength and pursue their goals with clarity and dedication, leading to personal growth and peace.
Yaya tu dharma kamarthan dhritya dharayate Arjuna prasangena phalakakshi dhriti sa partha rajasi.
In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of rajasic determination. This determination holds on to actions related to righteousness, desires, and material wealth, but with a strong focus on personal gain. This type of determination is attached and constantly seeks the results of actions. Krishna explains that this determination is considered rajasic because it is focused on fulfilling desires and material gains rather than higher spiritual goals. While it may lead to success in worldly pursuits, it also brings attachment, restlessness, and dependence on external results for satisfaction.
Yaya swapnam bhayam shokam vishadam madameva cha na vimunchati durmedha dhritis sa partha tamasi.
In this verse, Krishna describes the qualities of tamasic determination. This clings to delusion, fear, sorrow, despair, and arrogance. Such a person with poor understanding cannot let go of these negative states. Krishna explains that this type of determination is tamasic as it holds on to confusion, fear, and sadness. Instead of moving forward with clarity or purpose, the person remains trapped in negative thoughts and emotions, leading to stagnation and suffering.
Sukham tvidanin trididham shrunu me bharatarshava abhyasadramate yatra dukkhantai cha nigacchati.
In this verse, Krishna introduces the concept of three types of happiness and asks Arjuna to listen carefully. Krishna sets the stage to explain the three types of happiness: sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. He emphasizes that true happiness is achieved through consistent practice and effort, leading to the cessation of pain and inner satisfaction.
Yattadagre vishamiva pariname mritopamam tatsukham sattvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam.
In this verse, Krishna describes sattvic happiness, which is pure and enduring. He explains that sattvic happiness may be challenging at first as it requires self-discipline and hard work, but it leads to lasting peace and bliss. This type of happiness is the result of spiritual practice and self-realization.
Vishayendriya sanyogat yattadagre mritopamam pariname vishamiva tatsukham rajasam smritam.
In this verse, Krishna describes rajasic happiness, which is driven by desire and sense pleasure. He explains that rajasic happiness feels enjoyable at first as it is fueled by desires and sensory pleasures. However, it is fleeting and ultimately brings negative consequences like attachment, restlessness, and emotional pain. It is short-lived and dependent on external factors.
Yadagre chanubandhe cha sukham mohanamatmanah nidralasya pramaduthan tattama samudaritam.
In this verse, Krishna describes tamasic happiness, which is based on ignorance and delusion. He explains that tamasic happiness comes from indulgence in laziness, ignorance, and carelessness. It might feel pleasant in the moment, but it leads to confusion, stagnation, and a lack of spiritual or personal growth. This type of happiness ultimately results in deeper ignorance and suffering.
न तदस्ति पृथिव्या वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्त्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तैः यदेभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः.
In this verse, Krishna highlights the universality of three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. He explains that whether one is a human, a god, or any other being, no one is entirely free from the influences of sattva, rajas, and tamas. These three qualities govern all aspects of life and existence, affecting our emotions, decisions, and actions. The key is to recognize their influence and transcend them to achieve spiritual liberation.
ब्राह्मण क्षत्रिय विशां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभाव प्रभवैर्गुणैः.
In this verse, Krishna explains how the duties of individuals are determined by their inherent qualities. He explains that each person's responsibilities are determined by their natural tendencies and the dominant qualities they possess. This classification is not about birth, but rather about one's abilities, temperament, and inclinations. When people perform their duties according to their nature, they contribute to the harmonious functioning of society and achieve personal fulfillment.
शमोदमस्तपःशौचं क्षान्तिर्रार्जवमेव च ज्ञानो विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजम्.
In this verse, Krishna describes the natural qualities and duties of a Brahmana based on their inherent nature. He emphasizes that those with a sattvic nature, endowed with calmness, self-discipline, and a thirst for knowledge, are naturally inclined to fulfill the role of a Brahmana. Their duties involve pursuing wisdom, spiritual growth, and guiding others towards righteousness and truth.
शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्षिण्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानमीश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजम्.
In this verse, Krishna describes the natural qualities and duties of a Kshatriya based on their inherent nature. He explains that those who are naturally bold, strong, and skilled in leadership are suited to the role of Kshatriya. Their responsibilities include protecting others, showing generosity, and displaying unwavering courage, especially in difficult situations. This role is driven by the Rajasic quality, focused on action and leadership for the welfare of society.
कृषिगौरक्षवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम्.
In this verse, Krishna describes the natural duties of the Vaishya and the Shudras based on their inherent qualities. He explains that each class has its own responsibilities aligned with its inherent nature. Vaishyas are naturally inclined towards contributing to society through agriculture, animal husbandry, and commerce, while Shudras find fulfillment in service and support roles. These roles ensure a harmonious and well-functioning society, where everyone contributes according to their strengths and natural tendencies.
स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु.
In this verse, Krishna explains that by sincerely performing one's own duties according to one's nature, one can progress spiritually and find true contentment. Instead of imitating others, focusing on our unique responsibilities helps us attain success and inner peace. Krishna assures that the path to perfection lies in doing one's own work with dedication, aligning with one's innate qualities.
यतः प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वमिदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः.
In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that everything in the universe originates from and is sustained by the divine. When people perform their own duties sincerely as an offering to God, they are in essence worshipping Him. By doing so, they can attain spiritual success and fulfillment. This verse highlights that devotion is not separate from everyday responsibilities. Any work done with dedication and a sense of service to God becomes a means of spiritual growth.
श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्.
In this verse, Krishna advises that even if one's own duty is not performed perfectly, it is still better than taking up someone else's role, even if done well. Performing actions aligned with one's own nature leads to spiritual growth and keeps one free from negative consequences. It encourages individuals to embrace their unique roles, emphasizing that sincerity and authenticity in fulfilling one's duties are more important than mere perfection.
सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषमपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भ हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृताः.
In this verse, Krishna emphasizes that every task or duty, no matter how pure or righteous, carries some imperfections, like smoke covering fire. However, this should not deter one from performing their own duties. It is better to carry out one's own prescribed duty with sincerity, even with imperfections, rather than abandoning it for another's duty. The verse encourages perseverance and faith in one's natural role, recognizing that perfection is not the goal, but dedication and effort are.
असक्त बुद्धिः सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहः नैष्कर्म्य सिद्धिं परमां संन्यासेनाधिगच्छति.
Krishna describes a person who has mastered detachment from worldly desires and actions, focusing solely on their higher spiritual purpose. By renouncing attachment and achieving mastery over the self, such a person reaches the highest form of liberation, which is the state of Naishkarmya, a perfect actionlessness. This doesn't mean inactivity, but acting without attachment to the results. This state leads to supreme peace and union with the divine.
सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा.
Krishna reveals that the ultimate knowledge that leads to union with Brahman is the highest form of wisdom. This wisdom is not about intellectual understanding alone, but about experiencing the truth directly through devotion, renunciation, and self-realization. Krishna offers a concise explanation of the path to the highest knowledge, which, when attained, leads to liberation and the realization of one's true nature as one with the Supreme.
बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषौ व्युदस्य च.
Krishna highlights the disciplined path to liberation, purifying the intellect, exercising self-control, and letting go of desires for sensory pleasures. A person on this path must overcome likes and dislikes, which disturb inner peace. By cultivating purity, determination, and detachment, one aligns the mind and senses towards spiritual realization, paving the way to true freedom and ultimate peace.
विविक्तसेवी लघ्वाशी यतवाक्कायमानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः.
Krishna describes the lifestyle and attitude of a person dedicated to spiritual growth. He emphasizes the importance of leading a self-disciplined and detached life for spiritual progress. Such a person withdraws from unnecessary distractions, practices self-restraint, and remains deeply focused on meditation and inner reflection. Through simplicity and renunciation, they create the ideal conditions for self-realization and ultimate peace.
अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते.
Krishna explains how one prepares to achieve unity with Brahman by letting go of negative tendencies. He highlights that liberation requires shedding the burdens of ego, desires, and attachments. A calm and detached mind, free from anger and selfishness, becomes capable of experiencing the divine essence. The verse encourages cultivating humility, peace, and selflessness as essential steps towards spiritual perfection and oneness with the Supreme.
ब्रह्मभूतः प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु
madbhakting labhate param. Krishna describes the qualities of a person who has realized oneness with Brahman. A person who reaches the state of Brahma Bhuta transcends dualities like sorrow and desire, recognizing the same divine essence in all. This state of equanimity leads to pure, unwavering devotion to the Supreme, which is the ultimate goal of spiritual life. It signifies liberation and unity with the Divine. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavanyaschasmi tatvatah tato man tatvato gyatva vishate tadanantaram. Krishna emphasizes the role of devotion in understanding the Supreme Truth. This verse highlights that pure devotion is the path to realizing Krishna's divine nature. Intellectual understanding alone is insufficient. It is through heartfelt devotion that one perceives Krishna as the Supreme Reality. Once this realization is achieved, the devotee merges into the eternal essence of the Divine, attaining liberation and eternal peace. Sarvakarmanyapi sada kurvano madhyavashrayah matprasadadapapnoti shashvatam padamavyayam. Krishna assures Arjuna that relying on him leads to liberation. This verse teaches that surrendering to Krishna while continuing one's worldly duties leads to spiritual success. When actions are performed with devotion and dependence on Krishna, His grace ensures the seeker transcends the cycle of birth and death, ultimately reaching the eternal and changeless state of liberation. It emphasizes that spiritual progress doesn't require renouncing action but dedicating it to the Divine. Chetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparaha buddhi yogam upashritya matchittas satatam bhava. Krishna explains how to live a spiritually aligned life. This verse highlights surrender and devotion as the essence of spiritual practice. Krishna encourages offering all actions and their outcomes to Him with a heart full of faith and reliance. By uniting the intellect and devotion and focusing the mind on the Divine, one achieves harmony in action and paves the path to liberation. Matchitta sarva durgani matprasadattarishyasi atha chettvamahankaran na shroyasi vinangshyasi. Krishna reassures Arjuna while warning against arrogance. He emphasizes that surrendering to him with devotion ensures divine protection and the strength to face challenges. However, allowing ego to dominate leads to disobedience and self-destruction. This verse underscores the importance of humility, faith, and reliance on the Supreme to navigate life successfully and avoid spiritual downfall. Yadahankaramashritya nayotsya iti manyase mithyesha vyavasayaste prakritistvaniyoksyati. Krishna explains the futility of resisting one's inherent nature. He emphasizes that actions dictated by one's inherent qualities are unavoidable. Arjuna's warrior nature will drive him to fulfill his duty regardless of his current hesitation. The verse teaches that resistance born out of ego and delusion is futile, as the natural law of one's being will ultimately prevail. Surrendering to duty with understanding leads to harmony and success. Svabhavajena kaunteya nibadhasvena karmana kartun nechasi yanmohat karishyasya vashopitat. Krishna explains the compulsion of one's inherent nature. This verse highlights that one's innate qualities and tendencies drive actions even if resisted out of confusion or ego. Krishna reassures Arjuna that his warrior nature will compel him to fulfill his duties whether he chooses willingly or not. The lesson is to act in alignment with one's true nature, surrendering delusions to achieve inner peace and spiritual growth. Ishvara sarva bhutanam hriddeshirjuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantrarudhani mayaya. Krishna reveals his presence as the supreme controller within all beings. This verse describes how the Lord resides within every soul, orchestrating the universe through Maya. The comparison to a machine symbolizes how beings act according to their karmic impressions under divine oversight. Krishna emphasizes that surrendering to the Lord, the inner guide, is the path to transcending the influence of illusion and achieving liberation. Tamev sharanam gaccha sarvabhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam. Krishna advises Arjuna to fully surrender to the divine. This verse emphasizes the transformative power of complete surrender to the Supreme Lord. By dedicating oneself wholeheartedly, one receives divine grace, which leads to liberation, eternal peace, and spiritual fulfillment. Krishna assures Arjuna that trust and devotion to the divine are the ultimate solution to life's challenges and the key to attaining the highest spiritual goal. Iti te jnanamakyatam guhyat guhyataram maya vimrushyettadasheshena yathechasi tatha kuru. Krishna concludes his teachings and grants Arjuna the freedom to decide. Krishna empowers Arjuna by presenting divine wisdom and leaving the choice in his hands. This verse highlights the importance of personal responsibility and introspection in making decisions. While Krishna provides guidance, he respects Arjuna's free will, showing that spiritual growth requires understanding, self-reflection, and a conscious choice to act rightly. Sarvaguhyatamam bhuya shrunu me paramo vachaha ishtosi me dhridamiti tato vakshyami te hitam. Krishna prepares to share his ultimate teaching with Arjuna. This verse reflects Krishna's deep affection and care for Arjuna. He underscores that the wisdom he is about to share is not just profound but also tailored for Arjuna's well-being. This personal connection emphasizes that spiritual teachings are most impactful when shared with love and a genuine desire to help. Krishna's compassion becomes the cornerstone of this final and most vital instruction. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji man namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyante pratijane priyosi me. Krishna gives Arjuna the essence of devotion. Krishna assures Arjuna that wholehearted devotion, love, and surrender to him lead directly to liberation. This verse highlights the simplicity and accessibility of the path of bhakti. By aligning thoughts, actions, and feelings with the divine, one achieves union with God. Krishna's promise is filled with compassion and serves as a reassurance of divine love and grace for all sincere seekers. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tva sarvapapebhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. Krishna presents the final and most profound teaching to Arjuna. This verse encapsulates the essence of the Gita's teachings. Krishna emphasizes surrendering completely to the divine, transcending all worldly duties, beliefs, and attachments. By placing full faith in God, one attains liberation and freedom from all karmic bonds. The assurance, "Do not grieve," reflects Krishna's unconditional love and the promise of ultimate protection and peace for those who surrender with trust and devotion. Idante na tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shushrushave vachan na cha mayobhyasuyati. Krishna clarifies who is capable of understanding and accepting his teachings. Krishna makes it clear that his teachings are for sincere devotees who have the humility and discipline to learn and who approach them with devotion, respect, and an open heart. Those who lack faith do not make the effort to listen with devotion or harbor doubts or envy cannot fully grasp the significance. Ya imam paramam guhyam madbhakteshvabhisahasyati bhaktim vai parang kritva mame vaishyatya sanshayah. Krishna emphasizes the sacredness of sharing his teachings with true devotion. In this verse, Krishna reveals the immense value of sharing his teachings with sincere devotees. He promises that anyone who teaches the Gita's wisdom to his true followers while cultivating supreme devotion will themselves attain his presence without a doubt. This verse highlights the sacredness of transmitting spiritual wisdom with love and devotion, ensuring that those who do so help others grow spiritually and come closer to the divine. Nacha tasman manusheshu kaschin me priyakrittamaha bhavita nacha me tasmat anyaf priyataro bhuvi. Krishna declares the highest honor and love for his true devotees. Krishna is affirming that a true devotee who fully surrenders and serves with love and devotion holds a unique and unparalleled position in his heart. Such a devotee is the most beloved of all, surpassing even the greatest of saints, scholars, or other revered individuals. This verse highlights the boundless love and divine favor that Krishna showers upon his devoted followers, indicating the supreme importance of complete surrender and devotion to him.
अध्येष्यते च यैमन् धर्म्यं संवादमावयोः ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्यामिति मे मतिः.
In this verse, Krishna speaks about the transformative power of sharing the sacred teachings. Krishna expresses that anyone who recites or shares the divine dialogue of the Gita is performing a supreme act of devotion. Such an act is considered a knowledge yajna, and Krishna promises that the person who shares these teachings will be most dear to him and will surely reach him. This verse emphasizes the immense spiritual merit in both learning and sharing the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita with others.
श्रद्धावाननुसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः शुभालोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणाम्.
In this verse, Krishna explains the profound impact of listening to the Gita with faith and without envy. Krishna assures that a person who listens to Bhagavad Gita with sincerity, faith, and without any malice or skepticism will be liberated from worldly entanglements and attain the company of righteous souls in higher realms. This verse highlights the transformative power of receiving the teachings of the Gita with a pure heart, as it leads to spiritual elevation and ultimate liberation.
कच्चिदेतच्छ्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणष्टस्ते धनञ्जय.
In this verse, Sanjaya speaks to Dhritarashtra about Arjuna's state after hearing the teachings of Krishna. Sanjaya is asking Arjuna if he has fully absorbed the teachings with attention and focus, and whether the ignorance and doubt that clouded his mind have been eradicated. This verse reflects the importance of concentration in understanding the wisdom imparted by Krishna and the transformation Arjuna is going through as his doubts are cleared. It also emphasizes that true understanding comes when the mind is focused, allowing the individual to overcome confusion and ignorance.
Arjuna uvacha nashto mohasmritirlabdha त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युत स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव.
In this verse, Arjuna responds to Krishna after hearing the divine teachings. Arjuna expresses that through Krishna's guidance, his confusion and doubts have been cleared and he is now free from ignorance. He acknowledges the power of Krishna's grace in restoring his clarity of thoughts and determination. Arjuna pledges to follow Krishna's instructions without hesitation, showing his readiness to take action according to the divine wisdom he has received. This verse reflects Arjuna's inner transformation from doubt to clarity and his commitment to fulfilling his duty.
Sanjaya uvacha ityaham vasudevasya parthasya cha mahatmanah samvadamimam ashrosham adbhutam romaharshanam.
In this verse, Sanjaya speaks about the profound impact of the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna. Sanjaya, the narrator who is describing the events to King Dhritarashtra, expresses the immense power and emotion of the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. He is deeply moved by the profound teachings, and the fact that the conversation stirred him to such an extent that it made his hair stand to an end indicates the spiritual significance and the divine nature of the teachings shared in the Bhagavad Gita. This verse highlights the extraordinary nature of the discourse, which transcends mere words and resonates deeply on an emotional and spiritual level.
व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुत्वान् एतद्गुह्यमहं परं योगयोगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयत स्वयम्.
Sanjaya acknowledges the divine blessings of hearing the Bhagavad Gita, considering it a great privilege. He credits the teachings to the grace of Vyasa, the sage who composed the Mahabharata, and to the direct transmission from Krishna, the supreme teacher. Sanjaya's words emphasize the importance of Krishna's role as the Yogeshwara and the unique significance of hearing the teachings directly from him. This verse reflects the reverence Sanjaya holds for both Krishna and Vyasa, recognizing the divine nature of the message he has received. It highlights the power of divine wisdom and the exceptional opportunity for spiritual growth offered through the Gita's teachings. Rajan sansmritya samsmrityam samvadamimamudbhutam keshavarjunayoh punyam krishyami cha muhurmuhu. Sanjay is overwhelmed with joy and reverence as he recalls the divine discourse between Krishna and Arjuna. He reflects on the profound impact this conversation has had on him, noting that it fills him with joy each time he thinks about it. The words "I feel joy" repeatedly indicate how deeply the teachings have moved Sanjaya, and he recognizes the spiritual purity and divinity of the exchange. Sanjaya is not only acknowledging the profound wisdom of the conversation but also the blessing of having witnessed it. This verse highlights the power of the teachings of Bhagavad Gita to stir the hearts and minds of those who hear them, underscoring the spiritual transformation that comes from reflecting on such sacred knowledge. Taccha samsmritya samsmritya रूपमत्यद्भुतं हरेः विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् rishyami cha punah punah. Sanjay is deeply moved by the vision of Krishna's divine form. The word Adbhutam refers to something extraordinary, beyond ordinary understanding, signifying the miraculous and supreme nature of Lord Krishna's divine form that Arjuna witnessed during the Vishwarupa Darshana. The great wonder that Sanjaya feels indicates the profound impact of vision of Krishna's universal form has had on him. The experience is so overwhelming that he feels joy every time he recalls it. This verse highlights Sanjaya's spiritual awe at the divine revelations of Krishna. It shows the transformative power of witnessing divine manifestations and how they can inspire continuous reflection and emotional reverence. For Sanjaya, the memory of Krishna's form becomes a source of constant joy and astonishment, underscoring the divine majesty of Krishna that transcends ordinary comprehension. Yatra yogeshwara Krishno yatra partho dhanurdharaha tatra shrir vijayo bhutir dhruva nitir mama. This verse encapsulates the essence of what Sanjaya believes will result from the union of Krishna and Arjuna in the battlefield. Sanjaya's declaration indicates that where divine righteousness Krishna and dedicated effort Arjuna are in action, success is inevitable. This verse also emphasizes that the alignment of divine will and moral effort leads to not just victory in the material sense but also spiritual prosperity, integrity, and eternal success. This verse serves as a reminder that true victory is achieved when divine wisdom and righteous action go hand in hand. Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayai Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Moksha Sannyasa Yogo Nam Ashtadashodhyayah. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu.